This morning we'll focus on attention, and in the afternoon we'll focus on relaxation and openness. We're used to giving attention to many different things. That kind of attention tends to be quite merged. We get caught up in the affairs of our lives. We become busy in ourselves and preoccupied. So the most basic meditation method is Shamatha or Shine, which involves a conscious attention to a simple object, either the breath or some external form like a stone or a small statue of the Buddha. The purpose of this is to develop an intention, an organization of our mind or our will, if you like, towards an object which has very little intrinsic interest. The coming and going of the breath is not very fascinating. We tend to be fascinated by our thoughts, by our feelings, our sensations, and we're fascinated by them because they give us the opportunity to elaborate, to create structures of interpretation. That is to say, a great deal of our mental life is commentarial. We make commentaries about things. We're always thinking about. When we're focusing on the breath, there's nothing much to think about it. It is an object which is so simple that thoughts can't really do very much with it. And because it's our intention to stay focused on the coming and going of the breath, the tendency to get caught up in patterns of narrative, of storytelling, of memories of the past, hopes for the future, opinions, judgments, all the usual mental activity which confirms the centrality of our ego identity, because our ego is the positioning in our mental structure which defines itself in terms of accepting and rejecting. I'm drawn towards this because I'm that kind of person. I don't do that because I'm that kind of person. You can do it if you like, but I don't do it because I'm me. So in this way, moment by moment, how we move ourselves, how we position our sense of self in relation to what's arising as the stream of experience is a way of confirming that I am me. And of course, the deep work in Dharma is to come to an understanding of the absence of true existence or inherent self-nature in the self-construct, because then you have much more freedom. So, by focusing the mind simply, we're not fueling the mental processes whereby we maintain the structure of our identity. It doesn't mean that we cease to exist. Of course, we continue to be here, but we're no longer making everything about us. As long as our sense of self is our organizing principle, we're going to have a very biased perception of what's in the world. We're going to go for the things that confirm our sense of who we are and want to reject the things that don't confirm it. So if we go towards the environment with this kind of attitude, everything we encounter becomes a means to an end. It becomes a method that we use for the self-maintenance of our image. This is very narcissistic and bizarre. And it means that it's very difficult then to see things as they are. Because our concern with whatever we encounter is what function they have for the maintenance of our own beliefs. This is very, very narrow-minded. And we can see this tendency very strongly in what's happening in the Middle East. That people take up a particular position, and inside that dogmatic belief, they have friends and enemies. protect your friends, kill your enemies. That's the extreme form of the structure that goes on in our mind all the time, in which we take up the things we like and we try to get rid of the things we don't like. So by focusing on the breath, we are gradually settling. The Tibetan name Shine means to abide peacefully, to stay at rest, not busily involved. We're just resting with our attention on the breath. Attention is a dualistic phenomena. I am paying attention to my breath. So there is a sense there is an object which is there, and a subject which is here, and the subject is being turned towards the object. So that's the function of the practice. Whenever we find ourselves drifting off in merging into thoughts or memories, just very, very gently bring yourself back to the focus. You want it as calm as possible. There are no errors. There's no mistake, because as soon as you start to blame yourself, you'll have a little hook that will pull in many other thoughts. You start thinking, I can't meditate, or this is stupid, this is a waste of time. All sorts of thoughts can elaborate. Everyone else can do it, not me, and so on. So kindness and tenderness, it's useful things to have towards oneself anyway, as a basis of developing it towards others. But its function in the meditation practice is to be able to return as smoothly as possible to the focus, with as few waves as possible. Because the more turbulence there is, the more excitation we get in ourselves, the more liable we are to fall into distracted thought. Are there any thoughts or questions about this before we begin? Now, we're doing this, most of us sitting down cross-legged. Probably we don't usually sit cross-legged. So if you get pains and your back is sore, you can move. In some traditions, they say you should not move. The danger is that it sets up a kind of heroic vision. And that heroic vision involves triangulation. There's me, my pain, and my powerful intention. Now, this triangulation is a waste of time if we're going to move towards Dzogchen meditation. Because if you are overcoming difficulties, if you are staring down what is coming, even though you feel like shit, this is not helpful, because you've taken up a strong position. And whenever you take up a position, you fill yourself with something. You become preoccupied. And of course, you start to become preoccupied with the pain as well. So a little bit of movement to ease the knees and the back and so on is not a bad thing, because you can do that movement while maintaining your attention on the breath. Then the pain goes away and you're still back with the breath, rather than sitting and being very brave. Generally speaking, bravery is stupid. My teacher always said to me, take the easy way. And being from a Scottish Protestant family, I found that very difficult. I thought life should be hard, bathe in cold water in the morning, open the window at night in winter, fresh air. And then I started to see, especially because I was living in Bengal, life could be very soft. And softness and tenderness is better than heroic struggle. Because struggle is the energy of duality. It splits the subject and the object. It gives you something to chew on. And what we're trying to do is to experience the openness of the mind, which is free of that kind of struggle. So all the way through, gentleness, calm focus, tenderness is important. Okay, so we sit for maybe half an hour and then have 5 minutes stretching and then go back into it. And we sit in a way that allows the spine to carry the weight, shoulders open and relaxed. In this practice, the chin is slightly down, the eyes are open and gazing down the line of the nose. They're not staring, they're just relaxed and open. The tongue is turned up onto the hard palate and the top of the mouth, just behind the teeth. Hands are usually held in front of us. Legs are crossed in whatever way is comfortable for you. And then we let the muscles just relax and open. When we do this practice, it's as if we're driving along a big highway, and there are many turn-offs. There are many other roads we could go down. Each of these roads is quite interesting in itself. It takes you on a little tour, and you can visit little villages and so on. But our intention is to stay on the main road. So when we get distracted, we just go off on a little loop and want to come back. It's not that there's anything intrinsically wrong with the thoughts. They're not bad or deceptive. It's just they're not necessary if we have a clear intention of going in one particular direction. So what we start to see is that every time we go off on a side road, the road unfolds itself because of our attention. When we give our attentions to patterns of thoughts or memories, little worlds open up. They exist as a potential. Just as when you're driving on a real road, you see a sign to some place, you've never been there, you could just go off. Then some new experience would arise. But that experience is latent. It's existing as a potential until you make the decision to follow that road. Your mind and the potential of that particular pattern of arising come together, and then you have that new experience. That is to say, it is the movement of our mind which reveals all these possibilities. The power doesn't lie in the object. The power lies in the subject. We give ourselves to the world in particular ways. And due to this volition, due to this gift of our energy, our commitment, packages of meaning unfold for us. In the world, there are many, many little roads to go down. You have roads of generosity, you have roads of kindness, we have roads of cruelty, of selfishness. You can't watch the news on television without seeing many different roads being activated. We might think, why would people do that? Why would somebody strap bombs around themselves and blow up strangers and believe that that's a good thing to do? That's a very radical thing for a human being to do. And you can trace it back that that person starts to develop a belief that says there are real enemies of the truth, and the truth is put in danger by the presence of enemies. If I destroy the enemies, I'm in the service of the truth, and if I'm in the service of the truth, that is virtuous. So the murder of others is virtuous. And we might think that's a strange kind of logic, but you can, if you track it step by step, you can see why people would go in that direction. They give themselves to a particular thought construction. And the more you pour yourself into a limited path of thought construction, it's as if you go off the main road onto a small road, and then you find yourself in a room. The room locks you into a particular kind of logic. Because these people are not my people, their existence has no value. Killing them is nothing. We kill a mosquito, we kill a person in that group, because they are like the mosquitoes. That closed logic is, of course, very terrible all through the world. We see it particularly in relation to ecology, cutting down forests, destroying all kinds of species. has no meaning if you are primarily concerned with the exploitation of resources, if you want to primarily make money. So whatever road we commit ourselves to has a specificity, because if you're on this road, you're not on that road. And the broad road is quite inclusive and integrative, but the smaller the road becomes, the more that is being excluded. And the more you get committed to a small road, in order to maintain your commitment to it, the tendency is to become contemptuous of other roads, to say, oh, these people, they don't understand anything. We are the true believers, whatever that would be. You can do it in terms of becoming very agitated about damage to the ecology and become an activist, which is a particular kind of mindset, which can be quite narrow as well. Or you can be self-indulgent and not give a fuck about anything. And that's another kind of narrow mindset. So the Dharma path is to stay on the wide road of simple attention and just observe the temptation of these paths without analyzing them or thinking about them too much. You can just have the basic sensation of what it's like when you get lost. You're sitting and you go off on a number. Where do you go? What's the benefit? Go off on some kind of daydream, or you're worrying about something. Where have you gone? What great universal problem has been resolved? Nothing. You just got lost. You thought you were getting found. You thought you had found something meaningful, but you actually get lost. So it's what we want to have a sense of, is how the world unfolds for us is how we give ourselves to the world. There is nothing preordained. There's nothing written down which is being revealed to us. We ourselves, moment by moment, are co-creating the world with the potential of the world as it reveals itself to us. According to the notion of karma, each of us has a particular configuration of potentialities that we encounter. Some people have very good health, some people don't have so good health. Some people make money easily, other people don't. Some people enjoy their work, other people don't. So there's a particular patterning to the kind of environment that we encounter. And in relation to that, we can take up a position of patience and forbearance, or positions of irritation and poor me, a sense of being persecuted by what's going on. This freedom to respond is the basis of real freedom, which is the energy of my mind is how the world unfolds to me. I'm not a victim of events. The central point is in the palm of my hand, that as thoughts and feelings arise, these are options. They are like items on a menu. You can choose what thoughts, what feelings, what memories to activate. Because if the thought catches you and you're at the mercy of the thought, your life is structured according to that. When people develop obsessions or a feeling of being betrayed or cheated and start to think it shouldn't have happened, how could they, why did they? These kind of thoughts become a sort of glue that binds that poor person into a place of hopelessness. Because what they're construing, what they're creating in their mind, their interpretation is, my life is determined by the behavior of others. Of course, the behavior of others impacts us, that's for sure. But we respond. How shall we respond? There are many, many different ways to respond. So, when there's a lot of discussion of how karma functions in Buddhism, and it's to try to see that we have tendencies or traits or habit formations, tendencies to organize the world, what in the notion of the 5 skandhas, or the 5 basic components according to the early Buddhist tradition. The 4th one, samskara, in Tibetan duche. Du means to gather together, and che means to make. It's like how we form our experience of the world. So, the more we become aware of our tendencies, we can start to see these tendencies are like habitual ingredients. And on the basis of encountering these habitual ingredients and having some kind of mood, which is like a recipe, we cook up the same dish again and again. But there are many other ingredients. We see other people doing things. We start to think, oh, maybe I could work for the benefit of all beings. Maybe I don't just need to be so self-concerned. As soon as the heart opens in that way, a lot more ingredients become available. And you start to see that when you become selfish, the dish is always a little bit bitter. It looks as if it's going to be sweet. You think me first. But me first usually takes us into a sense of isolation, because we're keeping other people at bay. And the paradox is, the more altruistic we are, the more we're for the other, we become bigger. So in that way, whenever we see ourselves having tendencies, it's not about blocking the tendency, but neither following it, but just being aware, oh, that tendency, if I follow it, will bring a shaping, a configuration of my experience. Is that what is useful? Useful for myself or for others? There are many, many things that people do in their lives, which they do because of family traditions, tribal traditions, religious encouragement, and so on. Many, many things which are probably not very useful, not very kind, and a fairly stupid way to spend this brief human existence. Getting lost is very easy. You can become fixated by anything. This is the shadow side of human creativity and imagination. You can become obsessed by Star Trek. You can spend a lot of time and energy making yourself a costume so that you look like Dr. Spock. People do that. And they meet in conventions and all greet each other and feel at home because they are the ones with the true faith. They know what is really important. And people do that with stamp collecting, with collections of little painted model soldiers made of lead. There are all sorts of amazing groups of people fixated on what for me is weird shit, but for them is something incredibly meaningful. And in terms of Dharma, this is really, really helpful to see that. The energy, the potential of the mind can be poured into anything. It can be poured into developing techniques of torture. It can be poured into working out how to exploit and cheat other people, to develop scams that will get them to send you money when you're not going to give them anything in return. We know that through the internet, all kinds of negative mental formations are acted out. So the meditation is very simple, but very important, because it gives us the chance of seeing the limiting pathways which exist for us, hovering on the edge of our attention, and which will take us into familiar territory. And that can encourage us to return to the task, staying grounded, simple, and attentive. Because that becomes the basis of making real choices. Because what we notice is that when we get distracted and lost, you only know it after the event. It's not as if you're really making a choice. Suddenly you swerve off and you're caught up in this stuff. The choice point is opaque. 1 minute you're on your breath, next minute you're in something else. How did that happen? that is very interesting, because the mind doesn't have walls inside it. It's not like you go from one room to another room, and at least you can recognize, oh, my hand is now on the door handle. Oh, I can open it or not. We find ourselves. And that's also useful as a critique of our fantasy of agency. It's not that I am making my life. It's the life that I experience is given to me by the ways in which I give myself without giving myself. That is to say, I find myself caught up in stuff. How does this happen? Because of the hospitality of the mind. The mind is very generous. It will allow anything to be there. So, in order to explore the open mind, which we'll do in the Dzogchen tradition, we're going to keep for this next meditation period on the same focus on the Shamatha, focusing on the breath going in and out, and keeping that line of attention as our chosen pathway, and not thinking about, if we go off somewhere else, not being concerned about what it was, just come back to where you were, back to where you were. And that coming back, that resettling, is itself a protection against going off again and again. Okay, so we sit for a bit and then we'll have a break. So, you find yourself distracted or having wandered off, and you bring yourself back onto the focus you've decided on. This is an example of mindfulness. In Pali it's called sati, in Tibetan Dramba. And primarily it means a recollection. That is to say, a recollecting of yourself. So we have mindfulness of the body, which includes mindfulness of our breathing, our postures, our gestures. When we're walking, we're walking. When we're talking, so that we are attentive to what is happening. Big danger for us is that due to our intelligence, we run on automatic pilot, and we don't attend to the physical embodiment that we have, and we go into thoughts about what is going on. We take the body for granted, and of course when you take the body for granted, you take the environment for granted as well. So recollection means to be present in your body, which is always in a context, and through that see how the circumstances around you call your body forth in particular ways, and how your sense of your body also makes you look towards the environment in different ways. So, if you have a sore back, you're going to be more careful how you sit down. That's obvious. If you're a bit fat like me, you're going to have to be more careful when you put your shoes on, because bending over becomes more difficult. And so the environment is challenging, you could say, or the environment calls us forth. And it's starting to recognize this interactive thing, that we don't start as an individual apart from the world, but our being in the world is being part of the world, and therefore to have a sense of what's around us is very important for formulating how we're going to be. When you have small kids around, you find yourself endlessly saying, be careful, look where you're going, watch what you're doing. Can't you see there are other people? Because small children become very preoccupied in what they're doing. So the practice of mindfulness is essentially just being careful. That is to say, approaching our existence with some care, being attentive to how it shows itself, and finding oneself in alignment with what is, rather than trying to impose some mental fabrication onto the potential of the situation. Because if you start with your concepts, it's pretty inevitable that you end up with a kind of violence towards the actual lived environment. Whereas if you start with your body as it is in the world, you develop a felt sense of your own capacity in the moment. And that's what you have to work with. It's not an idea of one's health or what one would like to be like, but your body is as it is. The world is as it is, and therefore we work with these circumstances in touch with our capacity. And that's the basis of mindfulness. So now we have a break and we can go and have some tea and we can just observe that what the weather's like and how that makes us feel. There's maybe an emotional pleasure in watching the snow, but the body also feels cold. There's all sorts of vectors moving through us, and we have mental space for all of them. Okay, so now we do a bit of vipassana. Vipassana means looking clearly, looking correctly. In Tibetan, it's hlak-tong. Hlak means the highest or the best way of looking. What this means is to look without bias or prejudice. To look in such a way that you allow yourself to see what is there without interpretation, without editing. Most of the time we have a selective attention. That is to say, as we touched on earlier, we're building up some kind of image or pattern or idea of how the world is in correspondence with our notion of ourselves. There are many aspects of vipassana, but the most basic one that we'll do just now is we take our focused attention from the breath and we take it to the top of our head and then just scan down through the body, attending to or looking at whatever occurs. And for meditation purposes, this is the chance to see again and again how you layer what is presented with your own interpretation. So there is some kind of twinge. You think, oh, my back is sore, or my shoulder is sore. Having a sore shoulder is a conclusion. It's an interpretation. The raw material is some kind of sharpness or burning or dullness. There is some kind of sensation, and that's what's there. And so as we scan through the body, we're attempting a bare attention. That is to say, an attention which is not wrapping itself in any kind of conceptual elaboration or any need to develop a story. By seeing what is arising in this way, two things become clear. One is that what manifests is quite precise, but ungraspable. There's some kind of, what is some little, you can't do anything with it. It's there, and then it's gone. And because we go down through our body, and to the soles of our feet, and then back up again. And as we just gently and slowly move through the body, we find that on our return journey, that sensation is no longer there, or it manifests in a different way. So we see the impermanent nature of the manifesting sensation, which is impactful, it's palpable in the sense that something is happening, but you can't catch it. It's not a thing. What you can catch is your interpretation. So you start to feel, oh, my shoulder's sore. Maybe I need to do something else. And thoughts start to develop. So what you have there is thoughts are catching thoughts. Thoughts can't actually catch a sensation until the sensation is turned into something catchable. So there is a pain. What does that mean? Actually, there's a whole range of sensations which can be gathered together in this compounding diagnosis. There is a pain. And then you could ask diagnostic questions. Is it always the same? Is it like this? Is it like that? Which in a sense is trying to tease out its raw quality, but because it's being the questions are being developed in language, actually makes it more substantial. So, our body is full of ever-changing momentary arisings, like shooting stars. The urge to catch them, to make meaning, brings us into the samsaric structures that reliance on concepts is necessary in order to make sense of the world. But from the Buddhist point of view, relying on concepts makes sense of the world according to the logic of concepts. So you enter into a particular game, and that game gives you whatever is in the logic of your game. So you think yourself into a particular kind of interpretation. But if you don't add the concept, something is there, but what does it mean? It is what it is. But what is it? That's what we have to see. We won't see what it is in itself if we keep telling it what it is. So this is the key function of Vipassana, is to look in a way which doesn't wrap what you've seen before you've really allowed yourself to see it. Because otherwise, all that you see is your own wrapping. And this is quite a troubling thing to become aware of, is that you start to see, oh, I simply see reflections of my mind. I see the familiarity of my interpretive structures. For example, somebody might have a bit of what we would call a pain, and they think, oh, well, never mind. Someone else says, oh, better go and see an osteopath. So our own character structure, that is to say, our own habitual patterns of further developed interpretation rest on the first interpretation. There is a problem. Having a pain is a problem. Having some funny little burning sensation, which is transient, is not really a problem. If it's a real problem, and if there's something seriously wrong with you, it's going to reiterate, it's going to repeat itself. And of course, we should take due care with that and maybe go and see a doctor. But most of the time, we are using these flickering moments to create mental worlds. That is to say, the thing itself becomes a means to an end for our ego self's need to create stories, because we actually exist as a story. So we're always recruiting these items as fuel, as resources to further develop our story. So some people, you say, how did you sleep last night? They say, fine, or not so well, never mind. And other people, oh, it was a terrible night and I couldn't get to sleep. And they give you all these details. Why? Because that's how they make meaning for themselves. I am somebody who suffers. The details of my life are important. Someone else is thinking, these things happen, never mind. And that's how they make sense of the world. So Vipassana is a meditation method for helping us to see the interpretive move, which is the basis of the ego. Now, there is nothing wrong with interpretation. We can't communicate with other people unless we have some capacity to communicate, to interpret. Because interpretation is giving formation to things. We're taking these raw elements and we're cooking them in a way that can be communicated, because we communicate through concepts. if we just say, this is not really normal for adults. Babies do that all the time because they're not in language. They just cry or they moan or they wriggle about, and the mother, through their attention, manages to intuit some sense of what might be happening for the baby. But once we come into language, everything is mediated through this quite complicated discourse that we become party to. So looking again and again, we can perhaps see that our interpretation is not revealing a meaning that is there, but is creating a meaning. Because if it was revealing a meaning that was there, it would be showing how it is. But by coming to this conclusion, there is a pain in my shoulder, it is my own mental activity which has created this image, which now I operate with as a self-existing truth. So I go to the doctor and say, "Doctor, I think there's something wrong with my shoulder. I have this pain." There we are in human communication about something. But the basis of that something may well just be these little moments of nothing. How do we stay with the moments of nothing? By relaxing the interpretive structure. That is to say, we don't need to know what something is when it just is. So if you go for a walk out in the forest, you'll see lots of different kinds of trees. If you don't know the name of the tree, that doesn't stop you seeing the tree. Oh, wow, what is that? It is what it is. It's a big green thing. And even green, you're already putting something onto it because there are many different shades of green. It gives itself. There is experience, but you can't do very much with it. So the ego is that formational aspect of the mind's activity which appropriates these raw ingredients and cooks them according to its own recipe book. And what we're always doing here is opening ourselves to raw experience. You know, in the Zen tradition, they say, what is your face before you were born? What is the tree before you tell the tree it's a tree? What is this sensation that's arising in the body before you tell yourself that something's wrong with you? So that's the function of the practice, to allow us to see not that interpretation is wrong, but that it takes on a life of its own and starts to say, I am the voice of truth. It is the voice of a particular kind of meaning generation, which is very useful in many circumstances, but it doesn't tell us the whole truth about what's going on. And in fact, in its cooking, it covers over the raw taste. So again and again, we're looking here, what is the first taste, the direct expression of whatever is occurring in the body? So, we sit in an easy way, our skeleton, our spine carrying our weight, the muscles relaxed. Begin focusing a little bit on the movement of the breath. And when you have a sense of that, you take your attention up to the top of your head, and then just gradually take your attention down through your body, attending to whatever presents itself. Down to the feet, then back up, and we just keep sweeping up and down through the body, being aware of what shows itself.
Right. This exercise is closed eyes. Or
This is, here again, you would have your eyes slightly open, looking down the line of the nose. So what we might start to see in this practice is that naming is not neutral. Naming is a creative, constructive gesture which transforms what is named. And we have many bodies. We have an anatomical body, which people learn about if they're doing yoga. Doctors learn about it in hospitals. Doctors learn even more elaborated bodies in terms of the endocrine system and so on. We also have the body of our assumptions, what we take our body to be. That's linked with the body of our history, what we remember about our body, how it used to be when we were younger. We have the body of our concepts, in which we are able to identify for ourselves what's going on for us. But we also have our immediate body, our presentational body, the body as it shows itself in its immediacy as an experience. So, when you go to the doctor and you tell them about what you feel in your body, you're giving a description which is already being elaborated in terms of your education and your culture. And they're listening with their very fine-tuned attention to patterns of signs and symptoms in order to come to some diagnostic conclusion about what might be the problem. That is to say, you have already cooked the raw experience, and they're cooking it further into a discourse which then allows them to take radical action, because they might be wanting to recommend surgery or injections, or that your neck needs to go into traction, something quite extreme. And they do that on the basis of saying, we know what is going on. There is objective information. That is to say, your body is a body like all the other bodies pretty well. And in consideration of all the case experience that we have and the knowledge that we have, what's happening for your body belongs inside this categorization. And of course, this is very helpful on one level. But it's not the only body that we have. The body of direct experience is the body which is the basis of how we move into the world. And when we take the naming or the interpretation to be descriptive of it, this raw or potential body is subsumed or gathered within the sense of the knowable body. To describe that in another way, sometimes, maybe if we're walking outside, we see something and it just stops us in our tracks. It's just amazing. Maybe under some birch trees, you see some of these fly agaric mushrooms, red with the white dots. It's sort of amazing. And in that amazement, whatever you know about these mushrooms is irrelevant. There's a kind of aesthetic presence which allows your conceptual structures to drop. And you're just freshly returned to yourself by the fresh impact of what you see. This is what the Vipassana meditation is offering to us, the chance to be amazed at what we are, which is the flow of energy existing as potentials. And these potentials can be organized. They can be organized according to many, many different interpretations. I was hearing on the radio an interview with an imam in Nigeria that said, who was saying that clitoridectomy and infibulation, genital mutilation in females is necessary because, he said, the clitoris is always full of exciting sensations, and this is very annoying for women, and it makes them a little bit crazy. Therefore, if you cut this out, they're very happy. So he's sitting inside this belief system, and he's saying, this is according to our traditions. This is what the Prophet has said. Of course, there's nothing in the actual Quran which is indicating this should be done. But with this definite knowledge, all sorts of horrible experiences arise for young girls because somebody knows about their body. And in particular is saying that sensation is dangerous. And we can see that concepts don't like sensation, because sensation it's a bit of a trickster. It's a bit kind of wild. It looks like this, then it looks like that. Whereas if you've got a concept, you can put it in a box and it gives you a more definite form of knowledge. So that kind of appropriation is what the ego likes, as it seeks to have this domination or hegemony, this kind of control matrix, so that it always knows what to do. This is how we start to feel confident when we go through the stages of our childhood. We build up this body of information on the basis of which we have a confidence. We have a savoir-faire. We know what to do in different situations. We have an ease of being. And sensation disturbs that, because in a sense it is unknowable. When you put the knowledge onto the sensation, it never quite fits. Sensation is anarchic and disruptive. So in the meditation, we're returning to an honoring of this first raw presentation, experience as experience, and we are practicing staying with it. Because, certainly in the Dzogchen tradition, there is an immediate meaningfulness or a clarity in sensation itself, because it is what it is. What is it? It is what it is. Our question, what is it, is the desire to take what is arising and locate it inside a matrix of organization, that we can locate it as being an exemplar, an example of something that we already know about. But when you stay with the sensation, something is happening, it's this, and then it's gone. This is the actuality of most of our existence. Appearance and emptiness, things appearing and vanishing, appearing and vanishing. And within that, there are many, many possibilities of movement, because we can move it in any possible way according to the circumstances. That is to say, the raw material of the sensation is a fuel not necessarily for self-knowledge, building up my sense of self, but as a basis for compassion. Because in seeing and directly experiencing the unformedness of ourselves, we are a potential. What's that potential for? It's a potential for connectivity, a potential for finding ways of relating in different circumstances in different ways. But once you conceptualize it in a fixed way and you come to your conclusions, this is me, this is how I am, the repertoire of responsive moves you can make is going to be diminished. So, seeing this ungraspable presence is actually opening us up to a much wider way of responding in the world. So we do the practice again and again. And especially it's about getting used to the sense that there is non-conceptual meaning or pre-conceptual meaning, that it's almost like an aesthetic sensation that the world shows itself and we are with the world before we make sense of it. And in that freshness, there are many possibilities. And once we start to organize it according to our concepts, the range of possibilities diminishes. So, according to the Tantric tradition, it says the Buddhas can show themselves in many different ways, in peaceful forms, in wrathful forms, in eroticized forms, whatever is necessary for beings. Because the Buddha is not a thing. The Buddha is not a position that you arrive at and then you know where you are because you have this definite unchanging knowledge. The only definite unchanging knowledge the Buddha has is of the openness or emptiness of the ground of being, that there is nothing to get. And within this, the energy of manifestation flows freely in all these different forms. And samsara, or the dimension that we live in, is stuck somewhere in the middle there. We're not open and we're not flowing. We're a bit kind of constipated, holding on to the particular formations that have developed through time and cause and effect, what we take to be myself, my character, and so on. So in all the practices we do, we're moving in two directions. One is towards more appreciation of space, and parallel with that, the other is more appreciation of the nature of movement, because experience is movement. Both of these are blocked by organizing cognitions, which say, when you name something, the name is referring to something which is already there. Names themselves may be a convention, but they're there. So if I'm holding a watch in my hand, people in this room have different background languages, and they will describe this as in different languages. And we say, oh, it doesn't matter what you call it, it is what it is. And then you speak the word from your own language. It's a watch. But now we take watch off it. What is it? Yeah, but it is that thing. So what's the thingness of the object? The thing is actually a concept. And this is what is difficult for us to let go of. This is what it means in Buddhism when they talk of ignorance and attachment, is the idea that there is a self-existing entity here. It is a watch. But if we open the back of the watch, we find it's full of little bits and pieces moving around. I have no idea how they work, but it's a watch. When you put the concept onto it, you come to a conclusion. Then you relax. It's a watch. Nothing more to think about. But actually, it's a very surprising phenomena. And the less you apply your interpretation, the more potential it has, but also the less formed you become. Because it could be all kinds of things. If necessary, if you were in a difficult situation, you might break the glass and use the edge of the glass to cut open a wound if you had to take something out of your body. There's many, many potentials for what's inside this. But we don't normally think about them. They're invisible to us because of the wrapper of a watch is a watch. So this is the essentializing power of the concept. And this is something we need to investigate again and again, not as some abstract analytical exercise, but to see directly in our lived continuum how this organizing is functioning. Oh, this is what I'm up to. And maybe it's not necessary. Maybe a lot of the mental work that we do is not doing anything very helpful for us. That if we have more space and more spontaneity, we don't need to rely on predetermined rigid structures, but we can allow life to unfold.
If I may ask a question.
Surely, of course.
So, in freeing ourselves from the interpretation, how is the choice of response made? So, how is spontaneity to be understood in the context of making a choice of response to the situation?
Well, at the moment I find myself somehow with my finger scratching my nose. I didn't choose to scratch my nose. I found myself doing it. And actually, if we observe ourselves most of the time, we find ourselves doing whatever we do. Like I'm speaking to you now, I have no idea why I'm saying what I'm saying, but I'm saying it. Right? So life is a happening, and the happening has more use, more fit, if it's part of connectivity. So the organizing principle then is not something inside me as the agent, the one who is doing it. It is the connectivity or the non-duality as the separation of self and other relaxes. The matrix out of which everything arises just allows that free movement. So the spontaneity is not my spontaneity. It's not a private quality that I have, but spontaneity is how everything is unfolding, and that sahaj, or that kind of easy flow, is revealed when we stop being the boss and tinkering and organizing. So it's not something we do, it's something which is there and is revealed when we do less.
So even the choice of response is actually not a choice.
It's not a choice. It's not a choice. Because choosing, I mean, clearly there are certain, like if we go for lunch, you can choose how much you put on your plate. But then sometimes we're surprised or I'm surprised how much I put on my plate. So somebody inside me is making that choice. And the person inside me who makes the choice is Mr. Thin. Now, Mr. Fat and Mr. Thin don't speak to each other very much. And this is how it is. We have sub-personalities or self-states or karmic tendencies. You can describe it in many different languages, but we are not all of a piece. We're not a central organized, point where we see everything that's going on and make a rational decision. We are susceptible to tendencies, to impulses, to flows. You can try to control it, which is the work of the rational self, but paradoxically, by opening and relaxing and being part of the field, in a very gentle way, our impulses are recruited into appropriate responsiveness. Because if you're in touch with the field, if you see someone else's face, the shape of their face, how their mood is showing itself through their face will constellate you in a way which meets that. It's only if you're self-preoccupied and in yourself that you do a number onto the other person. So actually, field relatedness is the self-regulating mechanism, rather than some internal urge, I have to be a good boy, I have to try to do this or that. Okay? So we just do a little bit short sitting. Okay, so in the morning we were looking at these two methods of calming the mind and becoming clear about the nature of the contents of the mind by focusing attention. Now we move to opening ourselves to awareness. Awareness and attention are not the same. Attention means I am focusing on something. So it's an organization of how I engage with the world. Awareness is the open clarity of the mind, which is present whether we are attentive or not, whether we are clear about what's going on or not. The awareness is primordial. It's there from the beginning. It's not a construct, it's innate. Because of that, it can't be lost. But we can forget about it when we become preoccupied, when we become caught up in something else. So, the practices we did this morning involve some degree of conscious intention. We have to decide, I'm going to focus on my breath, or I'm going to scan through my body again and again. And we can become aware when we that we have shifted away from our intention and become distracted in something else. That is to say, it's a kind of practice that you can know precisely what you're going to do before you start. These are the instructions, follow the instructions, and if you get lost, come back to the instruction. Arises on the basis of an intention. Awareness is not operating in the domain of intention. It is the natural clarity of the mind, and it's revealed when we allow it to reveal itself. So we have a paradox here that the very activity of the mind obscures the nature of the mind. And the activity of the mind is particularly obscuring when it's caught up in being about something. So our seriousness and the seriousness of the objects to which we intend mean that we invest certain features with the environment with particular importance, and other features of the environment are less important. When we do that, we're very, very busy at maintaining these structures. But awareness itself is not doing anything. So in the traditional example, it's like a mirror. Without any effort, the mirror reveals what is put in front of it. It's in the very nature of the mirror to have this exhibiting clarity, this capacity to show. The mirror is not making any choices about what it shows, it's just showing what is there. In a similar way, whatever arises as our experience because of our capacity to display experience. So even when you feel terrible, even when you feel stupid, even when you feel your life is hopeless, this is the radiance of awareness. It doesn't feel like the radiance of awareness because you think, surely my real nature should be bright and shiny. All these Buddhas look bright and shiny. We don't get images of dull, stupid-looking Buddhas. But that's because you wouldn't be able to sell them. The Dalai Lama recently said that in his next life, if he's reincarnated at all, he might do it as a woman. The interviewer asked him, what kind of woman? He said, a beautiful woman. Then the interviewer, feminist, was a little bit upset about this. Why should it have to be a beautiful woman? Well, that's obvious. Because that sells. Dalai Lama is a high-status commodity. Many things are sold on the back of the Dalai Lama. All kind of T-shirts and flags and so on. He's a very marketable commodity. So people make these statues and they want to sell them. People make paintings and they want to sell them. So they make them beautiful. We like beautiful things. Why? Because it makes us happy. If we look at things which are very ugly or challenging, it makes us unhappy. We say being happy is better than being unhappy. Therefore we choose beautiful Buddhas. But the Buddha isn't made happy by beautiful things, and he isn't made sad by ugly things. So the Buddha that we look at in the statue doesn't look at all like the Buddha. But it's the marketable Buddha. That's the real thing. The Buddha mind is without prejudice. As we'll see when we start to go deeper into the meditation, because the mind is unborn and has no beginning and end, it has nothing outside of itself. Yes?
So all these books, modern books, Buddhist books, they have happiness in the title. So
yeah.
It's just for the market.
It's for marketing. Well, it's also because we believe that we're quite good at making ourselves unhappy. We're not so good at making ourselves happy. So it's niche marketing. They're looking for a deficit in the market. Because anybody can give themselves a bad time. I think I'm quite good at it. So, yeah, why should we be happy? But the Buddha's first teaching is all compounded things have the nature of sorrow or suffering, and that there is a way out of this. So we want to be free of suffering. Now, that proposition is very attractive because we think here on the left-hand side we have suffering, and on the right-hand side, ladies and gentlemen, we have happiness. We are going to move from sorrow to happiness. Nowadays, we're very concerned about immigration. But we are all immigrants. We hope to move from samsara to nirvana. And we're willing to pay smugglers to get us there. That's why we're here. I'm going to get you over the border. And this is the way our mind is operating. That's the sort of construct that we tend to have. But actually, the mind itself is open to what occurs without bias and without prejudice. Now, you can only do that if you have a kind of indifference. That is to say, it doesn't touch me. Now, that could be a kind of schizoid state, a state in which you're somewhat cut off from the impact of what's going on around you because you've been hurt in some way. You could be disassociating, cutting yourself off. Doesn't mean that. It means that from the moment that we woke up this morning, we were having experiences, many different kinds of experiences, and they are all gone. They are all gone. We can't get them back, but we are still here. We are still here in the moment of having this experience. So on a very simple, direct level, if you just think about today, all that you had, you now don't have. What we have this moment is already vanishing. What will come, we don't know. The content of the mind is changing and shifting. And yet, we are still here. What does it mean to be still here? Well, each of us is here to find that out. We are here in terms of a narrative we tell ourselves about being here, but we are also just here. And that just here-ness is the basis for being able to have all the experiences that we have. The just here-ness of awareness is empty of its own content. That is to say, it's not anything at all in itself. And because of that, it offers hospitality to everything. It's able to entertain happy situations and unhappy situations. And it doesn't get destroyed by them. Just as the mirror shows beautiful objects and very ugly objects, terrifying objects. And the mirror doesn't break if some child is murdered in front of it. It just shows a child being murdered. That is to say, its position is neutral equanimity. That what is arising is just a reflection. But we say, it's terrible. A child is being murdered. Something must be done. We phone the police. At this moment, millions of chickens are being murdered. We're not phoning the police and saying, go to the abattoir and arrest these murderous demons. I think, oh, chicken's quite nice. So that's a selective attention. We worry about children being murdered because we are humans. We don't worry so much about chickens. Even if people are vegetarian, chickens are chickens. What's more important, a chicken or a person? 10 chickens for one child? 100 chickens for one child? Weird. Very, very strange. We are giving value, ascribing value according to our cultural situation. What kind of a child is it? Is it one of our children? Or is it one of their children? If it's one of their children, maybe one chicken's enough. If it's one of our children, then maybe 1 million chickens wouldn't be enough. this is the play of the mind. What we have to recognize is it's fine to have these cultural assumptions. We might see them as basic ethical assumptions. They are mental constructs. They arise for a while due to causes and circumstances, and then they vanish. We see what's happening in the Middle East, and we think these people are barbarians. We remember European history in the last 100 years, and we think, oh, we are barbarians. Barbarianism is everywhere because it's a tendency in the human situation. We are creatures with a lot of anger and rage and selfishness. So terrible things are done. It doesn't make human beings intrinsically bad. It makes them situationally vulnerable. And therefore, having better situations is likely to promote people to be more ethical. All of this means this great tumbling history of the world, all the many, many diverse cultural patterns that there are in different societies are patterns of experience arising due to causes and circumstances, patterns which show themselves and then start to vanish. There used to be many, many tribal populations in the world, and they vanish year by year as Christian missionaries and business people go into the jungles in Papua New Guinea, into South America, wanting to plant soya beans and so on. Whole traditions of life that have been there for 2,000, 3,000 years are being wiped away. Languages are vanishing day by day in this world. Species are vanishing. This is showing us again and again. What we take to be our world is very, very fragile. It's a concatenation, a balancing of various vectors, of patterns of cause and effect which move together. It's just images, patterns. Who is the one who sees this? This is awareness. Awareness can see the world as it is. For the ego, it's very difficult because the ego immediately gets in with some kind of emotional response. That's terrible. That shouldn't be happening. But we know that when we try to react from our emotionality and say that shouldn't happen, we often don't create very good circumstances. Because the fact that bad things happen doesn't mean that good people know what to do to stop the bad things happening. There are many outrageous activities happening in the world, but that can't be stopped. There is still one guy left in Guantanamo Bay. He has a British passport, and the British government can't get him out of Guantanamo Bay because America wants to keep Guantanamo Bay open because of their huge agenda. And that one poor little man is held in there as a way of keeping the place occupied. It's like if you buy a flat and there's some old granny in a room in it, you can't get rid of granny. So it's quite difficult to sell a flat with granny living in it. You've got to wait till granny dies. So you've got to wait till this poor guy dies. Because he symbolizes something for someone else. And this is what we see all over the world, that this is a very complex, interrelated network of events. And you scratch your head and think, for fuck, how would you solve that? We move in this direction and it bangs something else. People say, let's invade Iraq and get rid of this bad guy Saddam Hussein. All these thousands and thousands of people die. People are disrupted, which then leads into all kinds of new confusions. Poor tribal groups being annihilated. People who've lived there for 3,000 years on the basis of people having an idea that they thought was good. But of course, it wasn't a pure good. It was deeply massaged with the oil of rage and anger and the desire to punish and the desire to prove. It's very difficult for the ego to formulate a pure intention because we don't know what we're doing. We are at the mercy of many other forces, which is why, from the point of view of the Buddhist paths of Mahamudra and Dzogchen, the focus is on opening to the ground awareness, which is prior to all experience and the basis of all experience. Because once you get into trying to move around the inner content of your mind or the outer content of the world, you find that each aspect is linked to many, many other aspects. And you're caught up in this endless interweaving of cause and effect. And it doesn't actually produce clarity. It produces great sadness. And that's because of a basic misconstrual of the problem. If we sort out all the content of the mind and all the content of the world, so that there are only good people doing good things in a lovely world, then we will all be happy. That is not going to happen. So if that is one's basic belief, you are actually buying sorrow. In the name of happiness, you're purchasing a big bag of suffering. Because your dream will not come true. And it won't come true not because you're lazy or you have a bad intention, but because of what in Buddhism they call dependent arising or interdependence, pratikya samutpada. Means on the basis of this, that arises. But this is also arising on the basis of many other things. So each time we look at a situation and we see it inside a little box, we see it decontextualized, we do our analysis, we might do some computer modeling and think, right, we've really got a handle on what this is. It's become an entity, a knowable formation. Therefore, because it is like this, if we do that, things will be good. But this was never this. This was only this because we ignored everything else. As soon as you allow this to be contextualized, it's not this anymore. It's this in relation to this and this and this and this and this. How could you ever formulate any action if you took that complexity into account? Which is why politicians are elected because they're stupid. Now it may well be that the Republican Party will support Mr. Trump. Now Mr. Trump can blow his own trumpet. He's very good at that. He's clearly a nutter. He's clearly out to lunch. But that's maybe not a bad place for a politician to be. So how do we engage in a world where the most powerful man could be somebody who is manifestly not very balanced? This is the world we live in. That's why the Buddha says, as many other people in India said, this is samsara. This is a place which is generated out of ignorance. That is to say, its ground or basis is a delusion, a misapprehension. And the misapprehension means that everything which arises is being misapprehended, that we take things the wrong way. We imagine that the world is full of truly existing separate entities, and therefore, if only we think clearly and we plan enough, we can get it right. But there are no truly existing entities. We're caught up in a matrix of interaction. So once that primary delusion is in place, everything we do, even if we have a good intention, leads to suffering. The Buddha said very clearly, all beings want to be happy, but all the actions that they engage in lead only to unhappiness. Because we don't understand the basis of happiness. So in the Mahamudra and Dzogchen traditions, happiness really means a kind of contentment of being settled in an awareness which doesn't block the arising of experience, but isn't created out of experience. This is the basis of freedom, to realize that all the forms of identity that you have ever had in your life, from the time you were a baby and other people had all kind of notions of who you were, to being a small infant, to going to school, to having friends, to having people you didn't like, to doing well at some subjects and no other subjects. All of these particular formations were just movements. They were just gestures of interaction that lacked any substantiality whatsoever. We have never gained a point where there is a definable, reliable self-essence. And it is this absence of essence which, if we open to it, is exactly the point of freedom. But it's also this absence of essence, which if we try to deny it, invites us on the never-ending task of inventing and projecting essences into our life. I am like this, I am like that. If you think back in your life, how many times you've defined yourself in a particular way, and then a year later, a month later, perhaps even an hour later, it wasn't true anymore. On a very basic somatic level, we say, I'm really thirsty. And that feels absolutely definitive of yourself. I need a drink. You have a drink and you're no longer thirsty. I need a drink was a statement which felt absolutely true, even infinitely true, but it was absolutely situational. So, I need a drink now because I haven't had a drink for some time is the full sentence. But because we're very lazy at speaking and thinking, we trim our sentences into these very solid statements. I'm really hungry. I need to sleep. When you wake up the next morning, somebody punches you and says, get back to sleep. You said you were tired. Go to sleep. I'm not tired anymore. You lied to me last night. So, when we speak, I am, we're speaking about me in relation to circumstances. We're not speaking about a definable terrain about which we can make a truly reliable analysis or definition. But when we think we know what we are as a something, we're deceiving ourselves and deceiving other people. And this is the pattern of confusion that goes on, which is why in the tradition it says there is no end to thinking. And moreover, the exit from samsara is not thought. Having good thoughts will not get you out, because samsara is not an ethical problem. Although when you're in the domain of duality, the structure on the basis of karma is ethical, and we'll look at this later. But the basic structure is a confusion about ontology. It's a confusion about the nature of being. It's as if I am this is what I am. But I am is the basis of all the I am this, I am that, I am the other. But this I am is only able to support all the other particular moments of I am tired, I am thirsty, I am in Germany, etc., etc. All of these can be niched inside I am, because I am is empty. I, the first person singular, is emptiness itself. That's why we can be many different things. That's why we are many different things. But the I is a double move in that it's making a claim to the continuity of a personal self-identity while changing the content of that identity all the time. So it's like 20 illegal immigrants who managed to get enough money together to buy one false passport. and one person gets across the border and then he posts it in an envelope back, and then the next guy in the gang takes the same passport and goes through it. Now, each moment that arises when you say, I am this, I am that, this is a false passport. Because there isn't really anybody who is tired. Tiredness is a feeling tone which is arising due to causes and circumstances which, when they change, will no longer be generating tiredness, will no longer be generating thirst, will no longer be generating being alive. I am alive for a while due to not having a serious accident, not getting a mortal illness, and so on. When these factors change, we will be dead. I am alive is a description of, till now I haven't met my death. Till now my death is sleeping inside me. Every now and then death wants to wake up and we realize, whoop, careful, don't drive so fast, get a bit more rest. Death goes back to sleep. But sooner or later death will wake up, pop you open, and you'll be gone. And what will have been your life for? Doing this, doing that. Why did you do that? Because I had to. Because I needed some money, or I had kids, this, or that. Big story. Or what? We make meaning, and we live our lives in the search for that meaning. That's why we're very busy. So, Buddhism would say, there is already a meaning intrinsic to your situation. And if you awaken to that meaning, you don't have to be so busy generating the meaning of yourself, which allows you then to be a bit more concerned about the situation of other people. Compassion arises from the wisdom of knowing that there is intrinsic value, there is absolute, infinite value in this quality of awareness. This is the ground and basis of all experience, and each of us has it. This is the infinite good. This is what's called in the tradition Kuntuzangpo or Samantabhadra, the always good. This is the primordial Buddha. This is the nature of our mind. If we're in touch with that, all the other activities of meaning-making can be relaxed into the experience of them being what they actually are, which is communication. That when we're connecting with other people, something comes alive between us. We're called forth by the other. And we can allow that to happen because we're not defending a particular self-construct. So, part of the practice, as we were looking this morning, is letting go of our addiction to making meaning. Because the way we make meaning is to engage with our thoughts, to merge with thoughts, to be the thinker, as it were, and create these ever-weaving patterns of thought construction, of conceptual elaboration. They are a play. That's why the texts say again and again, it's an illusion. It's an illusion. So, we have in the Buddhist tradition, and of course in the Hindu tradition as well, we have the idea of epiphany as drama. So in North India, in the winter months, you can see in all the villages the Ram Lila, in which the story of Lord Ram coming into the world, his marriage, difficulties in the marriage, his wife being captured, going to Sri Lanka, defeating Ravana, and so on, are enacted, often taking 8-12 hours to be staged through the night. The divine comes into the world, struts a lot of stuff, and then vanishes. So you go in a Catholic church and you've got the Stations of the Cross. This is what happened. On the Buddha, you have the 12 acts of a Buddha's life. The Buddha manifest from Tushita Paradise and shows the 12 activities of a Buddha, and then goes away again. That is to say, it's theatre. It's theatre. It's staged in this wonderful available space called the Dharmadhatu. The Dharmadhatu is the sphere of possibility, the stage in which everything occurs. So all the Buddhas, all the mandalas are staged in the Dharmadhatu, and all our misery and grief, our prisons, our homes for the dying and so on, these are also staged in the Dharmadhatu. Actions, feelings, thoughts, sensations, arising and passing, arising and passing. What does it mean? One radical view is it doesn't mean anything. So, for example, in the famous story when Bodhidharma, who introduced dhyana meditation into China, was invited by the emperor to the palace, and the emperor showed him all the stupas he had built and the books, the Buddhist books he had printed, told him about the monasteries he was supporting and so on. And he said to Bodhidharma, "This is all the work I have done. How much merit have I accumulated?" And Bodhidharma said, "None." The accumulation of merit is an illusion, especially if your motive is to accumulate merit in order to be a good guy. It's just another construct, constructing and constructing and constructing, and each of these constructs is there for a while and then vanishes. You can see that there are ruined cities. People build cities and then they get bombed or blown up. You see that happening again in the Middle East. People say it's terrible. There's this wonderful old arch, and now the arch has fallen. There was Bamiyan. How could they blow up these Buddhas? It's quite easy. They learned a bit of engineering. They got some dynamite. That's how they blew it up. How could they? Because they thought they were shit. But they're the Buddha. Some people think the Buddha's shit. Oh, that's not so surprising. There are some people who think whatever you think is most precious, they think it's total shit. Because what you think is precious is your idea. And you invest your life energy in that thing and make it important. And it's important for you. And the extent of that claim to importance doesn't go beyond a circle drawn around your toes. Unless you become president and then you can bomb other people into submission until you lose the election. It's like that. So what is the point of practice? It's to get out of all that nonsense. This is the nonsense of samsara, of trying to turn good things into bad things. As the Buddha said, friends become enemies, enemies become friends. What looks good today is not so good tomorrow. Is Turkey a friend or not? Turkey is in NATO. There are nuclear weapons in Turkey. The Americans have many of them located in Turkey, turned towards Russia. But is Turkey a friend? Should the nuclear weapons be taken out? How do you know? One old saying is, in politics, there are no friends, only interests. We stand shoulder to shoulder while the hand's out and the money's coming in. When the money's not coming in, this is it. Who will stand by us? When the Second World War started, America was immediately coming to Europe's aid. No. America was saying, I don't think we want to be involved. I think we'll sit this one out. And then, luckily for Britain, Japan attacked America. We thank the Japanese for their bloody murderous attack on Pearl Harbor. Because if they hadn't done that, quite possibly, Germany would have not turned towards Russia, would have turned towards Britain, and our history would have been very different. You know? But who won the war? America. You can watch their movies and they'll tell it. Everything is stories. Who is writing the history? Stories. This is the most important thing for us to understand. If you go out when you're young and you have a wild weekend and you do lots of the sort of crazy things young people do, and then you meet a friend, you might tell them about it, and then your mother rings you. You might have another conversation. Why would you do that? Because you're not stupid. It's like that. We tell stories according to the situation. That's very wise. This is why we are multiple. We are plural. We are not just one thing. You can be authentic in everything you do. That is to say, it can ring true, but you're hopefully going to be different with different people. So all of this is a way of thinking that the structures of the content of our mind, whether we see that as external experience or internal experience, is revealed through the clarity of our awareness, and our task is to become in touch with that awareness. So in order to do that, we settle a little bit into our body. To help us do that, we first do this 9-round breathing. So you sit in a comfortable way, and you're going to move your arms, so make sure you don't hit someone. So, in this practice, women begin with the left arm, men begin with the right arm. And you raise, if you're a woman, you're raising your left arm up, and you bring it over. And as you're raising your arm, you're breathing in, your mouth is slightly opening, you're breathing in through your mouth and your nose. And then you bring this middle finger onto this left nostril, and you breathe out through the right nostril as you're bringing the arm down. As you bring your arm down, you're putting pressure on the rib cage and you're squeezing the air out. And then you bring it down, and then you bring up the right arm, and then down, and the left. So for women, they're going left, right, left, right, left, right, and men are going the opposite. And then in the final 3 moves, you inhale through both nostrils and slightly with the mouth open, and then you lean forward as far as you can, bringing your head down so that your chest is squeezing down on the diaphragm and emptying the air out, and you do that slowly 3 times in your own rhythm. Is that clear? Super. Okay, we start. then we just relax into a slow out breath and sit with whatever occurs. Generally, we do this practice with our eyes open, just resting gently on the space in front of us. We're not staring at the distant wall, we're just letting the gaze rest in space. Relax in the out breath, and without strongly separating outside and inside, allow experience to come and go. Well, this practice we tend to do, certainly at the beginning stages, you do it for quite a short period of time, because it's not about making effort. If you think of a mirror, it is both passive receptive in that it receives whatever is placed in front of it, and it's also active, demonstrative. It shows what is in front of it. Our awareness is similar to this. It is passive receptive. That is, we're sitting here, we're just sitting, and we hear different sounds. Maybe there's a car outside, or people move around a bit. Something is happening, and it registers, it shows itself. It shows itself if we are aware, and that showing is both like a kind of impact, or a moment of registration. Something is revealed, as it were, to us, but it's also something is showing and passing through at the same time. Once you start to think about what is going on, that active participation is also something that is being revealed. So it's not that the awareness is switched off by becoming conscious and making up a story about something. It's that the two are happening simultaneously, but if you like, the conceptual elaboration, the formation of our thoughts and responses is quite crude. It's quite solid. It's quite rough. You can get a handle on it. You can do something with it. But the open awareness is not a thing. It's a lot is happening, but it's not something you can do anything with. And therefore, it easily loses attention. Now, what we're trying to do in the meditation is to relax attention into its own ground. Attention is, if you like, a subset of the clarity of awareness. So, each of us, if you lift your hand and have a look at it, it's very nice to have a hand. I hope everybody here has at least one. So you look at your hand, and in looking at this particular formation, you lose the room. You're looking at your hand in the room, but the more you look at your hand, everything else recedes into the background. This is a kind of gestalt formation, isn't it? This is becoming figural or foreground, and the rest recedes. It doesn't mean that the room has vanished, but we become mesmerized by our hand. I'm feeling very sleepy. Now, there is if you like, it seems like a decontextualization. The context is there. Nothing has actually been changed, but it is as if the room has vanished. So this is what is going on in our minds. When a thought arises, we are taken by the thought. We give ourselves to the thought. Our attention and the thought merge. and it's as if there is nothing else. But this is occurring in the room, which is why in this kind of practice we do it with our eyes open, because we're working against the tendency to collapse into the moment of emergence, the moment that's arising. If you sit with your eyes closed, you can feel closer to what's going on, but in a sense that's not the point. Each thing is as it is in the entire experiential field, in its place with other things. When we fixate our attention on one thing, we attribute, even unconsciously, we attribute more significance, more importance, just because we're giving it that attention. It becomes inflated and disconnected from what's around it. It's inflated with the energy of our attention. Nothing has actually changed. It just becomes more important for us. Important for me is my experience. It's not the object. But it appears to us, because it's important for me, it must be a special object. I don't like cabbage, therefore cabbage is horrible. Other people eat cabbage, that's because they're stupid. Everyone knows, especially me, cabbage is horrible. This is the logic of the child, and this is the logic that we live in all the time. I think it's important, therefore it is important, just because it is important. In that way, ignorance is like a midwife. Ignorance cuts the umbilical cord. This object has started to be born in our mind due to the power of our attention. I am giving life, specific, particular life, to this object or this person by attending to them. The flow of my life energy, my attention, is making them shine. I snip the line of that. They're amazing. I met this wonderful person. They're amazing because I think they're amazing. Other people don't think they're amazing, but I think they're amazing. Therefore, they are amazing. They have taken, it is as if they have taken my projection and become that projection. So when I'm talking about them, I'm talking about them plus me. But I'm forgetting my part in it. And this is how the world comes to be full of seemingly truly existing separate entities. Because we're saying, that is good, I want more of it. That is terrible, I want less of it. And so all the time, this charge or valency is being inserted into the different objects in the world. And this is our own mental activity. Because, and it's a very easy way to see why this is false, because other people don't agree with our evaluation. Other people make other choices. In the airport, I was looking to see if they had a magazine that I wanted. And I saw there was one copy of it left. It was the New York Review of Books. And there was someone standing in front of me. And I'm thinking, fuck, are they going to get that? The likelihood that they would want to read what I wanted to read is very small, but I was feeling, I got it. Oh, no, I have to sit in the airplane reading this. Why didn't they want it? I looked at all the other magazines they had. No interest to me. Practical photography, yachting today. Not for me. The world is full of people who are not me. This is amazing. This is a truly, truly amazing fact. And they're not mean because they are constructed in different patterns using similar but slightly different ingredients. And so modern consumerist capitalism functions by allowing us to make ever more particular choices, ever more varied permutations of the same basic ingredients of what's in the shops and so on. And out of this micro-choice making, we get a finer and finer sense of the particularity of ourselves, which is a construct. So all of this comes back to the meditation. When we're sitting, we want to allow experience to flow through. Some taste sweet, some not so sweet. Just let it go. The texts say, don't go after good thoughts. Don't wait expectantly for the next thought. Don't sit like a cat outside the mouse hole waiting for the thought to come. And don't go after the past thought as if it was something very precious. Because when you go after a past thought, you are a thought chasing a thought. And this is our double identity. We are both the space within which thoughts arise, and we are, in this moment, the specific thought that arises. In our formation as this specific thought, we are impermanent, unreliable, co-created with other vectors. In being the space within which the thoughts arise, we are indestructible and unchanging. These two are there together. Wisdom never changes. Compassion is always changing. Interactions with others cause us to change. We do not have a secure fixed identity except as emptiness. Emptiness is reliable. Nothing is better than something, because every something is impermanent, but nothing never changes. This is at the heart of the Buddha's teaching, from the Mahayana, from the Heart Sutra, through all the Tantras to Mahamudra, Dzogchen, and so on. It's the desire to find stable substance, entity, things which are truly existing in themselves, that is false. Therefore, when we get distracted in meditation, basically we're looking for something. We're trying to get more of something or less of something else. We find it fascinating. To what end? One of the things I've done all my life, really, since I was very small, was go to second-hand bookshops. Spent a lot of time looking at books and buying books, and now I have so many books. And I think I'm 67, I'm not going to live forever, I've got too many books. I've got more books than I can read, so I start to give away my books. So when I go past a second-hand bookshop, I still get very twitchy. I think I should go in. Go in to get what? You don't need the books. But I want the books, but you don't need the books. I want the books. Give me what I want. No, you don't. It's the internal conversation. These books are fascinating, but I have no time. None of us know when we're going to die, but I'm getting on. We can vanish. You can get a stroke. You can go blind. There's all sorts of things that happen before we die. What will I do with my time? I want to read these books. Why? They're important. They're interesting. They're meaningful. They're just marks on paper. When you read a book, you read yourself. Because if you didn't have a mind that could understand the marks on the paper, there would be no meaning in the book. If someone very kindly gives me a book in German, I look at it, it's very nice. What am I going to do with it? None of the marks on paper make any sense to me. The reason the book in German makes sense to you is because you have German in your mind. It's not in the book. It's in your mind. That's the real thing. So every book that we read is just an opportunity to read ourselves. because we choose particular books, because they are of interest to us. It's like a kind of mirror in which we reflect our own image again and again. It's these examples, I give them to you to try to see how tempting it is just to get lost in this mirror world of reflection. And reflection after reflection after reflection, there's nothing there. It doesn't mean that you have to go and live in a cave in the hills and have a kind of flattened existence. It's to see the movement of looking for something is gestural. It's an extension, and that kind of extension can give you more flexibility in yourself, but you don't actually get anything. Experience is a kind of movement, and that movement can loosen you up if you keep moving with it, but you don't get anything. So when we feel we need something external, that's usually because we're not observing our own mind. Our own mind is changing all the time. There's a lot of movies already in our head. We don't need to go to the cinema. Changing, changing, changing. So when we sit in meditation, it's just like in the movies. There is color, there is light, there is thought, feeling, sensation, memories, hopes, fears. A great panoply, a great procession, moving of different events. And then it's gone. The emptiness is, for the purposes of meditation, more important than the content. The key point here is that like in the Heart Sutra it says, form is emptiness, emptiness is not other than form. It means that you have a lot of appearances in the world, but which seem to have a defining internal essence. But that essence is an illusion. There is a form, a shape, but there's nothing within it. It's not guaranteed by something internal. It arises in the matrix of interaction. So form is emptiness, emptiness is form. So they're kind of equal balancing weight. They mutually interact. But on our fulcrum, it's not balanced. We have a tilt. Our tilt is towards form. Our tilt is towards shapes and appearances and the hope that they will give us something, which is why the meditations are always tilting us in the other direction of emptiness. It's not that emptiness is more important than form. It's about a rejigging or rebalancing so that you sit in the meditation and you just let it go. You let it go. But what about? And that was interesting. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. There'll be another. There is no shortage of thought supply. It's not rationing. They're not going to run out. You have a lifetime supply of thoughts, feelings, and sensations. Guaranteed. And as you get older, you probably get more sensation in the knees anyway. So, why are we so desperate for this particular form? That's the real question. Because the ego uses form to construct itself. I am like this, I am like that, I like this, I like that. Choice is the work of the ego, which is not harmful. But when it's always at work, you don't see that actually making no choice is not harmful. You don't lose out by letting some good things go by, because instead of getting that good thing and hanging on to it, which you could only do for 10 seconds anyway, instead of hanging on to it, it goes and you get space. And with the spaciousness, you get relaxation and the sense of, I don't have to. I don't have to. And so you come off the wheel. You're no longer like a little rat turning it round and round and round, chasing each thing because you're sure it must be important or you feel a necessity. There's space, just sitting. Stuff coming, going. Looks like me, looks like not me, coming, going. If I don't have to merge with this form, if I don't feel I'm obliged to identify with it, it's on the shelf. It becomes an ingredient. It becomes a potential. A potential for what? For what I'm going to cook for you. So then, the most important thing is, how are you? What do you eat? I look at what I have in my big larder, in my store cupboard, and now I have all these pots of potential thoughts which can be put together for you. So wisdom is decathecting or disidentifying from habitual formation, the structure of this is me, this is how I am, to experiencing I am space, I am openness, I am awareness, which is not something, but is exactly here. And all of this is available. All sounds, all shapes, all memories, things we've heard people saying, movies, everything can be used in the service of connectivity. So, out of being nothing, we arise in the form which is most fitting to make contact with that particular person. We're not cooking for them what we like to eat. We're allowing their impact on us to show us how to relate. When we meet here together, different people have different ways of connecting. Some people very easily and happily hug each other. Other people like to shake hands. Other people give a kind of nod. Some people sit apart. Some people want to sit in a huddle. This is fine. There's no better way to do it. We are what we are. So what we need to do is to see how other people are and see what is the invitation. What is the availability of the other? And allow ourselves to come into being in relation to that, which relates to your question earlier. Because the more I have a need to make this, because this is what I make, because this what I show you is how I am, then there's going to be a subtle violence on the other. Because if you're going to connect with me, you have to connect with the me that I am. So I'm reducing my plasticity and my responsiveness in order to assert the continuity of my ego identity. So this is the big choice, and this is a function of the meditation. The meditation is not complicated, but it's difficult to do because it means letting go of the urge of arousal into merging with the thought.
Say it again, please.
Sorry?
Say it again, please.
So, the meditation is not very difficult, it's not complicated. It means letting go of the urge which comes from the arousal, the felt need to identify with the thought or to do something with the thought. It's about leaving appearances to be as they are without having a comment on them.
That I understand, but I don't understand then how you get to the connectivity with the other, because the other also is just an empty system or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, but it's a pattern.
Yeah.
So if you thought, on Saturday night we'll have some music, and the different kinds of music bring people to dance in different ways. Some people can dance to any kind of music, some people will dance to only 3 tunes in the whole evening. So the environment calls different people forward in different ways. So the fact that the music is empty, it's just sound and emptiness passing through time, doesn't stop us somehow wanting or finding ourselves moved into that. So how the other person is brings us forward. It's not that we are doing it to them or they're doing it to us, but the kind of connection between us creates a kind of a particular ambience or a mini field within which certain things can be said or not said.
And meditation then is the awareness that this is the sort of dance that we are doing at the moment.
Yeah, the meditation allows us to let go of the set moves of dancing. So in your family, when you grow up, your parents show you how to waltz. If they say, you are a good girl, and the reason we know you are a good girl is because you waltz very nicely. And so for the rest of your life, you should only waltz. Don't do that cha-cha-cha. No salsa for you. It would be very bad. Then you see other people doing salsa. Will you be betraying yourself if you do salsa? No, I do waltz. I am a waltzer. But it's like that. When we see that this range of moves that we learn arose due to causes and circumstances, it has the facticity, the givenness of our particular shape or habit. It insists, and it has a particular impact on the environment around us. And yet it's not arising from some solid essence or definition. It's just a habit formation. This is how I tend to move. So when we sit in the meditation and these habit formations arise, by not indulging them, by not affirming them, their emptiness or their potentiality is revealed. That they are things we could do, but we don't have to do. But if I feel that I am this person, I am the one who always does this, I have to do it. Because by doing it, it makes me me. And that's how the ego locks on to pattern formation. So when we shift out of this ego's desire to secure its own territory and enduring shape, the shapes that we have learned to adopt in the whole course of our life become just potentials. They become ingredients, possibilities. And they're no longer having to be mobilized in the service of ourselves because we've got more sense that we are just this openness. And so they mobilize towards what we're encountering in the environment. So in that we're in the service of the whole field rather than trying to make particular selections from the field to reassure us about the validity of who we've decided that we are or been told in our childhood who we are. So it's quite it's a loosening up so that these pieces can be used. A bit like if a child's got a Lego set and he puts the Lego into making a big ship. Now it's got the ship, but he can't do anything else. If he wants to build a car, he's got to destroy the ship. But I don't want to destroy my ship. Actually, the ship's just made of pieces. The ship is a pattern. Your mind says the pattern of the Lego pieces is a ship. So if we take them out, we can make them a car, and then we can decide it's not a car, it's just a pile of Lego, and another ship can come back. It's the pieces, it's the potential, not the current formation. But as long as you lock on to, but I want it to be like this, then all the other possibilities are asleep. They become latent. I think we should take a break now, and then we can come back and do some more practice. Okay. So another way that we often use for entering this practice is through Guru Yoga. And yoga here means to relax into the state of the guru. And guru means that which is full of sustenance. The root of guru is the same as the root for cow, gai or gao. And in the Tibetan gloss on guru, it says if you eat a lot of beef, you feel very heavy. So the guru is like eating a lot of beef, of course, not in the Hindu system where they don't like to eat beef. So guru is the presence of the enlightened nature. Now, in the tantric system, they work with the transformation of duality into non-duality. So you start with the idea, I am an inferior person, I don't have many qualities, but luckily I met somebody who has a lot of qualities. In fact, they are so wonderful. So you're using almost self-denigration, putting yourself down, and idealization of the other to create a kind of maximum separation. So that with great humility, you pray to the Holy Guru to give their blessing. And this is linked with the recitation of mantras, visualization, and so on. So that by receiving the form of the blessing, which you can take as lights coming from their body and so on, gradually your faults and limitations are washed out and your nature and their nature become similar, so that eventually the Guru comes to the crown of your head, dissolves into you, you dissolve into them, and this ball of light dissolves into emptiness. This is the standard structure in tantric practice. So the duality of the higher and the lower becomes a means of transforming the lower into the same state as the higher, and then the duality is dissolved into one point and one point into emptiness, and then the whole world arises as the mandala of the Guru or the Buddha mind. In the Dzogchen tradition, Guru Yoga operates in a different way, because it's not concerned with transformation, it's concerned with opening to how things actually are. So it's not seeing our Buddha nature as a potential, but seeing the Buddha nature as the ground of our being, the basic awareness which is operating all the time. And so in this system, in the space in front of us, a couple of arms' length, we imagine a letter R, which symbolizes emptiness. And it's around it a rainbow-colored light, or in the Tibetan system, white, red, blue, yellow, and green light, which represent the 5 Buddha wisdoms. And this light radiates out and surrounds the white letter R. That is to say, wisdom arises from emptiness. Wisdom doesn't arise from the accumulation of experience, from knowledge, from human knowledge, but it is itself the natural radiance of emptiness. And we open ourselves to that state by reciting the sound of R 3 times. As we say R, we just release and relax the tensions in the body, the fixations in our mind. Everything dissolves into emptiness, because from the very beginning it has been emptiness. It's only our own ignorance which tells us that these empty formations actually have some inherent substance. We relax and release, and then we're just sitting, and this R in front of us dissolves in space, and then we're sitting there. So we're working with the space which is in the heart of the Guru and the space which is in our own heart as being, from the very beginning, absolutely the same. It's not that some people have more Buddha nature than others. It's not even that some people are more ripe than others. In the general Mahayana teachings and in the lower tantras, they talk a lot about ripeness and a lot about the stages of the path. But actually there is no path, because the most important thing has been there from the very beginning. And therefore, we have to relate to what is there. What is it that stands between us now and this open nature? Nothing at all. But as we know, nothing is twinned with something. So all the contents of our minds, our thoughts, memories, sensations, these stand in the way, but they are also nothing. So hopefully from this you can see the logic of the meditation. We're not going after thoughts. We're not trying to get rid of thoughts. We're allowing the thoughts to come and go. The thoughts are the movement of the mind in emptiness. Thoughts are not the obstacle. They're not an obscuration. They're not standing between me and my nature, as if I'm on a pilgrimage to some holy city. That idea of a spiritual journey is the discourse of duality, that there is a better place somewhere else. From the point of view of Dzogchen, that's not true. Because since from the very beginning everything has been empty, it is empty as it is. It doesn't need to be changed or improved to show its emptiness, because emptiness is everything. From the point of view of the ego, invested with notions of liking and disliking, some things are better than others. But as we were looking earlier, they're only better than others because I like them. They're not intrinsically better than others. Because some people will find the things that we don't like very attractive. Why? Because they construe the world in a different way. There is no intrinsic truth or value in arisings. Doctors take a vow, a commitment to do their best to help their patients to stay healthy, and a part of that is to help them to stay alive. Now, as we know, there are huge ethical discussions about keeping patients who are in certain states alive. If you don't keep them alive, you are letting them die. But you're letting them die because you're no longer keeping them alive. So once you have a machine that will keep someone alive, if you switch off that machine, you are de facto killing them. But doctors don't like to be considered to be people who kill other people. That wouldn't be very attractive. So at a certain point, you stop the life support machine. That kills the person. But we can't say that, because that's not nice. We just stop the life support machine. It's like that. This is good, this is bad. We feel certain things are bad. We think they are intrinsically bad. Now there are many people who go from Britain to Switzerland, to clinics where they can be allowed to die. They get some lethal injection or get something to drink, as a result of which they die, because they say, with my condition, I no longer want to stay alive. Is this a good decision or a bad decision? Who can say from outside? Ethics is highly problematic. We would like there to be general ethical principles that could guide our behavior under all circumstances. But of course, if somebody is in great pain and nothing can be done, and they feel that their life is completely diminished and that they are no longer who they are, and they're just on the final point, and they say, I don't want to be lying in a bed for years, not knowing what's happening, and having someone else wiping my arse. I don't want that. This is not how I have lived. I am at the point of dying as myself, but my body may continue, and I don't want that. Good, bad, right, wrong. People have opinions about that. Nobody exactly knows what to do, and how could they? Because it depends which of the factors in that situation you take account of. You might believe medicine will develop so that some kind of intervention could be made later. You might feel that it's in English they say, the slippery slope, the beginning of a very bad direction to start allowing euthanasia because of all kind of corrupt practices that could arise. There's no end to thinking. So this is the basic point. In the realm of thoughts and constructions, you can't really work out what's right and wrong. Rule books are simplifications, and all simplifications are guidelines which never quite fit the individual situation, because in the situation somebody has to decide what to do, and it's up to them, and that's a lonely business. So what is the best support for when we make these decisions? From the Dzogchen point of view, it's to be in touch with the spacious nature of existence. Otherwise, we get back to investing the situation in terms of our own belief system. And our belief system seems true because we believe it. This is solipsistic. This is a self-sealing, self-referential argument. I know that it's true because I'm sure that it's true. It makes real sense to me, so this is what I have to do. All that means is you believe it's a good thing to do, so you want to do it. Who's going to validate that? Only somebody who shares your beliefs. I like chocolate ice cream best. Do you like chocolate ice cream? Good. We know the real thing, don't we? We don't want strawberry ice cream. That's not very good. It doesn't get much further than that. So, in the meditation practice, when we're reciting this we're releasing our inhabitation of this domain of permanent excitation. Truly, there is no end to thinking. There's no end to books, to discussions, to ideas. But there is an end to it when you relax into spaciousness, because spaciousness is never touched by thoughts and feelings. The mirror shows reflections, and it shows them in the most intimate way. It shows the reflection as if it was inside the mirror. In the same way, our mind shows all kinds of thoughts, feelings, memories, as if it was inside our mind. And then they're gone. So, the mind itself, although it is full of thoughts, feelings, and so on, is not actually contaminated by the thoughts and feelings. They don't leave a trace. They're just passing through. The ego is always being stained and infected and contorted and rearranged by experiences, but the mind itself isn't. So, when we say this we're not just making a noise, we're truly opening to letting go. And then it's gone. And then there's just space. And then something's happening. So now there's sound coming in through the windows. Coming and going. Coming and going. Many things coming and going in the space of the mind. We don't need to take up a position, like or dislike, good or bad. It's just allowing it to be there. Okay, so we try this now. So again, we're doing this with our eyes open. Chin is slightly raised. We're looking into the space in front of us. Just imagining a white letter R. Some people find it easy to visualize or imagine these things. Other people don't. If it's not easy for you, just have the general idea that this open, perfect form is in front of you, and you release yourself into identification or integration with it. So, in this practice, many things appear. And our main task is to allow them to disappear. In the Dzogchen tradition, it's called the self-liberation or rangdrol of all phenomena. That they go free by themselves. And there's a Buddhist saying, when the mind moves, the 10,000 things arise. So when we are sitting here, first we relax. Gradually, if we become infected by thoughts, or we bind ourselves into thoughts, we start having thoughts about what is going on, judgments about how we're doing, and so on. And then you're out of the meditation. You're just sitting, thinking, what the fuck am I doing? Because it's very weird. You're just sitting here, not doing anything, nothing to do, and there's a lot of stuff. And that's exactly the point. What made the stuff? It's the movement of your own mind that makes the stuff that alienates you from your own nature. So we say, I'm not having any experience. This is just ordinary. What is this? That's a thought. If you allow the thought to arise, I don't know what I'm doing, that thought will go. But when the thought arises, you think, I don't know what I'm doing, then you start thinking about what is going on. And the more you think, this thinking awakens all the entities which have been allowed to dissolve back into nothingness. They appear, and now you have many, many issues that you can work on, think about, and so on. So, that is to say, the birth of the object, which is simultaneous with the birth of the subject, is the movement of the mind. These are cognitive interpretations. These are mental interpretations. This is the work of the mind. I say, I'm bored, I don't know what I'm doing, or this is good, or it was better when I did it before. Some kind of evaluation comes, and it tastes delicious. It feels like a doorway. It seems to be meaningful. You go into it. What have you gone into? I don't know what I'm doing. It's gone. I don't know what I'm doing. About 3 seconds. It's gone. But if you go into it, it seems to give you some ground to stand on. Who is standing on that ground? I am. Why am I here? What am I trying to get? And then you can have more and more thoughts, all resting on the echo of the previous thought. From the point of view of Dzogchen, you don't need to block thoughts like that. It's just to observe, they've already gone. They've already gone. So the meditation instruction was, don't go after past thoughts. The thought's gone. Let it go. Oh, but it was telling me something important. I need that thought. So I need that thought. Now you have a dualistic structure. You've got the subject, the object, and the verb linking them together. I need that thought because I need to do something with that thought. That thought's meaningful to me. You can observe how this operates in your own mind. You're sitting. The stream of thoughts and feelings is potential, but the potential wakens up when you believe that it truly exists. You give the meaning. So in the book of John in the Bible it says, in the beginning was the Word. The Word was with God and the Word was God. So what does that mean? I think we also have in Genesis, God creates everything in heaven and earth. We sit here and the mind gives rise to everything. Why am I here? What is this? What is this? As soon as the word is established, and the word seems to be the fundamental validation, on the basis of the territory set out by the word, you are in the semiotic web, you are in the network of signs and signifiers, and there is no end to the movement of that. But I'm bored, or whatever thought arises in the mind is gone. It was there, it showed something, an opinion, a possibility, and then it vanishes. If you sit on it, it will take you. It becomes like a vehicle, which is what we notice in distraction. We go this way, then we go that way, then we go the other way. But if you sit relaxed and open, it will just pass through. These thoughts and feelings pass through the mind. And actually, they don't leave any trace, but we go after them. And it's our going after which causes the trace to be there. Because we are imagining there is something more to get from it. So, when we're sitting, again and again, if we find ourselves caught up in something, just stay on that point, not moving into it, not moving away from it, but just staying open to whatever the formation. This is stupid, I don't know what I'm doing, I'm glad I'm here, when do we have dinner? Whatever kind of thought arises, staying with it will let you see that it will vanish. And the one who stays with it is still there. But if you merge into the thought takes you somewhere, and then it leaves you. And then you're relocating yourself endlessly. So the key work is non-activity. Sometimes this kind of meditation is called the meditation of non-meditation. Because there are many kinds of meditations where there is something to do. You might have to do mudras, recite mantras, make tormas, do prostrations, visualize things, follow the breath. There are many, many active forms in which I am doing something useful, and after having done something useful for a while, I feel stronger and better. This kind of practice will not make you feel stronger and better, because it's designed to allow the formulation this is better, this is worse, to go free. What you get is nothing. The Buddha says the nature of the mind is nothing. Awareness is nothing. This is the understanding of all the Buddhas. Nothing. But we want something. And when you get something, you really get nothing, because you get nihilistic nothing, because every something you've ever had has vanished. When you were 6 years of age, maybe you got some very nice shoes. If you want to put these shoes on your feet now, then you have to be like the ugly sisters in Cinderella. You have to cut your toes off. They won't fit you anymore. They're out of date. Their time has gone. Everything is vanishing. This is not a punishment. This is not a punishment. If you have children, day by day they're getting bigger. They are now no longer who they were. This is life. Life is this unfolding, changing. You cannot stop the river. You cannot stabilize the flow of thoughts. Yeah?
But even if I realize that, well, who is the one who notices that I am maybe manage not to get on with thought? Just stay. Somebody is watching that it is dissolving. I mean, afterwards, I can tell you that I noticed that it dissolved.
Yeah.
Who is that? What is it inside of me which is making the experience?
Well, the clarity of our mind sees what is there, but it also gives rise to an articulation. I can see that my meditation is getting better. That thought, I can see that my meditation is getting better, could be light or heavy. It could be light as just a gesture of communication, and then it dissolves, and then it's no predictor that it's not going to be terrible tomorrow. It's just, this was good. Or you can turn it into something quite solid. And now I am saying something about myself. But in the moment I say, I had a good practice today, as that vanishes, it's not just the semantic content, my observation on the quality of my practice today that's vanishing, but the self-constellation which is implicated with it. So I dissolve as well as what I'm talking about, and then there's a space, and I can arise in another form, because I is empty. I is like a sort of cusp formula. The cusp is the point where things meet. It's on the cusp is where, somebody know that word in German? It means like the point of turning, of something going from one side to another. Almost like if you get to the top of a hill, you're then going down the other side. So,
in the sense of catharsis? In the sense of catharsis?
No. No, it's just like a turning point kind of thing. So, or if you think of Janus, this two-headed. So one head of I, it faces towards samsara, and the other faces towards nirvana. I, as openness, just this, stays open. We can keep saying I, but it fills and empties. That's the kind of liberation side. On the other side, it becomes like an endless lasagna, layer after layer of associations and accumulations. So, and you can see this happening in psychotherapy. That some patients, as they tell their story, the quality of it gets denser and denser and denser. It's almost like they're compacting their story, and they get less freedom the more they tell it. In other people, they tell it, and it's like unraveling a ball of string, and then suddenly they feel free from it, and they just leave and get on with their lives. So the I operates in that way. If you couldn't make a statement about yourself, end up on a ward. You would be out of communication, and there would be no compassion. But when we say, I'll put it this way, because we're living in this flow of experience through time, everything is a gesture in time. And therefore, its precise validity is only that which pertains in the moment that it's enunciated. As we looked earlier, if I say I'm thirsty, that's only going to be the case until I have a drink. Now, if somebody says, I love you, we want that to be slightly more enduring. So there are certain kinds of connectivity that we want to build on, that we see them as the basis of, thank God, now I've found somebody to be with, and da-da-da, da-da, and you can construct all sorts of things. From the point of view of Dzogchen, it's not that you have to disrupt everything all the time, but you have to see, this is a situational, contingent weaving together of something which will be there for a while, because I will die or they will die, or something else will happen. And inside that, in order to maintain our connection, we're both going to have to be quite attuned and careful. So this is a training in awareness, not some final refuge. So that every connection is an invitation to be more precise, more attuned, and to find ways of relating, rather than to think you've arrived someplace. Because that's always the problem with the ego formulation. It's wanting to know what is what.
And isn't it the case that we have this organizing awareness in us, and this also has a function, because when you are in the state, for example, of a stroke, you have had this stroke, and then there is no organization and function anymore. And,
that's right. Yeah.
Then there is no awareness. I think.
Well, from the Dzogchen point of view, awareness is there, but it's the ego capacity to organize. The ego is the organizer. There is a pattern which is there, but it's not a pattern most egos want to have. If you're in a car crash and you end up in a wheelchair, you can be very aware that you're in a wheelchair, but you might not want to be in a wheelchair. So from the ego point of view, this is terrible. From the awareness point of view, it's just aware that now I'm in a wheelchair. So awareness, the feeling tone of awareness is always neutral. It's not, as it says in this text by Riksen Godem, the mind is not created by good situations, nor is it destroyed by bad situations. But the ego can be. Some people kill themselves when they get bad news from the doctor. They say, I don't want to live like this, I'm going to die. I can't bear it. I can't bear it. Means that I am like this cup. I have a limited capacity. And when this news comes into me, I'm overwhelmed. I feel flooded. I can't bear it. At that point, I want out. Now, I don't doubt that what is happening for the person is horrible and challenging, but the fact is some people get the same information and they don't feel overwhelmed. This has to do with the size of their cup, with the flexibility of the ego identification, because if we can allow ourselves to become how we become, that is our luck. I am what I am. And if we feel over-fixated on a form, then being in the world may be impossible. For example, the famous story of Greta Garbo, who, as she got older, couldn't bear to go out in the street and had people make comments, the fact that she looked older. I mean, In fact, imagine being lucky enough to live a long life, but ashamed of the fact that you're getting old, so you have a terrible long life living in a little room. Because she was so famous for being this wonderful, beautiful person. And she became so identified with that image that, in a sense, she got to the top of the mountain early, and then the only way was down. But in fact, of course, she's not on the top of a mountain. It's a very flat field. And she was moving into difference. She was just getting old. Some wrinkles were coming on her face. She made it vertical. She said, that was gorgeous. This is terrible. I don't want anyone to see me. That was her evaluation of the situation. Not everybody feels that way about aging. So, in relation to the meditation practice, we're endlessly trying to open the cup, open the pot of ourselves. And the fundamental way of that is recognizing that the mind itself is like the Dharma Dhatu, all-encompassing space. It means everything which arises is our experience. It's already here. We just look around this room. We see all these people, the paintings, the decorations. Everything comes to us. It's here. Our mind is big. But we can feel quite small. Most of us experience in childhood moments of being shamed. And when we feel shame, we become very small. And the structure of shaming is usually someone finding a way to define us. You're like this. You don't know anything. Ha ha ha, your dad's not your real dad. Some horrible thing. You become a thing which is defined. That is what kills us off. Because in that moment, you go from the felt, expansive, luminous quality of being a subject interacting in the world. That is to say, your awareness is vitally part of what is going on, to being caught in someone's definition of you and shrunk. And you get paralyzed. It's very, very painful. It's horrible. You get turned into an object. And objectification is poisonous. We see it all over the world in terms of racism, misogynistic attitudes, and so on. It literally can kill people off. Having a sense that how they are is bad, but especially when that sense of badness is internalized. So the fragility of the ego, its problem is this: I want to exist as something good, but I don't really understand how the world works. I have to learn through experience. I make mistakes. Some person can catch me in my mistake or in my naivety or my vulnerability and stick the finger in. And it's as if they've caught me. They've really defined me. This is the ego's vulnerability. It's very difficult to get beyond that, because this is the quality of the ego. The ego is not strong or robust, but awareness is indestructible. So again and again, we do the practice, and when we get caught in the thoughts and the construction of the ego self, we're giving up the domain of freedom for the hope that we're going to find gold in a land of coal. And that's, from the Dharma point of view, it's not a very wise decision, that you would choose limitation over infinity. Because the infinite doesn't get destroyed, and the limited always gets destroyed. So every time when we're sitting in the meditation and we get entranced by thoughts, these are not the first thoughts we've ever had. You have a lot of experience. You have at least 20, 30 years of being with thoughts. Millions and millions of thoughts. And if any of these thoughts had been the absolute truth, the reliable truth, you could just hang on to it. You could tattoo it on your forehead, print it on your t-shirt, and you'd be sorted. But it isn't like that. Every thought you ever had has kissed you, loved you, and left you. Thoughts are the Don Giovanni of the world. They're very seductive.
Relating to meditation, we need something, I think we need something which recognize I'm caught up in thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
And this something is the ego and the attention.
Mm-hmm.
Is it correct to say it like this? And I have sometimes the feeling, yes, I recognize there's quite a lot going on and I'm not in the open, I'm small, I recognize it. And now is the point, if I decide then to make stop with this overinvestment, then my ego says, oh, no, this overinvestment is not good, I make stop. But who is doing the stop? Or what you are doing?
Yeah, but from the point of view of Dzogchen, you don't need to stop it. If you stay on the point of the overinvestment, say you find you're really caught up in thinking about some problem, you're really in it. As soon as you become aware of that, you don't want to jump out of that. You're simply teasing yourself into a slight, very slight tilt away from it. You know, this traditional example sometimes we've used before, that Tibetans, when they make butter, they churn it in a little wooden churner, churning the cream around. And in that process, sometimes a hair goes into it. So by the time they're scraping out the ball of butter, the hair is kind of woven inside the butter. So you have to catch the end of the hair and pull it very gently so that it doesn't break. But you have to keep your fingers clean, because if they get butter on them, they just keep sliding off the hair. So it's you're just feeling your way into it. So it's that sort of intuition. So you're in this thought, not too far away, not merged into it. You're just with it. In Tibetan, they say toktu, which means on. Like nowadays in English, people say, I'm on it. Means I'm with it. I'm in it. So it's that kind of on it. So I'm not merged in it. I'm not believing in it anymore. I was caught up in it. I was in it. And now I see, but I see close to it. And this is the difficult thing. This is why we use this image of the mirror again and again, because the reflection is in the mirror. So the thought is in the mind. If you then, as it were, split your mind or go into a dualistic thing, I'm thinking about this thought. I don't like this thought. I want to get rid of this thought. It's just thought chasing thought chasing thought. So the clarity of the constellation of the thought is the clarity of the mirror, which is not separate from the thought. So usually we're trying to get far away from the things that bug us. But here we're allowing the thought to be itself inside our mind. It's not harmful. It's not harmful. That's the essential thing. And we can only discover the truth of this for ourselves by doing the meditation practice. Thought arises. It's there. There is a judgment. I like it. I don't like it. These are also thoughts, but just stay on the thought and it goes. Since you were born, millions of thoughts. Since you got up this morning, thousands and thousands of thoughts. Thoughts always go. You don't need to get rid of them. If you run a bar and someone is late at night and someone in your bar is very drunk and they're staggering to get out the door, you don't tell them to leave. If you tell them to leave, they're likely to turn around and get into a big thing with you. If they're leaving, let them leave. Would you agree? So, your thoughts are always leaving. Leave them alone. They're very sticky. They're very drunk. If you get involved with that thought, it's going to vomit over you. Okay, let's do a little more sitting before we take a break. So, again, we do it with the 3 arms. Okay. So, we take a break now and have food soon. And at 8 o'clock, we can meet together and start to look at this text by Patrul Rinpoche, which describes the nature of the mind and then relates that to how to deal with all the many different kinds of meditation problems that can arise. So it's a very, very helpful text. And I think if we have time to do the practice together and then to reflect on his explanations, it will give us some good resources to be able to continue the practice when we part and have to work on our own. Okay, so we meet back at 8 o'clock. Okay, so we'll start to look at this text by Patrul Rinpoche. Patrul Rinpoche is a very famous Lama who was living about 100 years ago. He is famous for being able to communicate Dharma in a simple, clear way that would help people to understand. Quite a lot of the traditional structures of Dharma are like the outer battlements, the outer walls of a castle. They're designed to select the elect, and the ordinary people won't get it. And so you have a kind of pyramidical structure in Dharma. So everybody can understand, be good, don't do bad things. That's the bottom level. And so it goes up and up and up to the top level. And very often, ordinary people were only told, be good and don't be bad, with a small encouragement to develop a bodhisattva attitude. So the number of people who were actually practicing Dzogchen and views like that was very small in many places. And if people wanted access to it, often they had to leave monastic settings and become yogis and yoginis living in caves and so on. So there were two cultures, a hierarchical culture centered around the monasteries, where of course there are many thrones with different levels of cushions indicating status. And status was very, very important because status determined the quality of butter that went into your tea, whether your bowl had gold edging or silver edging or was plain and so on. And these signifiers were very, very important because they gave a hint to ordinary people when they came to give offerings how much different people should get according to their status. So you have a choreography of power, status, and money operating in monasteries. And this influences access to teachings as well. But Patrul Rinpoche traveled around, walking, often on his own, going into villages and nomad camps, and talking to people in their own simple language. So this was it's remarked on by Tibetans as being quite an unusual thing to happen. And his starting point, of course, is that the Buddha nature is everybody's nature. And that the hierarchies of the world, the social hierarchies, are not important for meditators to think about. They're important for people embedded in these hierarchies because that's what they live in. But our actual nature is not determined by our race or our gender or our age. Our basic nature is there, it's complete, and our task is to awaken to it. So in this text, he sets out the basic principles, first of all, and then he looks at the kind of difficulties that can get in the way. The text is called Self-liberating Understanding, which means that whatever understanding you develop, it liberates itself. It doesn't concretize into a dogmatic assertion. From that point of view, you can gain everything but have nothing to say. Because as soon as you make a concretized formulation, you can start to deceive yourself. Now, of course, in order to get any teaching at all, we have to make use of language, we have to find ways of connecting and communicating. But we always have to take this, as I was indicating earlier, in a gestural way, as something which is like a movement that allows another movement to occur. It's not to establish some kind of cognitive truth, some conceptual truth that we're all to be imprisoned by. So the text begins, a teaching from the heart of a ragged gentleman. So he was a little bit ragged. That is to say, he didn't like to have a lot of gold braid, and he didn't like to be established where he had to be respectable. Respectability is quite a prison. You can gain a lot from being respectable because hierarchical systems, patriarchal systems will say, you're one of us, you fit in. And rewards come from that, but there's a huge amount of the loss of freedom. So he is an outsider. He is somebody who chooses freedom to engage over the benefits of belonging. And that's quite a good encouragement for all of us. So he begins, wonderful. Never moving from the state of the perfect natural mode, having cut the root of delusion, you are the primordial Buddha. Samantabhadra, may I quickly actualize your understanding just as it is. So here this is a small praise verse which you get at the beginning of all traditional Tibetan texts. So he's honoring Samantabhadra, the founding Buddha of the Dzogchen lineage. Samantabhadra is dark blue in color. That is to say, He has the depth of the night sky, the ungraspable expanse of the night sky, and yet there is a flavor of dawn in that blue as well, the possibility of light spreading out. So there are these two aspects of our experience, depth and light. Depth is the dhatu, the dharma dhatu, the expanse of the mind in which we don't find anything. And light, the natural light, the swayam prakash, is the light which is the effulgence of that dark night. So Samantabhadra is the mind which is not busy, the mind which is not hyperactive, but the natural, contented inclusivity of spacious awareness. And it's the perfect natural mode. Natural mode is the translation I use here for Dharmakaya. Dharmakaya means the body of the Dharma, means the mind of the Buddha. The word Dharma has many, many different meanings, but one of them is, if you like, truth or how it is. So the Dharmakaya is the experience of how it is. Kaya means body, but it's a particular, it means more like an aspect, the aspect of incontrovertible truth, just unartificiality as it isness. And so he says, the mind of Samantabhadra never changes from this state. It's always inseparable from the Dharmakaya. Having cut the root of delusion, you are the primordial Buddha. Means there is no delusion in the primordial Buddha. That no tendrils of confusion or elaboration can wrap themselves around him. The root of delusion is not attending to how things are. Because if you don't know how things are, you will fill the space with imagining. This is pretty obvious. My youngest son doesn't like reading anyway, and when he reads, he prefers to imagine what is on the page. Especially when he comes to difficult words and I say, stop, spell it out. No, it's a silence. Then he just says, it is, and invents something out of nowhere. This is exactly ignorance. If you don't see what is there, the creativity of the mind doesn't stop. It just starts to illuminate and elaborate some fantasy. You fill the space with deluded thoughts. That's all that samsara is. It's the creativity of the mind cut loose from the actuality of the ground. If you observe how things are, emptiness locates all that manifests as dynamic, because it's the unfolding of emptiness. But if you disregard emptiness, you start imagining things as truly existing. This is the deluded fantasy, and this is what he has cut. So then we say, may we quickly awaken to his understanding, to your understanding just as it is, because it's the best thing to awaken to. So now Patrul Rinpoche begins. If you fortunate people wish to gain enlightenment, then diligently practice the true meaning of these 3 words from the heart of this wandering beggar, the old dog Patrul. 3 words here means it's a concise expression. It doesn't mean there's exactly 3 words, but it means this is what in the tradition is called a menak, a concise teaching from the heart. Then he says, that which is known as emptiness natural mode, that is to say, Shunya Dharmakaya, is the fulfillment of the vows of all Guru adepts. That is to say, all those who have been practicing, all those who have awakened and been able to function as teachers, their understanding is exactly that of emptiness, which is the Dharmakaya. There's nothing else. Then he says, it is the understanding of all the Buddhas of the three times. It is the life essence of all the deities. It is the heart blood of all the Dakinis and the sight of all the Dharma protectors. It is the essential nectar of all the sutras and tantras, the pure essence of all the secret mantra vidyadharas. Means it's the core or deep understanding of the great yogis, the vidyadharas, who have awakened to the nature of vidya, of rigpa, awareness. It is the one teaching of Mahamudra, of Dzogchen, and of Madhyamika, the great perfection and the middle way. So what he's saying here is, there are many, many different Dharma paths. All of these Dharma paths lead to the goal, but this teaching that he is giving goes directly to the goal. And therefore it's not necessary to follow all these different paths, because they will bring you to the same place, but he will go directly there. Because when you start to come into Buddhism, there are so many things to learn. There are so many possible ways to go. And people are always saying, oh, this is the highest teaching, this is the secret teaching. If you get this initiation, then this door will open and that door to hell will close, and so on. These are activities of the imagination. We can imagine everything. We can imagine anything. We can imagine Donald Duck. Not a bad idea. It won't cause any wars. And people, the guys who invented Donald Duck, were able to imagine many, many films worth of Donald Duck, many, many books about Donald Duck. That is to say, one day somebody's sitting at their drawing board and they come up with this thing and they adjust it a little bit. Wow, what's that? We'll call it Donald Duck. And on the basis of that, so many pages of cartoons have been developed. Yeah.
You read all of them.
He is not my Yida. He is not my husband. So what that means is there is no end to creativity. There's nothing wrong with creativity as long as you know what we create is illusion. There's nothing wrong with illusion. Illusion doesn't mean lying or cheating. It doesn't mean something false. When you, as in the traditional example, if you go out on full moon night in the quiet countryside and you see a lake, there suddenly in the lake is the reflection of the moon. Because the surface is calm and the moon is bright and clear and there are no clouds in the sky, the patterning on the moon is there, available in the water. You see the moon in the water, but the moon is not in the water. The moon is not trying to cheat you through making this false reflection. It's not a lie or a deception, it's an illusion. It is an appearance which has no substance behind it. So this is the real meaning of illusion in Buddhism. It's not some hallucination. It's not a delusion. Delusion comes from believing that an illusion is true, is real, is substantial, is really existing. That's the delusion. When you recognize illusion as illusion, that's a freedom. So, he's saying that what he's going to describe in very simple terms, is the truth of how it is. There is, if you get this, it's enough. So he says, this is to introduce you to the inseparability of your own mind and the Dharmakaya and the natural mode. Knowing this, everything is liberated. So we are here, we have a mind, we imagine, we certainly have lots of thoughts and sensations, and we want to get some degree of awakening or enlightenment. When we find ourselves being caught up in our preoccupations and worries and anxieties, it's easy to imagine that the Buddha has another kind of mind. They don't have what I have, because what I have is a bit of a mess. But what he's saying is, your mind is not different from the Dharmakaya, from the mind of the Buddha. This is an invitation to recognize this one simple thing we've looked at today. The content of the mind and the mind is not the same. If you have a glass, you can put orange juice in it, or red wine, or petrol. You can put any kind of liquid in that glass. The glass is not determined by the content. However, if you say in a bar, I'd like a glass of wine, they bring you a glass with wine in it. We have a glass of wine. It seems like a kind of popular. It says it's a joint thing, isn't it? The wine and the glass go together. But that glass could also be used for milk or water. But in a bar, they have fancy glasses for different kinds of wine and different kinds of beer and so on, because that differentiation seems to say, well, if you're having this special Belgian beer, then you need a funny shaped glass, because people in Belgium are funny. Actually, that beer could go in any shape of glass. It's simply a convention to have it in that glass. So, our mind itself is not conditioned by the content. But our subjectivity is a content of our mind. So this is a very important point to become clear about, because if you're not clear about it, you get very confused. Mind as awareness is just showing. What does it show? It shows us in this room. Each of us sees the room and has an experience of ourselves seeing the room. Can you see the ceiling? Everyone is able to see the ceiling. This is very good. Are you awake to the fact that you are seeing the ceiling? Yeah. So you experience the ceiling, and you experience yourself experiencing the ceiling. The status of the ceiling and the status of yourself are the same as being experiences. My body is something I experience, the walls are something I experience, the carpet is something I experience. If I don't go into the particularities of what I can say about the object, what each of these things is something that is happening for me. The fact that I'm talking now is something happening for me. My hands are going round in some gesture. This is happening for me. So the movement of my hands is an experience, how I'm sitting is an experience, the floor is an experience, other people's faces are an experience. Oh. Each of these is appearance and emptiness. Appearance and emptiness are inseparable. My body appears to me. I hear the sound of my voice talking. I am appearing within the mirror of my mind. So, I'm both the awareness that is aware of the unfolding of the experience, and there is also a particular identification I am the one who is talking. The subjectivity is an experience in and for and as the mind. So it's not just an experience for the mind, like I look at the ceiling. The ceiling is something that arises for me because I can get up and go out of the room. Unless I choose to kill myself, I can't really go out of my ego self. So I go out of the room, I'm still me in my subjectivity. So my subjectivity feels to be a continuing feature of my experience. And yet, as we've looked before, its content moment by moment is changing. So that's what I meant when I said that this I is on this rocking point, or this cusp between the openness of awareness and the precise formulation of subjectivity moment by moment. So to recognize the ground nature of the mind, or the openness of the mind, which is the site of the hospitality of all the subjective movements of myself, I have to relax. Because it's that relaxed openness that allows subjectivity to show itself as movement and change. If I lock myself into my sense of self, I'm sitting here, I'm talking, you guys are probably tired, I don't know if I'm making any sense, there's a lot of words come out my mouth today, what the fuck is going on, maybe we should just go to sleep or go and get drunk, I don't know. So, all sorts of things can be said. Who's saying them? I'm saying them. What is this subjectivity? I could wrap myself in these thoughts and become very small. And when we become small, like shame or guilt or uncertainty, we lose our own ground. It would be like an actor is on the stage and something happens and they get stage fright. For example, someone I saw years ago, when he was young, did a lot of acting. And he enjoyed acting, was the main thing in his life. He couldn't imagine anything better than being on the stage. And one day when he was acting, it was in quite a small theatre, someone came in halfway through the performance. And they came through the swing door at the back of the theatre, and the door moved at an angle. It was a door, as you typically get in a theatre, it had a glass top to it. So the door opened, and at the angle it was at, he was able to see his own reflection in the mirror, in the mirror surface of the glass. He lost it. He suddenly became self-conscious. I'm on the stage and I'm acting. And he couldn't get back in. And he stumbled off the stage and people said, oh, don't worry, the scene's going to end quickly and you can go on again. He never went back on the stage again. He has never acted since. That was after 30 years. It's amazing, isn't it? So you get bumped out of yourself. That's like a shame reaction. Suddenly he became an object and he couldn't come back to being a subject. And it's only as a subject that we can awaken to our awareness. So when we find ourselves imprisoned in lots of definitions about ourselves, ideas about ourselves, messages that we've had from our parents and school teachers and so on about ourselves, when this kind of cladding is all around us, it's like the armor of some medieval knight. It clanks around in our world and our freedom and flexibility is lost. So, when he's saying, this is your own mind, he's meaning, don't tell yourself what your mind is, because that will be to participate in the unfolding of the narratives which are the creativity of your mind. If you want to see your mind, be with it. we don't see our mind as an object. So, in the Tibetan language, they use this visual metaphor a great deal. They have many, many, many words for seeing. Because seeing is, of course, the freshness of the world. You go out and maybe you see the snow for the first thing in the morning. Wow! It's an immediate, direct impact. So that's really what it symbolizes or gestures towards. But actually, we don't see our mind as a thing. We become our mind as spaciousness. So to awaken to your mind is to become the openness of the mind, which you already are. So when you sit in the practice and you suddenly feel, oh, everything's happening at once. This whole experience is unfolding. That is to say, through the practice, because it's Dzogchen practice, you don't have a vajra and a bell. That's what you need for Tantra. What you get is a screwdriver. And with the screwdriver, you undo the screws that are holding you in place. And gradually you start flopping about. And then you start to see, oh, everything is moving. Because at first we do this, and we're just sitting. So what is this all about? We start thinking about it, and that makes it solid. But the more you give yourself to it, you're in the flow. And somebody moves, and somebody coughs, and there's a noise from outside, and the bells. This is time. You find that you yourself are time. You're not thinking about time. You've not placed yourself outside of time and you're going to the past, going to the future from an abstracted, alienated place. Time is you and space is you, and you're suddenly in that moment right at the center of the unfolding of the universe. And this is the mind of the Dharmakaya, the mind of all the Buddhas. So that's what he's helpfully telling us. Knowing this, everything is liberated. This is the key point. There is nothing sticky in space. On the earth, there's all kinds of plants that have saps and juices and so on. The world is sticky because it's interesting and fascinating and it pulls you in. But space itself is just free. So when we see space, everything goes free because there's nothing for these sticky things to stick onto. The stickiness of the world requires the stickiness of the ego. And our subjectivity, when it loses its awareness of its own ground of emptiness, becomes like half a Velcro pad. Velcro is this thing you can put your shoes on and off with. What do you call it in German? Yeah, okay. Very good. So, one half of this sticky surface is the world, and the other half is yourself. And you find that. You lock on. And the thing about Velcro is it works according to the angle that you place it at. So, if you try to pull it apart directly, it has a lot of resistance, but if you unpeel it, it comes off. So, by seeing the spaciousness of the mind, all the little hooks which are embedded in your subjectivity dissolve. Because these hooks were there as a do-it-yourself method of trying to create stability. When small children get a bit lost, maybe in a shopping place, and they lose their mum or their dad, they get very upset. Because when the big person is there, they can just feel themselves and feel very independent. But when the big person is not there to reassure them, they become very, very small and desperate. They're looking for something to hold on to. So this is exactly what happens when the ego's function, and it is a function, separates from the ground on the basis of imagining it's a thing, it's a self-existing phenomena. Although it appears to be self-existing, it's immediately a little bit lonely and a little bit anxious, and I'd like to have a friend. Will you be my friend? But now will you be my friend? I need a lot of friends. Is everybody my friend? So that's what the ego is doing, and that's why it develops these little hooks, because it's trying to find a network of reflection that will stabilize that I'm okay, that you don't hate me, you're not going to kill me, you're not going to rob me or cheat me, and I'll be able to get through my life without too much grief. So it's constantly negotiating little alliances in the world. This is what keeps binding us into more and more activity. So this attachment movement, as it says in all the Buddhist texts, arises from ignorance. If we are ignoring the natural, the given spaciousness of our being, the indestructible Vajra empty nature of our being, that ignoring condemns us to imagining all sorts of identities and necessities in order to keep ourselves moving as we are. So, this is why in the meditation, the main thing we're doing is relaxing and trusting. Because if you relax and trust, you find that not only are you falling through space, but you are space. So you're not some heavy lead weight that's going to plummet down to the bottom and crash, but you suddenly find that you're free. Because the mind is space. The natural space of the mind. So that's what it means, that if you see this, everything goes free. Because what has kept both the object not free and the subject not free has been the activity of trying to create stability within movement. So, the mind, which is empty, never changes. The content of the mind, the movement of the mind, which is all the experience, everything which appears to be external and internal, is always moving. Always moving. You cannot stabilize it. So when the ego wants to find security and safety, it's on an impossible mission. It can't be done. Everywhere in England there are security cameras. They've got them on just about every street corner. You go in the airport, they've got them everywhere. These cameras don't keep you safe. They can be used in court, in evidence, to try to identify the person who murdered you. But they wouldn't stop you being murdered. You'd be being murdered on camera. That's the problem. That the perception that comes from the ego is always after the fact of the action.
So if you're hanging out in stillness and nothingness and space, and there's fear gripping your heart, or there's something that doesn't want to die, it's like the death of the ego. It's scary. Just the practice is just to let that eventually dissolve and see that
Exactly.
it's just space.
Exactly. So the best story in the Western tradition for this is from Hans Christian Andersen, The Ugly Duckling. So here is this creature that finds itself awakening into life out of an egg among the ducks. and it doesn't look like a duck. So all the other little ducks start pecking it, and so it tries to run away and makes friends with the hen, but the hen starts pecking it as well. And so in the story is quite elaborated. This poor little creature has many, many experiences until it's in a state of total despair. So it finds a big lake and it decides, I'm going to swim out into the middle of the lake and drown. I want to die. Swimming out. Here's this, oh my God, these big guys are going to kill me. 3 big swans fly down onto the lake. They swim up to it. Oh my God. Say, hello, beautiful little swan. Have you been here long? Me, a swan? What? So, the swan is born, the ugly duckling has died, but there was never an ugly duckling. So when you say the ego is going to die, there was never that kind of ego. That was an illusion. The ego as an enduring structure which has a life of its own, that is a misapprehension. So the ego is pretending it's a duck, but it's a swan.
But the fear seems to be real, doesn't it? The fear of the dissolution.
Yeah.
What to do?
Well, partly that's why we talk again and again about the view, because we are dissolving. So in the tantric practice, when you've done all the mantras and done the exchange of light in the 3 places, taking the 4 initiations and so on, the deity dissolves into your body and you dissolve into that. Dissolving is a major part of it. And so you have these 2 aspects in Tantra, Kierim and Zorim, the path or the level of construction in which you create mandala palaces and so on. And then the aspect of dissolution, in which you dissolve the visualization, but you also work on the channels in the body to dissolve the felt sense of the body being substantial. That's quite a good background practice to do. Generally in Dzogchen you don't do that, but just directly you're seeing moment by moment who you have taken yourself to be was there as an empty appearance. So precisely the simple example, I feel thirsty. I'm really thirsty. And you just stay with that. And then you start to drink some water. And as you drink the water, I am thirsty is dissolving in the water. Now I'm not thirsty. So how is that possible? That is to say, the ego is dissolving all the time in its phenomenological presence. In our conceptual identification of it, it is an enduring function. So the persistence of the ego formation is conceptual, not actual. When you observe the actuality of your existence, how it is, it's dissolving all the time. That's the key exit. But if you sit in the conceptual headquarters, it's very difficult.
I wasn't thinking it would be conceptual. I think the fear doesn't seem to be conceptual, does it? The sense of tension, the pain in your heart, or whatever it is.
When do you experience that?
I don't.
Well, on behalf of those sentient beings who do.
No, I know. It has several different dimensions.
Well, I think that's because it's because they have a false perception that they're anxious, but they're not anxious about dissolving. Because how can you be anxious about dissolving except by not knowing that you are always dissolving? That is to say, they're anxious about the loss of an illusory sense of stability, which they have never ever had.
So the only thing to do is to practice the dissolving until that pain
Or
anxiety that stops arising.
Or go to your local school and say you want to enroll in primary school. You're tired of being an adult. And they'll say, well, you seem to be a nice person, but we don't really have people of your age in class 1. You used to be in class 1 once upon a time, a long time ago, but that little girl is kaput. So she was there and is dissolved. You have been 1,000 million women, and they have all dissolved. So if you attend to your life as it is, dissolving is normal. But if you live in a concretized, conceptualized notion, this is who I am, this is an advertising statement. This is a construct. And of course, because it's insisting on its truth, the fear of losing that, if you think that's all you've got, then you feel anxious. And that's why I think the story of the ugly duckling is very helpful. The anxiety comes from the loss of the false construct, because what you will gain is much more than what you will lose. And the key thing is, what you will lose is something you never had. That's why it's ridiculous. Okay.
Sorry, can I just ask one last thing?
Sure.
So you have fear in the body. Most people can type heart or butterflies, and you're sitting there. And, that's a real experience.
Yeah.
And a lot of people can be gripped by fear for decades.
Yeah.
And sitting with nothing, letting go and there being a sense of fear that's like, it seems to be like the last sticky bit that's sticking around sometimes. It's holding on. But just, I guess, once again, the practice just to sit with it, be with it.
Well, you see, because, what would be more embarrassing in the middle of a busy street where there are lots of cars going by and people tooting their horn, if you were to fart loudly then, or if you were to fart in a quiet library? So, normally in your life, you're not aware of your anxiety. But you sit in the meditation practice, everything calms down. You're allowing yourself to be more sensitive, less defended. So habitual anxiety, which has been generated through interactive moments on the basis of being a person, insults, humiliations of various kinds, ambition, envy, so many causes feed into that kind of anxiety. This anxiety starts to manifest. Now, because you haven't been conscious of it in your busy preoccupations in daily life, you can make a false conclusion. Oh, this anxiety is generated through meditation. Now I'm relaxing and opening. Relaxing and opening makes me feel anxious. This is not true. Relaxing and opening allows you to see the level of anxiety you've been carrying all your life, which has been a mobilizing function, because usually anxiety means something must be done. Oh my God, what's happening? The adrenaline rises, the cortisol, and we're up and ready for action. So if you've had a lot of that sort of disturbance in your life, safety equals mobilization towards the challenge. So the counterintuitive thing is, if you relax, you'll find that it's basically okay. I don't think so. I have to protect myself. I need to defend myself. I remember I got bullied at school. I remember that teacher was horrible to me. We all have these conditioned memories and patterns of arousal to do something. That's the thing that's more difficult. It's not the fear, I think, of dissolving, but the fear, if I don't protect myself by mobilization, I will be more vulnerable. But of course, the more you relax and you realize that the root of your mind is awareness, inseparable from space, you find that it's invulnerable. It's not hurt. Because we just see it's just experience. It's just experience. And the experiences arise and pass, arise and pass. And they have their flavor, but they don't leave any trace. When the ugly thing is placed in front of the mirror and then removed, and you put a beautiful thing in front of the mirror, there isn't a smear of ugliness kind of covering over the new beauty. The ugly is gone. Now the beautiful's come. So in the course of the day, we have had hundreds of thousands of experiences, but some of them got sticky. Some of them got to us. Why did that person look at me? Why doesn't that person look at me? Some little kind of, and we cogitate on it. We run it around in our mind, and this kind of massages it in. It kind of cuts a little groove for it, and some trace is made. What I would suggest is the trace is not made by the event. Very, very rarely. The trace is made by how we process the event, by the elaboration that we have. And you see that a lot with PTSD. I mean, in post-traumatic stress disorder, it's a big discussion because some people will say clearly certain traumas do carry an impact somatically prior to any conceptualization about it. But for most lower level traumas, it's the conceptual elaboration that does the damage. So the anxiety is often the product of our continuing thinking about something. Why did it happen? Why did it happen to me? Why does it always happen to me? It shouldn't have happened, and so on. And these thoughts inflate the significance of the event and seem to give it a duration across time. It's actually gone. All these events are actually vanishing. So you could say that the anxiety arises because you are being dishonest in time. You're pretending that the past is the present. The past is already gone. If you're still alive, you've survived it. It's amazing how many people have gone through horrible things, have a reasonable life, manage to travel across the town, to come to therapy and sit down and become a victim and talk about all the things that happened to them. And I say, yeah, but you got on a bus. Do you clean your teeth? Do you wipe your arse? Oh, you're not doing too badly. So on the basis of what you're doing, you're not a helpless victim. So you have a victim story and you're giving it to a survivor. What would you prefer to be? What would you prefer to be? Oh, I see. If you're a survivor and you go on with your life, you don't have any special status. And so you can't come to the clinic and see someone like me. Better to be a victim. Pathetic victim. Hopeless victim. That's the issue, isn't it? That when it talks about karmic traces, these are things that we identify with. So as our karma manifests in the wide variety of circumstances in our lives, we merge with our karma. That is to say, Karma is both the subjective and the objective movement of propensities, of tendencies. These can lock on or not. So you can feel a tendency in yourself, but you needn't indulge it. I remember my mum telling me that when she was young, she tried a cigarette and she thought, these are really nice. But if I smoke another one, I'll end up smoking lots of cigarettes, and you have to smoke them all the time because everybody's looking in their handbag to find the cigarette. I don't think I'll bother having another one. I thought that was smart mum. Because if you can see where it leads, the wheel starts turning and it becomes part and parcel of your identity. But when you have that taste, you think, oh, I don't need to have another taste. This is what it is. Now I know what a cigarette tastes like. No need for another. Then it's just an event. But you repeat the event. Of course, each event is new. You line up a series of events and you start to create from that an identity. I'm a smoker. And so in that, I think that's very much how the anxiety operates. I don't think it's the anxiety of dissolution, because the one who is attending to the actuality of their existence won't have that fear. The one who is thinking about their life from an ungrounded, unembodied place may well feel anxiety because they're building their life out of dreams. They don't have the groundedness of immediate experience. And I think in these situations, if possible, if we can take someone for a walk in the park and let them look at the autumn trees and have that moment of immediate aesthetic responsivity. Oh, you look at these reds and yellows and suddenly, whew, the breath changes. Oh, it's okay. So in that state, relaxing and opening and letting the world move through you is okay. So your undefended self, your welcoming self, is now a beautiful experience. My sense is we need to do more of that kind of thing. That's why in the practice, being in nature whenever we have the chance is so important. Okay, almost our time. I just look at this last little piece from him for today. This one is sufficient to rule. Sounds like something from Lord of the Rings. By rule, it means it's referring back to a famous Dzogchen text, the Kunje Jalpo, the king who does everything. The king who does everything is Rigpa itself. That text was one of the earliest Dzogchen texts, and it's studied a lot. So, awareness inseparable from emptiness rules everything. That is to say, it rules it not by tight control, but it rules it by knowing very precisely what everything is. That is to say, everything is experience and emptiness. So Tibetan language is lovely for this, so they say Rik Tong, Nang Tong, Sal Tong. Tong means empty, so you can stick it on very nicely to all the possible formulations in the world. Everything is empty. And when you see the emptiness of everything, you've got its number. Whatever things present themselves as being, or are introduced to you by other people as being, they are the radiance of emptiness. They are illusory forms. We are all illusory forms, held together due to causes and circumstances, but without any internal defining essence. But when you know that, then you know everything is like that. That's what it is. This whole world is the ceaseless display of emptiness. So that is to be the ruler of all. It's the ultimate nature of Mahamudra. Mahamudra means essentially it means something like ringing true. Mahamudra means like the great seal or the great symbol or the great gesture. And it just means, oh yeah, perfect. Like you go to an art gallery and you look at a whole range of paintings and suddenly you stop. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Oh. That ringing true is what is Mahamudra. So when you recognize your own nature, it just is. If you see it in the morning, you'll be a Buddha in the morning. If you see it in the evening, you'll be a Buddha in the evening. So it is said. This great name has a great meaning. All these titles and attributes refer simply to remaining in the self-arising non-artificiality of the emptiness of your own mind. This is the key thing for meditators. In Buddhism, there are endless fancy titles and status things, and inner and outer and upper and lower. All of these things simply refer to being at home in your own mind. If you recognize the self-arising non-artificiality of the emptiness of your own mind. Self-arising here means it's not created by causes and conditions. It's not created by something other than itself, nor even is it created by itself. It just emerges. It's an emergent phenomenon. Awareness, it's emergent and pervasive, and it just is. And this is the heart of all the Buddhist teachings. None of the Buddhist teachings lead anywhere other than this, but some take you on a very long bus journey. And some go very quickly. And this will take us very quickly. So, that is that for today. So this is a very short verse for refuge and the development of an intention to help others. This is probably the most commonly used version of this practice in Tibet. So first of all, I'll say something about refuge. Yesterday we were looking quite a lot at the nature of the ego sense of self and how it is built on an illusion and a deluded reading of that illusion. That is to say, we are moving in time, we are moving due to causes and circumstances, some of which we experience as internal and some we experience as external. The general Tibetan word for sentient beings is drowa, which is both a noun and a verb, and it means to go or a goer, somebody who is moving. And this speaks of our situation, that we are moving all the time. When we translate that as sentient being, it gives a slightly different feel to it, because a being has a sense of something existing. So we are beings who experience something. But if you start thinking of yourself as a traveler, and that since you were born you've had no rest, and even when you were in your mother's womb, enormous changes were happening all the time, and as the fetus developed, you started to move around in the amniotic fluid, and then you went through the birth process, and since that time, movement has been all that you experienced. And we keep moving and moving, and then we die, and when we die, the mind moves on, and the body starts its own movements. It starts to rot. So people put it in the ground or burn it. They want to get rid of it. Nothing is stable. But we want stability. In English we say a drowning man will clutch at a straw, a piece of grass floating on the water. And we are like that. We're grasping at all sorts of things. We take refuge in anything that we think will keep us afloat, keep us amused, keep us happy. And so our attention spreads out into all sorts of support systems. We like to have our friends, we have favorite activities we like. Children have lots of toys that they like to have around them, maybe soft toys to put in their bed at night to make them feel more safe, and so on. These are all forms of comfort and refuge. What can make me feel more safe? Oh, Buddhism begins with taking refuge. It's often a kind of ritual exercise whereby you can, as it were, become a Buddhist. To be a Buddhist means that you rely on the Buddha. You can imagine the Buddha as a historical figure who's gone, but whose inspiration lingers on. You can imagine the Buddha as a symbolic figure who you can encounter through visualization and meditation practice. Or you can develop the sense, as in Dzogchen, that the Buddha is your own potential, your own actual nature, which is always there. So in the Dzogchen, we take refuge in our own mind. This doesn't mean taking refuge in our thoughts, feelings, and sensations, because it's exactly our habit of attachment to these thoughts, feelings, and sensations that lead us into difficulty. So taking refuge in your own mind is taking refuge in the unborn awareness, which, like the mirror, displays whatever is arising. So this is the basis of what we're trying to do. And this refuge is very happily for us always available. When we take refuge in our thoughts and feelings, we're not taking refuge in the space. If you take refuge in the space, you can also make use of the thoughts and the feelings. So there is a slightly oppositional move here. The more you cling on to things which appear to be substantial, because that involves a clinging and a grasping, your grasp tightens around them, and then you can't make use of very much. If I pick up my watch, I have my watch, but the freedom of my hand is constrained. The freedom of my hand to do many things depends on not being full of one thing. So in that sense, taking refuge in the Buddha nature, opening ourselves to space, means that we move in the world with an open hand. And then we can respond into different situations, but not relying on them, because every situation is going to change. We live in huge times of uncertainty at the moment. The economic systems of different countries and their political systems create more and more disturbance for each other. As the world economy becomes more in alignment, we have all kinds of protectionism that are going on as multinational corporations try to maintain their particular parts of market share. And there's a lot of lying and cheating that goes on, as we know, with countries spying on each other and stealing industrial secrets. But this huge interplay of forces means that prediction, the possibility of prediction, decreases. Also, for most people, their reading of the map of the world has gone from stable to unstable. For example, when we come into Tibetan Buddhism, we encounter, if we do tantric practice, offering the mandala. And in this practice, we visualize the cosmology, the structure of the universe according to a very traditional idea. In In the center is Mount Meru. Around it there are 4 major continents. Each of these major continents has 2 subcontinents. And there are different aspects that are then outlined in detail. So this is how the world is. This map bears no relation to what is actually happening, but never mind the territory, as long as we have a good map, we'll be okay. This is the traditional view, and this was a medieval view as well in Europe, that if you knew the basic structure, that heaven is above, hell is below, and you have a brief time on earth to make a good bond to get up and not go down, that was enough of a map to guide you in your life. Various invaders came, wars broke out, all kind of things went on. But that basic sense of having a map gives you a sense of purpose and intention. In our world now, this is very, very different. Things are changing all the time. If we ask people, what is the purpose of life? It's very confusing. Before, they might have had a Christian dogmatic statement to make. They might have been able to say the purpose of life is to glorify God and to be close to Jesus and to go to heaven. That's what it's all about. And everything else is secondary to this primary intention. Once that central intention dissolves, like flattening Mount Meru, it's whatever you want it to be. You can do what you want with your life. But what will I do with my life? Whatever you want. But I don't know what I want. So this kind of freedom actually produces a lot of anxiety, because we do various things with our lives, and for a while these different activities are meaningful, and then somehow the meaning bleeds out of them, and they're no longer satisfying, and we no longer feel a desire to do them. And we're kind of bereft, like a whale washed up on a beach. The field that we were swimming in, that seemed to be our sphere of operation, is now alien territory to us. And so we have to find another wave to take us back and give us a chance to move around. And so life often becomes a sequence of preoccupations, of enthusiasms, of different causes, different occupations, different relationships. But none of these can last, not because they're bad in themselves, but just by their very structure. They are compounded, they are brought together due to causes and circumstances. So, increasing change in the world means that homeostasis in subsystems becomes increasingly rare. New changes mean that the direction of people's intention alters very, very much. As we know, China is expanding, building a huge port in Sri Lanka, wanting to build ports in Africa in various places. There are now more than 1 million Chinese new immigrants living in Africa, developing all kinds of businesses. We don't know where that will lead. It's certainly going to be a different kind of world. From each country's perspective, they'll be reading that as either helpful expansion or fearful invasion, because we don't have a shared view of how things operate. What shall we cleave to? What shall we cling to? What is refuge? So in the Buddhist practice, we take refuge, first of all, in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. And this meaning can be explained in different ways. Buddha, from our practice perspective, is our own mind, the mind itself. If you take refuge in your awareness, this means not taking refuge in thoughts, feelings, sensations, memories, hopes and fears, as if they were a reliable guide to existence. That means, I can't trust the content of my mind, but I can trust the container of my mind. So, the container is the awareness. Moment by moment, different contents arise in this container. But because they are shifting moment by moment, they are not reliable. They give us what they give us, then they vanish. But when we seek to get more out of them, we get trouble. So this is what we notice in the meditation. When we go after thoughts, and we think that the thought is meaningful and going to give us something of deep value, we go on a little journey, then the thought vanishes, and then we go after another thought, and another thought, and another thought. So that the ego, in terms of its contents, the contents of the mind, operates like a good free market capitalist. The mind is like some huge Walmart store, and the ego is like a consumer that endlessly has this huge shopping trolley and is just grabbing anything that goes on. This is a bit sad. But I think most of us encounter this in meditation. At the end of the meditation, you have a trolley full of junk. And the problem with this is when you go to the checkout, you're not paying with euros, you're paying with time. You're paying with your life. This meditation was a chance to see something different. But you took the same high-calorie snacks off the shelf. Little cheese twisties, which are very nice with a big glass of red wine. So you get a lot of empty calories. And half an hour of your life has gone by. And then you get on with your busy life. So you're going to be consuming a lot of stuff there as well. So refuge is a very deep practice. It's not a superficial practice. It's really a challenge to us to say, when I hear the teaching that the mind itself is vajra, is indestructible, is unchanging, do I believe this? Does this make sense? Do I have any moments in my life that seem to give me the sense of an awareness which is just here by itself? If that is true, why am I privileging, why am I emphasizing the ephemeral, the transient, the ever-changing over the reliable? As Patrul Rinpoche was saying in the short piece we looked at last night, if you get this one thing, you get everything. If you get the container, you get all the contents as well. They come free. But if you don't have the container, you just have this ceaseless movement of contents which distracts you and causes the kind of bleeding out of interest and excitement and joy, and gradually life can start to feel more flat. So taking refuge in our own mind is the orientation to relax into spacious awareness and to recognize that thoughts are deceptive. They're like cigarettes. When I was young, there was a lot of advertising for cigarettes, and it was presented as something romantic, something powerful, something sophisticated to do. And when we were children, we would buy little packets of cigarettes and smoke them in the back alley. And we felt this is something important to do. They didn't taste very nice, and you were frightened that your mum would find out. But anyway, it seemed an important thing to do. Later we understand that cigarettes have absolutely no positive benefits for us and only have negative benefits. Nowadays on the packets it says that, and often it shows some picture of diseased lungs and so on. And yet people continue to buy these cigarettes. I know it's harmful, but I like it. I know it will kill me, but I want to take it. That's very interesting. And we know that with many kinds of drugs that people take. People injecting heroin that they buy in the street are putting their lives at risk. They don't know what is in this powder. But they cook it up and they bang it in their arm and then they find out. They don't know what strength it was, what it's mixed with. So they take the risk first. Why would they do that? Because they want something. This is how life goes on. So, choosing the transient over the permanent, and especially choosing the transient in the hope that the transient can be permanent, is a big mistake. This is, in Buddhism, what they mean by ignorance. So if we want to overcome ignorance, we have to go for what is reliable. If we want something reliable, if you don't want anything reliable, then chaos is freely available. Then there is the Dharma. What does it mean to take refuge in the Dharma? Dharma, in the first instance, is the Buddhist teaching which points towards the nature of the mind. So we learn a bit about how the mind works and the structure of the mind, and that's helpful. Dharma also indicates the Dharma Dhatu. Dhatu means the space within which all dharmas, all phenomena occur. So when we take refuge in the Dharma, we are taking refuge in the infinite possibility of the appearance of dharmas, the appearance of phenomena. So, taking refuge in the Buddha is your own mind, which is in Tibetan is called Rigpa, or Vidya in Sanskrit, our awareness. Taking refuge in the Dharma is taking refuge in the space within which all dharmas are moving. These two are inseparable. In the Dzogchen text, it says, Ying Rig Yerme. Ying, the Dharma Dhatu, the space of all phenomena, is inseparable from awareness. So, it's not that we are just going into a mental world and the stuff of the world doesn't matter, that we're going to lose interest or freedom to move in the world. Paradoxically, opening to space means opening to everything. It means that there are many, many different aspects of life we can be engaged with. You can be interested in anything. If you have the time, you can read politics, economics, musical history, you can find out about Haydn's love life and so on. Nothing is forbidden. Any kind of understanding, as long as we understand the nature of understanding, that these are arising and passing movements. Being alive, you have to do something. From the point of view of Dzogchen, it's not important what you do, it's how you do it. And that how you do it means influenced by who you do it with. You can live in a cave for the rest of your life and not see any other living being and have a heart that's completely full of loving kindness for all beings. Or you could engage in doing socially useful work. From the point of view of Dzogchen, one isn't better than the other. What makes the real difference is when you encounter manifestation, when you encounter experience, is that experience grounded in the open space of awareness? Because awareness is infinite, it has no boundary or limit. The mind has no shape or color. It's not inside or outside. And so it's not standing in relation to anything. The mind itself is what in some Buddhist systems is called absolute truth. It's not relative to anything else. Thoughts, feelings, memories, they are all relative, because they are dependent on language, and the meaning of words is always dependent on the meaning of other words. There is no word which is self-defining. That would be an impossibility. Then we take refuge in the Sangha. Sangha means an association or a meeting, a coming together. Really, in Hindi it's often used to indicate a confluence. So you have the Sangam at Allahabad, where the Ganga, the Jumna, and the secret river, the Sarasvati, meet together. And the Sangha is essentially the ceaseless patterning which arises in our world. So on the outer level, Sangha is the group of bodhisattvas and the group of ordinary Dharma practitioners. It means people who are associated due to their qualities and intentions. From the point of view of meditation, Sangha is the fact that moment by moment, the forms of the world arise through the meeting together of streams of experience. So when we take refuge in the Sangha, it's to see whatever is arising is just what it is, as the fruit of the meeting of vectors of different forces, and then it's gone. If you go to a place like Allahabad, you can see the rivers meeting, and of course they meet in turbulence. In Germany as well, you can go to places where rivers meet, and you can watch the streams come down, and then something else is there. Some integrated river is there, because the water and the water meet together and dissolve, and you can't separate them out. In the same way, moment by moment, as our experience is arising, there's nothing to grasp. It points to, Sangha points to the flow of experience. This is the explanation for meditators. Outwardly it means groups of beings, but for us it means pattern formation of movement within the sphere of experience of the Dharma Dhatu. So, in the Dzogchen point of view, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha is parallel to the notion of the three aspects of our being. We have the mind itself, what is called Ngowo. Ngowo means our face. It means our original face. It is what is there. The amazing thing about our own face is we don't see it as an object. Even if you look in a mirror, you see a reflection of your face, but no person can see their own face as an object. We appear as objects for other people. So the basic notion of your own face is this open presencing into the world. This is the mind itself. Then the way in which this quality shows itself is in Tibetan Rangjin, which means it's could be its qualities, but particularly it means like our complexion. Our health shows itself in the face through our complexion. You can look at someone's face, you see if they look a bit sick or not. The radiance of the mind displays itself as the arising of experience. So there is empty awareness and then the arising of experience. This is the Dharma Dhatu and awareness meeting together. And within that, you have momentary arising, which is participative, which is part of what is going on. In Tibetan, this is called Tukje. Tukje generally means compassion, but here specifically it means the as-it-isness of the patterns of our experience. So, you go into the breakfast place in the morning, you see someone sitting quietly by themselves. You can just think, oh, I'll go and sit somewhere else, because that person clearly, just by their kind of aura, is indicating, I'd like to be quiet. That's very sweet. So, when we participate as we emerge into a field which is emergent with us, which is showing itself. For example, if you give someone a massage, or you do shiatsu or craniosacral work, and you're engaging with somebody's body, the first thing you have to do is to allow that body to show itself. The body will show you how much permission you have. Permission to go deep or to move energy in different ways. You can't start with your own therapeutic intention, because then you are in a bubble which is not fitting or not connecting with the other person. It's not that you are necessarily the servant for the other, because that's also a kind of reactivity in which the state of the other is chief or leading. But when we're being with other people, attention to how they are and attention to our own potential leads us into the possibility of meeting. So, different styles of being with other people. For example, in psychotherapy, they talk about transference and counter-transference. These are ways of talking about how the other person seems to give me messages about their shape, how they are, and I feel things in myself in relation to them, which also gives me information about the structuring of the interaction and how much room there is to move. That if we are respectful of the subtle messages of constraint, don't go there, then we might want to listen to that and gradually find a way to approach the thin ice area in the person's experience. But if we just jump into it because we think it's important, you're likely to increase resistance. People say, hey, fuck off, leave me alone. So, tukje or compassion means co-emergence, not one leading the other, but the coming into being, because we are very subtle. Of course, when somebody is very preoccupied in themselves, they're not going to be available to read us very well, which means that we have to read them more, just as you would do with a small baby. The small baby's crying, they don't explain what's going on, they can't do that. And so you have to feel your way into being with them. And that's what tukje means. So, taking refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha is relaxing into the spaciousness of one's own mind, allowing the field to show itself, and then finding oneself manifesting in that field as part of the field. And from the Dzogchen point of view, this is the fulfillment of our potential. This is how the actuality of our existence. Because this participative arising is not something fixed or defined. It is part of the unfolding field of experience. It is a situatedness which is never concretized as being a solid, enduring self. So in that way, we see the integration of space and manifestation. It's not that you go from emptiness into solid something, but because these factors are inseparable, space is open and empty, but always full at the same time. Just as the mirror doesn't have an essential mirrorness inside itself, the mirror is empty, that's why it can operate as a mirror, and yet the mirror is always full of reflections. So the mind is empty of mindness, there's no mind essence, and yet the mind is always full because it's showing color, shape, sounds, the whole richness of existence, and inside that we find ourselves moving with the field. And that movement becomes very easy if we have a reverse gear. A lot of modern world life is very assertive. It's very pushing forward. It's about development. Development is going in one direction. Forward, upward, bigger and better. Reversing is quite difficult. We see this around climate change. Letting go of what we have, having less, doesn't sound very exciting. But it's very difficult to drive a car, and especially to park, if you don't have a reverse gear. When you're driving, if you're reversing the car, you don't feel that this is a shameful defeat. Then you make a commitment. I'm only going to use the accelerator. Fuck the rest of you. That would be somewhat crazy. But in life, we often feel that reversing is not good. Apologizing, becoming more soft, more adaptable. That's just a movement of energy. So we can see the implications for meditation. Whenever we fixate on a positioning or a shape or a form of our energy, whenever we establish something as this is me, in order to maintain that shape, we have to keep introducing it into new moments and new moments and new moments. So we're asserting, this is who I am, this is how I am, which requires other people to be careful. They start thinking, whoa, dangerous driver here, give them a bit of space. And if people are giving us space, we're not going to feel much connection and inclusion and warmth. We actually bond with people when, if we move a bit, they move a bit. And we say, oh, they're quite nice. You have a chat with them, and they listen to you, and then they speak, and you can listen to them, because it's mutually interactive. It's mutually affirming. So, compassion here doesn't mean becoming some great world leader and doing things to others. It means allowing oneself to arise in that shape. So, generally speaking, there are three kinds of compassion which are outlined. Yeah.
In form meditation, you have a tree of refuge. You went, and when the field arises, you're situated with people around you. In this case, you describe when you said the field arises and then we're situated in it. Could you say a little bit more about what that means?
Well, this field could be this room or sitting in the airport. It means wherever you are, that is the field. I mean, when you have, like, here there is the refuge tree of the Kajupa. And that's a very formal depiction. That is like a map of the world. That's like this cosmological thing. This is a zero-sum game. Everything in this is predictable. You can learn the details of everything in this painting, and then you know exactly what to do. So you know what you're taking refuge in. When you go to the airport, you haven't a clue what it's going to be like. There could be big queues, there could be no queue. The plane could be late. You could, have to wait in line a long time. We don't know what's going to happen. That is the unfolding situation. And therefore you can't say, this is how I'm going to be in relation to the airport. In relation to the refuge tree, you can say, I humbly take refuge in you. You are the high holy ones. I am the small stupid one. Big people help small people. Thank you very much. And if you're a good Buddhist, you say that at least 100,000 times. But you go to the airport, every time it's different. So, working with circumstances is what you have to do from the Dzogchen point of view. Not to impose a ritualized structure. In a Tibetan monastery, every day of the year is accounted for. Because in this month we all do study, in this month we practice dancing and music, in this month, if you read this book of the writings of Sia Lama, he outlines very clearly the whole sequence of activities for the year. So it's very choreographed, very ritualized, very structured, because that's the life of monks. But we don't live that life. We are out in the tumble of the world, and therefore we can't impose how we are on other people. We have this thing with Jesus, when he comes out of the tomb and he shows his body and he says, Noli me tangere, don't touch me. Piss off, leave me alone. I am me. And that's what monks are saying as well. That's what the shaved head and the red robes mean. Don't interfere with me doing what I do. Because what I do is better than you. That's how that culture is structured, that monks have high status and ordinary people should move around the monk, and the monk should be allowed the royal road. They are the superior ones. They are Lama, superior. We're not like that. We're just ordinary punters, shuffling around in the airport, in the high street, going to the shop, standing in a queue. That's what happens. So, how do we do that? You can do it by feeling the world is against you, feel that it's all a bit overwhelming. You can feel that the world is just an open opportunity and you can march forward and get market share and personal advantage. Or you can find a more subtle way of being with others. And that's what is required for us. That's what we're taking refuge in, is the spaciousness of our own mind, and the recognition that all experience is arising in and from the mind, and that we are moving in our mind. That doesn't mean that we're moving in some box inside our head, but the mind is the clarity of the display of all phenomena. And moving inside that is our formation moment by moment. So that's what we're doing. So, in relation to these three forms of compassion that are set out in Mahayana Buddhism, the first is compared to planning to go on a journey, which means, may I help all sentient beings. So, I want to help all sentient beings. So, this is an aspiration, a big aspiration, without limit, but it's just an idea. The second form of compassion is compared to going on a journey. You're doing your meditation practice, you're opening your mind, and you begin by taking the Bodhisattva vow, which is the orientation, the practice I do is for all beings. While you're in the meditation practice, you're imagining all beings around you. And at the end of the meditation practice, you dedicate the merit for all beings. So, as you progress on your journey, you're bringing all beings with you. So this is like the Bodhisattva as the kind of shepherd taking the flock with them. But the third form of compassion which is the compassion as it applies particularly to the Dzogchen approach, is called Migme Ninje, the compassion that doesn't take an object. That is to say, even as it says in the Diamond Cutter Sutra, which is linked with the Heart Sutra, it's from the early Prajnaparamita literature, it says, there are no beings to be saved. And the Heart Sutra says the same. There is no enlightenment. There is no awakening. From the very beginning, it's illusion. So what will I do? Stay in the illusion. Act in the manner of a dream. It doesn't mean that one should be unkind or cruel to other people because it doesn't matter. That would be a very false understanding. It means there are no truly existing others to be saved. When we look at beings, we create these beings. We say, this is a woman, this is a man. We learn their names, we learn something about them, we build up an image. In psychoanalysis, this is called object relations, because the image of the other is inside us. It's not inside them. So then my relation with you is projective, because I am seeing you in terms of the image I have built up in my mind. In Tibet, this is called Migpa. Migpa means to take an object, to see something. But the something that I see is actually the projection of my own construction. Does that make sense? And that's quite difficult. I mean, you often experience that as a child when you think your parents don't get you. They tell you, you have to do this, you have to do that. I think, why? I'm me, I'm not like that. That's you, Dad. That's what you want to do. Why are you telling me to do what you want to do? But parents are thinking, yeah, but you can't even remember. You were a little baby. I've known you longer than you can remember being you. So I know about you. And of course, what the parent has done is to build up a whole image of the child in their head. So that as they approach the child, they're projecting that image. And of course, that image includes elements of what the parents got from their parents. And all the things that they weren't allowed to do in their childhood that they would like their child to be able to do, and so on. So there's a lot of stuff being projected. And that's what our world largely is. It's imagining the true essence in others, which is a creation of our own mind. It is thoughts and concepts. Actually, each of us is a potential to show different forms without essence. But we impute that essence. We impute people's character, what they're like, how they're going to be, and that's very constraining. Which is why it says in many of the Dharma texts, if you want to practice Dharma, go to a country where nobody knows your name. Then people won't have expectations of you. You'll be able to present yourself in a new way. You have the freedom to be reborn. But if you try to do that with people who know you, they'll say, hey, that's not you. Why are you pretending? Sorry. Because in a sense, being a self exists only with the permission of other people to be that self. Which is something quite powerful as an idea, that myself is consensual with the people around me. Because if you don't agree that I can be me, I can't be me. And we've seen that when you have these times of oppression in the Middle East. A group gains power, usually with violence, and then is able to redefine the existence of other people. And we know that that happened in Germany under National Socialism, that people's identity was redefined through projection. And therefore, the consensual sense that, I am a good German citizen could be redefined by the idea, no, you belong to a minority group, a group we don't like, you are nothing. But I'm something. Not anymore. Because we don't agree that you should be that something. We don't agree that you should have rights to property, or to walk on the pavement, or to be employed by the state, or in the university. You go out. But I'm still me. Mm-mm. These historical instances are very helpful for understanding Dharma. The self is not something inside us. It arises as a network of agreements. So when we're taking refuge, this is very deep. The basis of what is my security, profound security, is the open ungraspability of my mind. If I'm forgetful of that, and I imagine that the basis of my security is maintaining my self-image, how I am in the world, and we forget that that is completely dependent on other people's agreement that we should be like that, vanishes. There are lots of young people in their bedrooms practicing the guitar, practicing drums. Some of them will form little college bands. Some of the bands will get a gig in a local pub. Some of them will go from a pub to a club. Some of them will go from a club to a stage. Some of them will be on a stage for one season. Some will be on the stage for the next 30 years. Why is it that some bands survive and some don't? The fans hold certain bands in their mind, and when they hear the name of that band, they think, I want to go and see them. Why do you want to see them? Because they're very good. Who says I say? That is to say, my object relations allows me to project value onto that band. And some other bands, it doesn't work. Something in them is lacking, and what will they hook onto? The projections slide away. One song, Wonder, then they vanished. We know this in the world. So the likelihood that a form will survive across many years is not great. If you look in the high streets in London, many small shops are closing all the time. There are many empty shop windows, and they're filled with charity shops and so on. And now even the big supermarkets plonked outside the towns are not doing so well, because consumerist capitalism changes its form all the time. It's difficult to know what the people will want, because the people don't know what they want. How could they? How I am tomorrow is not the same as I am today. So, refuge means don't rely on constructions. Constructions are a means of communication. They are formations in the interactive movement. They are not a refuge. They are not stable. They are not reliable. I worked for quite a long time in the National Health Service in England. And over the many years I was there, the mood, the feeling tone in the institution changed enormously. When I began, it was quite relaxed and open and friendly, and there was a sense of expansion. There were very few managers, and they had very little power. And over the years, managers came in, being paid a lot of money, and a shift occurred where the managers were able to tell the clinicians what to do. Originally, the managers were just like administrative assistants, providing the resources that the clinicians needed. But towards the end, the managers were the ones determining what was done. And so the mood became tight and fearful. because the managers were always asking for more statistics. Are you meeting your goals? Saying, well, where did these goals come from? Or senior management has said. Why? Who the fuck is senior management? I'm sitting here with my patients. Fucker off, leave me alone. Oh, you can't say that. This is very important. They send email after email after email. You have not given us the information we need. What do you need it for? Don't ask that question. We need it. But why? What are you going to do with it? You get a lot of fights that way. So, this is it. I mean, the building has the same name. My job title is the same, but the job is shifting. I didn't decide to shift it, but I find myself having to do things I never wanted to do. This is the fate of many, many people in life. That the world is changing in subtle, almost unrecognizable ways, and you suddenly find, oh, this isn't what I wanted. This isn't what I agreed to do. Why am I having to do this? This is because you're stupid. We imagine, oh, now I've got a job, I'll be able to do this. But this is arising in dependent origination, in co-emergence with many other factors. This is our life. We know this. We know the taste of that. So when we take refuge, we don't take refuge in these structures of the world, in status, in power, in reputation, in what are called the 8 worldly dharmas, winning and losing, gain and loss. Because this is just like autumn leaves, it will vanish. We take refuge in spaciousness. And we say in this refuge prayer, we take refuge until enlightenment. And that means not just in this life, but in all our lives, because it's not just our own enlightenment, it's the enlightenment of all beings. And this is very important, because it means it will take as long as it takes. And we are committed to staying open as long as it takes. Other beings will take as long as they take. How will I stay open to the idea of helping other people when they are idiots? At a certain point, my goodwill will start to run down. Why? Why am I bothering? So, we don't want to do that. So, at this point, we have to think of the 3 statements of Garab Dorji, which is the originatory teaching of Dzogchen in the human dimension. Garab Dorji had his transmission from Dorji Senpa, who had it from Kuntu Zampo, the primordial Buddha. So we say that this is a true account of the deep meaning of Dzogchen. And the first statement he makes is, waken up to your own nature. Directly see or taste or become this openness of your being. So this is what we do in the meditation. We open ourselves again and again to the possibility of being able just to simply see how it is. Not interpreting it through our ideas of what we've learned in books, but directly seeing. Second statement of Garab Dorji is, don't remain in doubt. That means stay with the freshness of direct perception. Don't start to analyze it in terms of comparing and contrasting and weaving it into some narrative, because that will take you away from the direct freshness of the experience. And his third statement says, continue in this way. That means don't look for anything else. So, last night we looked in this first part of Patrul Rinpoche's text, and he says, just this understanding is the essence of Mahamudra, the essence of the Madhyamika. It's the teaching of all the Buddhas. There is nothing better than this. So why would you look anywhere else? Maybe. But I hear that Sufi dancing is very good. Sufi dancing may well be very good, but you don't actually need Sufi dancing. But I'd like to try Sufi dancing. Trying Sufi dancing, if you just want a bit of exercise, is one thing. But if you think, there's something missing in my understanding, and if I did a bit of Sufi dancing, and a bit of Pilates, and a bit of this, and a bit of that, I could get a portfolio of spiritual practices, which would deal with all my needs. And Garam Dorji is saying, if you do this, you are in the realm of thought construction. You are in the realm of antidotes. Here is something which needs some medicine to cure it. This is not a Dzogchen teaching. The mind itself, from the very beginning, is unborn. Recognizing that everything is contained within it. All wars, all histories, all kindnesses, torture camps, operating theatres, good, bad, everything is inside this open awareness. Therefore, if you want to do Sufi dancing, this is an expression of the energy of the mind. It's not something missing from the understanding of the mind. So there's no prohibition on doing anything as long as the desire to do these different things is not motivated by a sense of lack. Because what do you lack if you have the ground of everything? There's no lack there. Everything is allowed. The feeling of lack is when the residual trace of the ego, in its own sense of inadequacy and wanting to fill itself up, says, that would be interesting, that would be exciting, I would feel better if I did that. And that then puts us into good, bad, right, wrong, and not helpful. So, one second. This third point then is continue in this way. So, if we apply this understanding to taking refuge until enlightenment is gained, the enlightenment of all beings, means opening to our own mind, we continue not putting this open state into question. That is to say, not imagining that a thought will tell you the truth about non-dual experience. Thoughts are part of non-dual experience, but they're not the masters or the explainers or the provers of non-dual experience. Stay open, whatever occurs, and just stay in that state. So that we're open to sentient beings in the face of wars, economic disaster, ecological disaster. We don't lose the open-groundedness. Because if you start reacting to disasters, what shall we do? What shall we do? Energy rises up. There's a loss of space. There's an anxious and excited need to mobilize. To do what? In this realm of illusion, what are you going to do? What's the, to use that horrible term, what's the final solution? There is never a final solution, because it keeps unfolding. Staying calm and open is the most important. So this is the deep meaning of refuge, that in recognizing our own mind, our path is to rest back into that, staying open, and whenever tendencies come from ourselves to close down, or invitations come from other people to close down, whenever there are provocations and we find ourselves taking up limited positions, relax. It's just movements of energy, just patterns of energy. And in this way, we become available. Because in the tradition it says, in Dzogchen, awakening to the Dharmakaya, understanding your own Buddha nature, that's the easy part. The difficult part is the Rupakaya, which means the Sambhogakaya and the Nimanakaya, the expression which is for the other. Because the natural openness of your mind is just there. It's always available. How to be with others, this is difficult. Because the goal is fresh spontaneity, but we have many habits of arousal. We have impulsivity. We have character traits. We have business as usual, me being me. So to find a way of doing something fresh with someone else, this is hard. Because in order to do that, the starting place has to be this infinite openness. Fresh. But as soon as you start assuming something about yourself and assuming something about someone else, you just get into a familiar dyad. You get a dialogic interaction on the basis of what is already known. And so it's not fresh, naked, or open. So this is why being in the world with others is the real path. So in the Dzogchen tradition, we have these two aspects. We have Trekje and Tögao. Trekje, which means something like cutting free, is linked to primordial purity, kada. Means if you recognize the purity of the mind as absolute emptiness, everything else falls away. You cut free of all the crap quite quickly. Although there are many methods which are used for that, the basic thing is simply releasing fixation. The other aspect, Tögao, is the immediacy of the appearance of everything from the state of natural purity. That is to say, it is this moment now, this vision, complete with everything, including tiredness, boredom, thoughts about being here, thoughts about being somewhere else. It's the whole shebang all at once, arising and passing. It's called Hundrup, or kind of sahaj. It means it arises all of a piece in and of itself, and is not then something to be chopped up into pieces, comparing and contrasting. So, to do the practice, first you have to get the primordial purity, which is the first of Garab Dorji's statements. If you recognize the nature of your mind, it is primordial purity. Because it has no boundary, there is no limit to it. The mind is infinite. Because the mind is infinite, everything which occurs is inside the mind. It is the display of the mind. This is Tögao. To recognize everything is the self-luminosity, the Swayam Prakash, the natural light of the mind showing itself. So, when we take refuge, we are bringing all of these factors together. Then the second two lines are saying, on the basis of all the good qualities that I have accumulated, I will work to gain enlightenment in order to save all sentient beings. There is talking about the 6 paramitas, that we develop patience, we develop generosity, we develop wisdom, endurance, and so on. And we accumulate merit, and we accumulate wisdom, and with these two accumulations, we are able to benefit others. This is the general Mahayana reading. From the Dzogchen point of view, We're not accumulating, but building up a bank account. We have the immediate presence of everything which is required. We have the self-perfection, or the instant appearance of all these phenomena. And so whatever resources are required will come to hand in a situation. We find ourselves being at ease, knowing what to say. Not because we have built up a lot of knowledge inside ourselves. If you train to be a teacher or a therapist or an engineer, of course technical knowledge is important. And experience is important. But what does experience do? Generally, it's the key factor in experience is that it gives you the confidence that you'll find a way, and so you relax. And the thing that makes you better at your job is the fact that you're relaxed. Because when you're new to the job, you have enthusiasm, but usually a lot of anxiety as well. So in the same way, the more we trust that we are part of the world, that we are participative, when we go to be with others, what is required will come through. A friend of mine died in the summer, and I went to visit him quite a few times before he died, first at home and then in a hospice. What do you say to somebody who's dying? You don't know what to say. And then you go to the funeral and there are family and friends and so on. What do you say to people? Nobody knows. You couldn't know. But you're there and people show in themselves whether they want a little smile or a nod or a hug or some words. We find ourselves tuning into the situation and something happens. I think that's as good as it gets. I think that's the best option, which is to say, as part of the field will guide me, rather than coming from inside myself and trying to work out what do I need to do, what shall I say, because how would you know? But the other person shows you that maybe they need to be in themselves. They don't want anything. It's just, I feel like shit, leave me alone. Okay, fine. But if we start thinking, oh, I should do something, they look terrible, or they're rejecting me, I don't like this. That has nothing to do with anything. So our emptiness is the basis of our compassion. The fact that we are not preformed, that we haven't taken up a position or have some notion of what we should do. Okay. So now we recite these 4 lines, the refuge and bodhicitta. We do it slowly, allowing the words to arise both in their meaning but also just as sound and emptiness. There's no particular visualization, just a sense of sound arising from ourselves in space. The movement of energy out of space and into space. Okay. So we take a break now for 25 minutes or so, and then return to the text. Okay, so we continue with the text. And we're on page 123, beginning of paragraph 4. Now he's talking about how to get a direct appreciation of the nature of the mind. If you yogis and yoginis wish to unmistakably actualize this pure view, remain clear and alert in the state of non-artificial voidness. This means, just as we were looking earlier, relaxing, allowing whatever arises to come and to go. Non-artificial here means not seeking to create anything. Artificial means with artifice, with an intention to adapt and improve and refine in some way. From the point of view of Dzogchen, the mind itself doesn't need any improvement. It doesn't need any work done on it. It is as it is, pure from the very beginning. And so a lot of our practice is trust. It's not about belief. It's not that you have to believe that something is the case, which is, if you believe in a particular political party or economic theory or religion, you kind of gather yourself towards that and pour your ideas and your orientation into that particular patterning. But trusting is much more just opening to it. We don't have to do anything because it is what is given, and therefore no activity is required. And clear and alert. Alert here means not falling asleep. It doesn't mean aroused. So, how do we do that? What does it? It's a kind of passive alertness. Say, for example, in the springtime, you go out into the woods to a place where you know that the first cuckoos often arrive. And you want to hear the cuckoo. So you are listening for the cuckoo. But if you try to consciously listen for the cuckoo, after a while you find your mind's gone off on something else. Because whenever we shape our mind in a particular orientation or position, this is a temporary arising, it will vanish and will be caught in something else. So you're passively alert. Your ears are open, but you're not trying. So it's a non-striving alertness. So you can think in your own life about times when that might be the case. Not falling asleep, not falling away from it, not anxiously aroused in any particular direction, but just available. Available. If the mind stays still, then remain without artifice on that staying. Means if nothing's happening, sometimes it's as if our mind is almost blank, nothing is registering. Then we just stay with nothing happening. Remember, our key point is always, it's not the content of the mind which is determining the nature of the experience, it's the mind itself. So, if nothing is happening, we just stay with that. If there is no recollection, then remain on that non-recollection. That is to say, if you're a bit spaced out, if you've not got a fresh sense of being here, if you're a bit hazy, you just stay hazy. You're sitting, you feel a bit dumb and stupid. Of course, we don't like to feel dumb and stupid, so we think, oh, there's a problem, I'm not having good meditation, I should do something different. And then you come into being artificial and trying to change it. But if the mind's a bit cloudy and sort of maybe a bit sort of bored, just no real sense of what's going on, when you notice that, just stay present with that. It's this image we've had before sometimes about the tail and the dog. The dog wags the tail, not the tail wagging the dog. When you follow the thought or the content or the state of experience of yourself, that is the tail. And when you get caught up in that, it disturbs any possibility of settling. Our focus is on the dog, the mind itself. And when the dog's happy, the tail wags, all kind of mental phenomena arise. The central thing is the clarity of being open to what is occurring, however it is. Now, clearly what's involved in this is trusting that opening is better for us than our active involvement in trying to sort things out. So here we can see the integration of all the levels of Buddhism, because this is a kind of renunciation. We are renouncing the arousal, the mobilization of our own energy, which is foundational to maintaining our sense of self. I know who I am because I show myself through my intentional activity. And what he's saying is, just stay with it, however it is. If you see the content of your mind as an X-ray showing you who you really are, you will never be free. Because any kind of thought or feeling or sensation that arises somehow is defining who you are. And you think, shit, what's the matter with my mind? Why is it like this? This is terrible. So now you have a thought about a thought about a thought about a thought. He's saying, let go of that. Whatever arises in your mind is just something passing through it. It is not a school report card on who you are or how you're doing. It's just stuff. And if you keep trying to rearrange the stuff to make the perfect shape, you'll find that there is no end to that busyness. In brief, remain without artifice on whatever arises in the mind. So, remaining on it means just being with it, being open to it, not merged, not stepped back and examining with perspective, but just, it's like that. So, you feel dull and stupid, and you're sitting. How to stay with that? In the way that the reflection is in the mirror, the dullness and stupidity is in my mind. It is as if it is me. So the awareness we bring is not an awareness shining onto it. It's not like using a torch on a dark night to work out what something is. It's the illumination of presence. Dull, stupid, confused is allowed to be here, and I'm present with it, in it, but not merged into it. This is the meaning of non-duality in the meditation. It's not subject and object kept apart. It's not the fear that the subject's going to be contaminated by the object. Awareness is not our personal subjectivity. It's neutral. It is just, this is what's here. So when a reaction arises, I don't like this, or this is not good, or needs to be changed, this is a new thought. Stay with that thought. If you merge into that thought, you go into a critique and you start doing something. So, however the mind arises, allow it to be there, not as something far away, but not in a fusion or identification. It is just what's here. So that the emptiness of awareness is the hospitality which is allowing that to arise. And the fearlessness of this hospitality is like the fearlessness of the mirror. As we looked yesterday, the mirror is not damaged by having something horrible done in front of it so that that reflection comes into the mirror. When our mind is dull and stupid, or when our mind is very agitated, however it's arising, that arising is just there and then gone. It doesn't leave a trace in awareness, but it will have an impact on ego formation. So what is required always is to see ego formation is simply another form of arising, and whenever in our historically developed sense of ourselves, when we find ourselves taking a position up to what's happening in the practice, offer hospitality to that. Not merged in it, not fully believing. You might think, oh, here I go again, this never works out, I don't know what I'm doing. Not an uncommon feeling for meditators. So that's there. It's very tempting to believe it. But we are trusting space, not believing in the content. So in that moment, we're just tilting on this fulcrum point. We're just tilting away from merging into the idea or the concept, believing in the concept, and just letting it be there. This is a thought arising in the mind. Just a thought. Yeah?
I have difficulty sometimes when people talk about letting go,
Mm-hmm.
because it does sound like, well, too active. It does sound like things might only last a moment and then go. Well, my experience is that things can last some time and be felt physically, a thought or a feeling or something like that, and it will go, but I can't let it go.
Can you just say something more about things lasting through time?
Well, if I'm holding this, I have to do something to let the paper go. I have to open my fingers. If the paper is resting on my hand and I turn my hand, I don't have to let go of the paper. So in the text, when it's describing letting go, if you start from the idea that you're already caught up in it, then catching is an activity and releasing is also an activity. So you're just exchanging one activity for another, both of which have a subject-object formation. So your point is very important. It's not about intentionally letting go. If you're caught up in something, the first thing you want to do is just relax the holding. If you relax the holding, then the mind moves and it will fall away by itself. So it's more like letting it go, where the going is active rather than the letting is active. Because the thoughts and feelings are moving through, they will go by themselves. So in Dzogchen this is called Rangdrol, or self-liberation, which is essentially just the meditation experience of impermanence. This is horrible. I don't want to be like that. It's going to go. How terrible is it? Is it going to destroy you? No. But why am I caught up in this jealousy? I hate that person. Why did they do that to me? Some old neurotic stories in there in your mind. After a while, you're not thinking about it. But you feel contaminated by it. So, a sponge can be contaminated. If you have a very dirty, greasy pan and you clean it with a sponge, afterwards the sponge, the color changes and the fat goes into it, and then you have to really work at getting it clean because it's absorbent. But the whole idea of the mind as vajra, as indestructible, is that it's not absorbent. The ego is absorbent, but the mind itself is not absorbent. So the fear, as we were talking yesterday, the fear that arises is I'm going to be stuck with this. I'm contaminated. I don't want this. Now, we're taking the object as an X-ray of ourselves. This object is the truth about me. Because I have jealous thoughts, I am a bad person. I don't want these thoughts, and I don't want other people to know I have these thoughts. I want to be a different. This is all thought following thought, following thought, following thought. So the meditation instruction is, with whatever's arising, even if it seems quite an interwoven sequence, stay open to each part.
Would you say it's true to say, in order to let go, one first has to let be?
Yeah. We have to allow it to be there and not take it as a definition. It's just stuff. With the image that we've used sometimes, if you see your mind as your private garden, you become very upset about the condition of it. If the neighbor's cat comes and shits in your garden, if the leaves from the neighbor's tree fall in your garden, if the neighbor throws their snails over the fence into your garden, you think, hey, this is my space. I want it the way I want it. But in meditation, our mind is more like a big forest or a huge park. It doesn't belong to us. That's really the first stage of the meditation, is to say the Dharma Dhatu is a space which I inhabit, but I have no ownership of it. And therefore, whatever comes, comes. And it's just stuff. It's just stuff. And because these events are happening in a public sphere, they are not giving me a message about myself. They're giving me a message about what moves in space. So here we can see this basic Buddhist teaching. The cause of suffering is attachment. When we think this stuff in my mind is terrible, I don't like it, this is the painful experience of our own attachment. Because we're saying, this shouldn't be here, I don't like it to be here, and so on. We're taking it personally. It's just stuff. A lot of what happens in life is just stuff. I remember when I was young and used to hitchhike a lot. At night you're at the side of the road and you're hitchhiking and a big truck comes by. And as it goes by, it has this big whoosh of wind. And all the warmth around your body gets blown out of your clothes and this cold wind comes in. You fucking bastards. But the driver's just driving. It's completely irrelevant to the driver. But for me it's a little tragedy because now I'm very cold and abandoned. So I'm taking it personally. There is no reason why that driver should stop and give me a ride. I'm hoping for it, but there's no reason. So to feel abandoned by the car not stopping or the truck not stopping is ridiculous. So it's like that. These thoughts are just things which are moving on the highway of the mind. The ego is seeking to have some kind of personal relationship with them, to make that pattern somehow a meaningful feedback on how I'm doing. And this is where it becomes confusing for us. So it says, do not react, neither encouraging nor inhibiting. Just leave it alone. What is this energy of involvement? On an ordinary level, it's I don't like it. So it looks like a response or a reaction is arising from me because I am me. I'm not the sort of person who wants this. But where do thoughts come from? They come from the mind. So the thought that I don't like it, a thought that in its feeling tone and in its semantic content is saying to me, James, this is you giving voice to your reality. You don't like this. I don't like this. This thought came into my mind. Where did it come from? From the mind. Essentially, it's spam. It's something which comes into your little machine and it has nothing to do with you. Yeah, exactly. So that's what he's saying. The spam filter is relax. Don't get involved. It should just go into junk. Because that's essentially what it is. But it doesn't feel like that. Because it feels personal. It feels meaningful. So, what's happening is something which is essentially empty or neutral is being given a valency by our positioning towards it. So you could think of this in terms of the 5 skandhas, the 5 basic heaps, which, according to the early teachings of the Buddha, are the main constituents of our sense of being a person. So first of all, there's form. Form means shape and color. Something arrives. And then there is a feeling tone reaction to it, which is positive or negative or neutral. That is to say, there is like, dislike, and indifferent. And so when the thought is arising, subjectivity or our personhood begins its first engagement with it in terms of having this sensational or very primitive, immediate response. It's like a caress on the face. You can feel this as positive or negative or neutral, depending on who's doing it. It's not really an elaborated feeling. It's not a complex thought. It's just an immediate, okay, not okay, what. So this is the first step of our getting involved in what's happening in the mind, because we are attributing a valency to what is occurring. From the beginning, valency means a charge, electrical charge. Like on a battery, you have a positive and a negative side. So it's that kind of charge which is attractive or repulsive. So, this is our projection onto the object. Everything is empty from the beginning. It has no intrinsic value. The feeling tone response is attributional. We give it to the object. Who gives it? The ego gives it. What is the ego? A patterning of thoughts, feelings, memories, and so on. So what essentially you have is a thought formation coming to a conclusion about another thought formation, and indicating that some activity should occur. Because the thought formation of the ego is very particular about what comes near it. I remember in a family I knew in India, an American family, the bigger brother was always teasing the small brother. And one day the little boy came running in and he was crying and crying and crying and crying, and he said, "I'm a homo sapien." My brother said, "I'm a homo sapien." So it's like that, You put an attribution on something and it seems to define something in there. It's just an empty signifier, but if we take that in a particular way, it seems to be something horrible. It seems to be saying something contaminating and defiling that's somehow gone right inside us. So that's what he's saying. Don't get involved. Now, how do we do that? With great effort. The effort of non-effort. The effort of not doing. The effort of not knowing. Because the urge to do is a defensive arousal. That we feel that it's up to us to maintain the integrity of ourself, which is our ego formation. But when we're doing this practice, that's not our prime concern. Because the ego is a self-generating pattern. It's a display of autopoiesis, of the natural formation of systems. Everybody has an ego. I never met anybody who didn't have an ego. All the lamas I met had quite a bit of an ego. And why wouldn't they? Ego just means, in its simple form, being self-referential. If you don't know what is referred to by yourself, you wouldn't know how to respond if somebody said your name. And you wouldn't know. A feeling arises inside you and you don't know who it belongs to. So, some feeling of hunger arises and you take a cake and you stick it in someone else's mouth. So it's quite helpful to have this self-referential cycle. For whatever arises, just remain without artifice on that which is arising. Now, he's going to say the same thing about 10 different ways here, because it is the most essential point. Whether we see it as good or bad, just remain without artifice on that which is arising. Means don't do anything to that which is arising. Don't cook it in any way. Allow it to be raw. Allow it to be fresh. Because then it will go more easily. As soon as you get involved, it starts to stay. Because its permission to stay is your attention to it. So if we want the flow of the mind to go by, then we have to really be clear about being free of hopes and fears. The mind itself is not developed by good experiences. It's not increased in its value by having good experiences, nor is it diminished by bad experiences. In life, we don't want to be a failure. We don't want to make mistakes. We don't want to make a mess of our life. We want to be successful and competent and clear and have good things happening. This is our ordinary orientation. But we're talking here about meditation. We're talking about sitting on a mat in touch with our own mind. And if we apply that ego logic of getting the good and refusing the bad, of pushing away difficulties and pulling in what seems to have value, if you apply that in meditation, then meditation is just sitting, having ordinary thoughts, because this is the movement of the mind. So, when he's saying without artifice, he's meaning when you try to get more of what you want and less of what you don't want, this is artificial. This is you adding something. You taste the food and you think, oh, it needs more salt. You taste the food and you think, too much chili. Too much, too little. Too much, too little. So then you have to make some kind of adaptation. Why? Because you have an idea about how it should be. You have an idea about how you are. And if I allow this to be happening, it will undermine my sense of how I am. So this is why we do these manipulations or these engagements in order to maintain the continuity of our self-image. So this is what he's saying is, whoa, this is where you get lost very easily. Whatever comes, let it come. That's very different from our ordinary way of being in the world. But again, we have to remember this is a meditation instruction. He's not saying that you go out in the street and if somebody slaps your face, you just smile. You can do whatever you like. You hit them. Because you do whatever you do in your culture according to people being violent. Call the police, you stab them, whatever you have permission to do. That's in the street. In the meditation, we're not concerned with that. We're concerned with recognizing the contents of the mind are impermanent and unable to either benefit or destroy the clarity of the mind. Again and again we return to the image of the mirror. The mirror is not harmed by ugly images. The mind is not harmed. If you understand that point, everything starts to become much easier. Because then the anxiety of the formation that arises in the mind can decline, because it doesn't matter. On a fundamental level, it doesn't matter. When you move into the world and being with others, then it matters more. But the first stage is the the patterning of the content of my mind doesn't matter, because the main thing is the nature of my mind. Relaxing and opening in that, now, on the basis of that openness, how I move into, at the end of the meditation, how I move into relation with others is coming from that spacious openness and not from this defended self-constellation. So that's the heart of the work here. Don't hold your mind here, that's kind of back in here. Don't seek there for objects. Because if you split it into the interpretation, this is happening for me, then what happens is, instead of staying present with what is arising, you've entered into a conclusion about it. I am aware that this is happening for me. In English we can use the word aware there, but it's not the same as this unborn awareness which is like the mirror. This simply means I am attentive to what is there. Holding self here, holding the object there, means there are two things, subject and object. So you're back in duality. The non-duality is the way that the reflection is in the mirror. It's not like getting into the bath and displacing the volume of your body from the water so that the water spills over the edge. Something is not being removed by the arising of this appearance. Space is not being lost. But in our ordinary ego sense, we have a perverse notion of space. We deal with space as if space was a thing, so that when we go into thoughts, we lose our spaciousness. Then we relax and we're a bit spacious, but then the thought comes and you're in the thought. So you've set space and thought, or space and manifestation, up as if they are opposite entities. But space is not an entity. Space has things in it without being destroyed by them. You, into the bath, push the water out because you are taking up the space occupied by the water. But you in space are not displacing space, because space isn't a thing, an entity to be displaced. This is the heart of the mind. We are not a thing. We don't stand in relation to other things. That's the discourse of the ego, of the patterning, of the emergence of the mind, when the mind itself is not relative. So, remain without artifice exactly on the mind of the looker and thinker. So, we're sitting in the practice, things are arising. We wouldn't know that they were arising unless we were aware. Who is the one who is looking? This is the essential rebalancing. Most of the time our attention is object fixated. We're looking out in the world, we're checking out how things are, and we feel a kind of competency in that. But here he's saying, stay with the looker. So if you're going to be with what is arising, the one who is with what is arising is the awareness that shows the arising. This is the looker. The looker is not a dualistic observer over here looking over there. It's just the seeing, which is the luminosity of the hospitality to the seen. So it's the natural clarity or radiance of the mind which is illuminating the transient content of the mind. Not light source onto object illuminated, but illumination within that sphere of light. So let's do a little bit of this practice, and we just what he's describing, we try to stay with that. So, as yesterday, we can begin with the 3 R's. In the space in front of us, we're imagining this white letter R surrounded by 5-colored light. This is the presence of the mind of all the Buddhas. This is the form of our own enlightened nature. We open ourselves to this luminous presence and we make the sound of R 3 times. As we're letting this sound move out through us, we're relaxing and releasing the tensions in the body, the tensions in the mind, flowing out, just spacious and available. And then we sit open with whatever is coming. Okay. When you do this sitting practice, if you're doing it in conjunction with this text, you want to sit and then reflect. Is what he's saying illuminating my own experience? So when he's saying, be without recollection, he's meaning don't pull it together into making meaning in some way. Allow it just to be whatever pattern it is. Is that what's happening for me? What am I doing? When you see that you're quite active in constructing and moving things around, don't despair. Don't become critical of yourself. Don't try to change it. Just stay open to the presence of that's what is happening. The one who is present with what is happening is the clarity of the mind. The one who tries to change what is happening is the distorting energy of the ego. So this is always the choice point that we have. When you find yourself getting involved, taking up positions in judgments, don't shift the judgment. As soon as you recognize this configuration, just be with it. Allow it to be there. So it's as if you're there as an illuminating presence. The mind is revealing in the way that the mirror reveals what's placed in front of it. The mind reveals this arising, and just stay open. Then the arising will pass. So again he repeats, don't hold your mind here, don't seek there for the object of meditation. Remain without artifice exactly on the mind that is doing the meditation. So this is something you can also explore when we have the break for lunch and you have time to go outside in nature, and then you might go to the movement class. Whatever you are engaged in, just gently soften the sense of I am looking at that, or this is happening for me, and just see it as the flow of experience. If you're walking down a path in the country there, every step you take some new view is showing itself, some new tree or some shadow or leaves on the path. Here is a showing to the mind. So stay present just in the experience of receptivity, without making evaluations or commentary, linking it to your history, thinking, I love being here, or whatever it would be. If these thoughts arise, just don't block them, just allow them to be and they'll vanish, so that the movement of experience in time, as time, is the experience of the mind. The mind is showing the unfolding of experience. So you can do it under any circumstances. Then he says, your mind is not found by seeking. When we go looking for the mind, it's very difficult to do this in a way that is different from looking for where your car keys are or where you put some important piece of paper. There is something to be looked for, which means a subject is looking for an object. And he's saying, if you follow that, you will never ever have any happiness. So although in the Dzogchen traditions they use the term notro, which means to introduce or to show or point out, it's not pointing out something as an object. It's that we find ourselves in the state of the open mind by just letting go of intoxication and involvement in what is arising. So, one way of helping us to do this is to look at 5 basic questions about the mind, which are present in many texts. And we can do this just now. First of all, there is, does the mind have a shape or a color? Then secondly, does it have a dimension? Is it big or small? Which means also, is it inside the body or outside the body? Then thirdly, does your mind itself come from anywhere? Does it have an origin? Does it have a beginning? Was it once somewhere else? Does your mind abide anywhere? Does it stay somewhere? You might think it stays in your body, in your head. You might have heard about the brain and think, oh, the brain is the source of the mind. You have to sit and look at these kind of thoughts. What is the truth status of a thought? My mind is generated by my brain. Is that true or not true? It's certainly a thought. And the thought arises and passes away. Then finally, does the mind go anywhere? Does the mind vanish? We know that our thoughts, feelings, sensations, memories all arise and then vanish. But the seer, the one who illuminates the sight of clarity of the mind, does that go? Does that vanish? Now clearly, sometimes we feel a bit more clear and sometimes we don't feel clear at all. So we could say, yesterday I was more clear than I am today. My clarity has vanished. Okay. Where did that clarity go? I don't know, but I know that yesterday I was more clear than I am today. Are you clear about that? Yes, I'm very clear about that. Okay. Who is the one who is clear about yesterday having been more clear than today? that one is always clear. This is why this work is very, very tricky. Because the thought and the mind that the thought is in are not two separate things. The semantic content is the luminosity or the display of the mind. And the mind can't catch itself. But we need to each be clear about this for ourselves. So we go back into the practice now and gently allow these questions to arise. You don't want to do it in a strongly investigatory way. Does my mind have a color? Does it have a shape? Because then your method of looking is already predisposing you to the sense that this is very solid, that there is something to be found. Rather, you want to relax and open and put yourself in the way of seeing what is there. So, you're just sitting. Various things are arising and passing. These things which are arising and passing are your experience, having different shapes. You know that you're having experience, so there is a knower or a seer, the clarifying point of the one who is having the experience. Being with that, is there any shape? Observing how the shape of the mind seems to shift. For example, if you have a mirror and you go outside, you can take this mirror and look at your face. And then the mirror seems to be full of something quite small and defined. And then you turn the mirror round so that it's looking out over the sky and the fields and the trees. And the mirror is now seemingly very big. It's as if the mirror has become bigger because it has a lot more in it. Oh. The mirror hasn't changed. The content of the mirror has changed, but it looks as if something has happened to the mirror. This is what we're looking at in the mind. Different experiences are arising. Is the mind altered by the experience? You might feel expansive, then troubled, all kinds of things. Each of these experiences, coming and going, does the experiencer have a shape, a color, a size, come from somewhere, stay somewhere, go somewhere? So we return to these questions again and again, but very gently. Just, what's happening? Is it like this? How is this? Okay, let's try that. And we can do this just starting in a slow out-breath and resting with whatever arises. So this is a very useful practice, and this afternoon you can take it outside. It's very helpful if you're looking at the question, is my mind inside the body? Is my mind outside the body? Is the world outside me? Is the world inside me? Just walk out to where there's a very big view of the sky and the hills. Relax into the out-breath. Just be aware of what's there. It's happening, it's arising, its experience, and see if you can see any boundary between your mind and the experience, your mind and the hill. Maybe you hear a car going by or a plane going through the sky. Is the plane outside your mind or inside your mind? If you start with a concept of your mind and you think, well, my mind is linked with my brain, or my mind isn't in my body, it's in the heart chakra. These are all concepts. What is the direct experience when you hear the first sound of the plane? Oh, sound is traveling from the plane through the air as vibration into my ear, setting off some message into my brain. This is a sequence of thoughts. What is your direct experience? Because this is what we're concerned with, not culturally elaborated narratives of interpretation, but staying with the direct experience, because that shows the mind itself as it is, not as a formation.
So if I ask myself, what color is the mind, I have to direct on my vision, a visual, not on concept.
Well,
What I see.
We also have some internal vision could arise, some dream or whatever. And then that's gone. So that's an experience. Does the mind itself have a color? So what we see outside clearly has color. This is something the mind experiences or the mind shows. So if I look at a yellow wall, does my mind become yellow? On one level, of course, it does, because in Dzogchen they have this concept of dangwa, which means a kind of translucency, and it's compared to having a crystal ball. And if you put the crystal ball on red cloth, it will look a little red, and if you put it on blue cloth, it will look a little blue, because the light is passing through with the coloration of the cloth. In the same way, the openness of the mind seems to have the texture of what it's experiencing, but of course the crystal ball has not become red or become blue. It only appears like that because it is not resisting the movement of the light through it. So when I look at the red wall, or I look at the trees or the valley, this fills the mind, and it is as if these features give some coloration, some color tone to the mind, and then we turn our head and we look somewhere else, and immediately something else is there. So in that moment, is there any particular, predictable, reliable color to the mind? So one of the reasons this practice is recommended again and again is that it's something that you do that allows you to be in relation with your own mind. It's not dependent on any teaching or dogmatic expression from anyone else, but you sit or stand outside and you allow yourself to be present with your experience and just look. Again, it's not looking like a detective, it's looking in the manner of revealing, allowing the showing of what is there. That's really what it means by looking. Allowing the showing of what is there. My mind is here, all of this stuff is here. I wouldn't know that the stuff is here if I didn't have a mind. Therefore, my mind must be here. What is this mind? What shape is it? What color is it? If I say that my mind is here, where is it here? Inside, outside? You can find out for yourself. If somebody tells you, it's not going to be really helpful, because what they tell you is just a concept, but you have a direct experience. in the tradition they usually give this example that if somebody doesn't know what sweetness means, you can explain with 1,000 words, but they won't know. And then you take some honey or sugar and you put it on their tongue. Oh, so this is sweet. Yeah, that's what sweet is. Now you know what sweetness is? You tell me. They can't. This is this transmission beyond language that they describe in the Zen tradition. This is why it begins with Mahakashyapa really seeing the flower that the Buddha holds up. He gets it. But we only get it by allowing ourselves to open to what is there. So if you stay in your normal appropriative mode, in which you go out to get something, you won't get it. But you get it by receiving it, because it's already being given. The truth or the actuality of our existence is revealing itself moment by moment. It's, as it says in the text, the mind is not something you've lost. It's not something to find. You can't buy it. You can't sell it. It's not a commodity. It's already here. So you have a mind. You are the movement of the mind. What is the mind? So each of us has to do that inquiry for ourselves. So this afternoon we have some free time, and then for those who would like, there is a movement at 2:45. At 3:45. Maybe if you do 2:45 to 3:45, and then we start again in here at 4 o'clock. So you have a 15-minute break. Okay, bon appetit. Okay, so just before we continue with the text, someone who has very often over the years come to our meetings is Achim, who is now quite sick. He had a stroke and is in hospital and has many limitations on how he's able to express himself. So we sent him our good wishes, and those of you who remember him can hold him in mind during the practice. And when at the end, when we dedicate the merit, we can think particularly of him. He's somebody who, in my memory of him, was physically very energetic, very strong, and suddenly something happens. And that's the same for all of us. None of us know what will happen in the night when we go to sleep, or in the day when we wake up in the morning. Our time on this earth is very limited and unpredictable. So practicing is very important. And we finished at 1 o'clock and went for lunch, which is 3 hours ago. And in these 3 hours you might reflect, how many times have you taken refuge in your thoughts and feelings? And how often have you taken refuge in the nature of the mind? Well. So we're here still on page 123, and at the bottom of the page, in the last paragraph. So we finished on your mind is not found by seeking. Mind itself has been empty from the very beginning. And it has, after mind itself, it has in brackets, sem nid. Sem is the ordinary word for mind in Tibetan, and nid means something like ness. So sem nid is like mindness. It's what it is about the mind that makes it the mind. So sem nid is speaking of the mind as the capacity to show, to know, to illuminate, rather than what is known. Because our ordinary use of the word is quite complicated. It means both the revealer and what is revealed. And so we can get quite confused. We can say, I can't get that thought out of my head. So clearly the mind has got something stuck in it. Or in English you can say, I'm minded to go on a trip, which means the mind is the intention to go on the trip. So mind is a very tricky word in most languages. And of course the reason it's tricky is because the mind is tricky. Mind manifests as subject, as object, and as the ground of subject and object. And so it's not likely that any one definition is going to clarify it. But getting a little familiar with some of the technical terms in Tibetan can be helpful, because they've been looking at this a long time. So he's saying the mind itself, or the pure capacity of illumination or rig, is empty from the very beginning. Empty here means it has no fixed content, and therefore it's free. Seeking is not necessary, for the seeker is thatness itself. Thatness is like terms suchness and so on. Denyid or deshinyid means as it is. As it is means it's already here. In every situation, whatever is going on has two aspects: how it appears to be and how it is. So you have two Tibetan technical terms, Jitawe Kembeyeshi and Jinyepe Kembeyeshi. The first one refers to the wisdom of seeing things just as they are, and the second term means the wisdom of appreciating how they appear to be. And so we need both of these, because in themselves everything is empty, but there is also appearance, and we need to work with that appearance without giving it a solid substance. We work with the patterns of the day. So if we had small children here, often you have to say to them, you have to wrap up, it's cold. They say, I don't want to get warm. I want to go out like this. No, you have to wear your winter clothes. So, in that situation, you're introducing the child to the fact that it's cold. And that how the world is and how it feels to you are not the same. And if you go out thinking you'll be warm, after 10 minutes you say, Mommy, I'm cold, I want to go home. No, but we have to go to the shops. That's why I said, put on your hat. But I have your hand in my pocket. And it's the same for us in terms of our mind, that we have to deal with appearances as they appear, and yet we have to be with their emptiness at the same time. The integration of these two is liberation itself. So, if you're looking for your mind, he's saying seeking is not necessary, for the one who is seeking is itself the mind. So, I am going to sit and look for my mind. In that moment, my mind is the object and I am the subject. What is the real nature of the subject? Awareness. What is the real nature of the object? The Dharma Dhatu. So, if you just stay present with the intention to find your mind, that is already your mind. It is your mind seeking the mind. But because the mind is seeking the mind as an object, it will never find the mind. So he's saying, when you have an urge to sit and find your mind, don't block that. This is, if you like, setting the frame of an experiment, as if you were in a scientific laboratory. And you set up the experiment so that you can see what is going on. But the experiment is one that's a little bit tricky, so it's more like a psychological experiment, where often the participants are really being tricked, so that they can't know what's happening, so they reveal what's going on. So we say, right, now we're going to look for our mind. As you start to look for something, there is a looker. So you're using the object to kind of tickle and tease out the looker. Now, be the looker, because you are the looker. Who else is looking? You're sitting on your seat, looking for your mind. You're doing the looking. It's you. And who are you? You are the mind itself. So that's why it's saying you don't have to look, for the looker is the one who is already awakened. But if you don't look at all, you won't find it. So if you look too much, you only find the object. If you don't look at all, you don't find anything. But you set it up as the means whereby, in the very process, you catch yourself. Just as you might set up put on some music and invite people to dance. And in that, they can awaken to the nature of movement. They can say, oh, this is movement. The music and the intention to dance creates the field in which the recognition of the nature of movement can occur. So that's what he means here. Remain unwaveringly on the one who is seeking. That means whenever a solution arises, whenever you come to a conclusion, be careful. You're looking, you've found something, and in the moment that you find something, you lose yourself. You stop the looking because you found what you were looking for, but what you found is a thought, and the thought is already vanishing. So when it says stay with the looker, it means don't be complacent. Don't fall asleep on the job. Don't be satisfied if you think you got it. Because if you got it, the next minute you look in your hand, it's not there. It's like trying to catch a butterfly. So again and again, stay as the looker. Stay as the looker. Because to find the looker means to be the looker. That's the key thing. It starts almost like a kind of epistemological inquiry, that you're investigating the structure of how this is set up. And then it becomes ontological. It becomes about being. So that instead of catching something that you can think about, you find, from the very beginning, moment by moment, under all circumstances, I am the experiencer. And this experiencer is inseparable from the experience, just as the mirror is always filled with reflections. So whenever there is a reflection, there is a mirror. Whenever there is an experience, there is an experiencer. So again and again, we find ourselves tilted towards the experience, the detail, the product, the outcome, the concept. At that moment, without changing anything, just slightly tilting, be aware of the one who is looking. This is the mind itself. Understanding or not understanding, true or not true, existing or not existing, no matter what comes, just remain without artifice on the one who is thinking. So again, he's saying, it's not the quality of your thoughts. It's not whether they are honest or dishonest. It doesn't matter whether they are ethical thoughts or unethical thoughts. It's not about sorting out the content of the mind, but being aware, however your mind is arising, You know it's arising because you experience it. Stay with the experiencer. Under all circumstances, stay with the knowing or the illumination or the clarity that reveals what is there. Good or bad, pleasing or dirty, happy or sad, for whatever recollection arises, whatever formation of the mind arises, without accepting, meaning taking it up, making it part of you, or rejecting, pushing it away, just remain without artifice, without doing anything at all, remain on the one who is doing the recollecting. So you sit in the meditation and a memory arises. You think, oh, I've been here before. I remember people who were here. Where are they now? It doesn't matter whether this is an accurate thought or a thought that makes you happy or sad. Just the fact that something is occurring means there is someone for whom it is occurring. Stay with that. Stay on that. That's a central point of the practice. And this is important because it means you can always be in the practice whatever is going on. We have good days, we have bad days, we have days when we feel confident, we have days when we don't feel so confident, we have heartbreaks, we have confusions, we have suffering and loss, we feel let down by others, we let others down. All the furniture of the mind, all the content of the mind, for the purposes of meditators, is simply an opportunity to be present with the one who is having that experience. So if you try to correct and remove a bad experience, if you try to hang on to a good experience, what you have is subject in relation to object. But if you look, who is the looker? What is the real nature of the subject? You find that it's emptiness itself. The mind is like the sky. Sky is looking at sky. The object is sky because it's something arising in the space of appearance, which is the Dharma Dhatu. And the Rigpa is also like the sky because it has no shape or color or form. So the one looking is empty. That which is seen is empty. And awakening to this is the heart of the matter. Desirable or undesirable, for whatever arises, just remain without artifice on the arising. Now, you can take two paths to do this. One is control and the other is relaxation. Because clearly we have a tendency not to do what he's describing. We have tendencies to enter into judgment, to get caught up in opinions about what's arising, to elaborate situations in our mind. And what he's saying is, if you try to control it, to stop the flow of the mind, you will just make more trouble for yourself. There is a term in Tibetan, Rangbap, which means like water tumbling down a mountain. It means free flow. And so when we're sitting in the practice, that's what we have, is free flow. Whatever comes, comes. Even if there are terrible thoughts that come in your mind of exploiting someone or doing some terrible crime, that doesn't matter. It's just a thought. If you react strongly to it and put it away because it's bad or towards you because it's good, then you are lost. Then you are just in the tumble of duality. Be present with whatever arises. So this goes back to when we take refuge in the mind, we take refuge in the mind as empty and as indestructible. So we need have no fear that if some negative thought is in our mind, we are being contaminated. Thoughts like that will make me a bad person. If I sit with this in my mind, I'm going to get up and do some terrible thing. That's not going to happen, because you stay as the seer or the looker or the knower, and the thought vanishes. The more you do this, the more you have the clarity that always, under any circumstance, the one who knows is the mind itself. Then you're living in a state of Rigpa. But when you get into interaction with the thought, the correcting, the moving, the artificiality, then you remain an ego subject. You remain under the power of consciousness, which is about formation and not about openness. So this is enormously important for us. So, to emphasize the point, he gives a quotation from the Nyenju, which is a famous text. The non-artificial ground is Mahamudra, the non-artificial path is the Madhyamika, the great middle way, and the non-artificial result is the great perfection, Dzogchen. That just means it's very good. So in England, if you run a shop or you do some fancy business, you can apply to the Queen's household to get validated as an official supplier to the Queen. And then you can put the royal crest on the front of your shop. So this is like this. This is the Dharma approval. So now we have something very important. And then he points out something important for us. That non-artificiality most subtly removes all obstacles. So normally if you're trying to remove something, you have to make effort. If you're trying to clean a surface or clean the bath, you scrub away, or you're washing clothes by hand. It involves activity. What he's saying here is, by not doing anything, that itself, in a very subtle or invisible or non-energetic way, causes all obstacles to resolve. So by doing less, what you require is accomplished. And if you acted on the obstacle, you would be setting up what are called the three wheels or the three circles, the subject, the object, and the connection between them. I am going to purify this obstacle. So, for example, if you're doing tantric practice, you might do Dorje Sempa, purification. So Dorje Sempa begins with the fact of, I recognize that I have done unhelpful activities in my life. I feel remorse that I have done these things. I rely on a power greater than myself to purify them, and I engage in the practice of inviting this purificatory power. And I also make a commitment never to do it again. This creates the four powers of purification. And you imagine Dorje Sempa, who is pure, on the top of your head, and out of his body comes purifying liquid which washes out the negativity in yourself. So, in that situation, it is as if he is the active agent, the dynamic subject, and you are the object, and he is washing you clean due to the process of the descent of this liberating elixir from his body. And that's very useful. But then you do the practice again and again and again, because you're not sure if it's really worked. Because if you have a shirt to wash, you wash the shirt and then you hang it up and you look at it and think, is it clean? Oh God, the stains are still there. So you have to wash it again. Now, that is annoying, But it's quite easy because I can see my shirt. Now I'm washing my mind. Now I hang up my mind and I have a look. But how can I know that I see my mind? My mind is very tricky. Maybe a little bit is hidden somewhere. So I better do it again. So we do it 100,000 times, and then you can repeat the process because you're not quite sure. So what he's saying is, you don't have to do that. By staying present on the one who is looking and seeing the emptiness of the looker, without effort, the emptiness of that which is seen will become apparent. When the thought is not interfered with, it goes by itself. That is to say, its natural transparency or absence of inherent self-nature is revealed through the way it vanishes. And it vanishes most easily when you don't interfere with it. So this is the heart of freeing yourself from the burden of subject-object interaction. The open subject is the open object, because from the very beginning there hasn't been a truly existing object, nor has there been a truly existing subject. So you can release it on either side. In Mahamudra you focus on the purity of the object. In Dzogchen you focus on the purity of the subject. And in Madhyamika is the purity of the middle way, which unites them both as emptiness. So that's what the quote is saying. When the mind is disturbed and fluctuates between no thoughts and many thoughts, keep body, voice and mind very calm and relaxed. And just to say, don't worry. Things are not going well, never mind. Why should they go well? What do you hope for? This is not the Garden of Eden. Bad things are happening. Why wouldn't they? Bad things happen to other people. We know this. There are cemeteries where people who are dead go. We don't go there. You can look at a horror movie and people go into the cemetery late at night and they encounter zombies. We don't do that. We sit in our house with a glass of wine and watch the zombies. Why would you go to the cemetery? You're not dead. Why would you go to the hospital? You're not sick. Sick people are in the hospital. Oh. You send them flowers. Get well. Because if you don't get well, you'll go to the cemetery. We don't go to hospital or cemetery. We stay at home. We're happy people. Not really. Not really. Good things happen and bad things happen. Bad things are part of life. They're not accidents. An accident would imply that our life should be an unbroken series of wonderful days. But they're not. Things go wrong. Because this is the place where things go wrong. In samsara, bad things happen. We are in samsara. That's why they happen. It's normal for suffering to occur. It's the first thing the Buddha said. Bad luck to be here. That's very radical in terms of modern life. Modern life says we have never had so much freedom, capitalist freedom, sexual freedom, rock and roll freedom. Everything's free everywhere. This is a wonderful time. The Buddha says the human realm is not the best possible. It doesn't last long and suffering comes. So, don't be surprised at suffering. Stay relaxed. My friend is dying. And, well, it's terrible. Lots of people are dying all the time. If you think it's terrible that people are dying, How will you ever be calm? But it's terrible. No, it's not. It's normal. It's actually normal for people to get sick and die. We have prisons because it's normal for a certain percentage of the population to steal and stab. That's what they do. If that percentage of the population dropped, we wouldn't have prisons. If we didn't have prisons, there wouldn't be any employment for prison guards. People would be suffering and sad.
Go stealing.
Yeah, stealing, exactly. So this is where we are. If you look around the world, there are all sorts of conditions that happen to people. And all of these are actually what is happening to these people. It is normal that some people are in wheelchairs. It's normal for them. It happens to them every day. They're not in a wheelchair one day and then suddenly Lazarus-like they leap up and run down the road. They're in a wheelchair. They're going to be in a wheelchair. That's their normality. So, when bad things happen to us, if we get very upset and think, this is terrible, this shouldn't be the case. Oh. What was our fantasy of the nature of a human body? We breathe in, we breathe out. Well, somebody's breathing in and breathing out. We say, I am breathing in and out, but I'm not actually doing it. We say, the blood is going round my body. My heart is beating. But I'm not beating my heart. My heart is beating me. How long it wants to do that, I don't know. This is our actual fragile situation. So, what he's saying is, if you get too excited by bad things, and on the other direction, too excited by good things, these great waves of emotion going up and down will make it very difficult to see your own mind. So, the key thing is to be able to relax out of the turbulence of our situational responses. Because in this world, with climate change, with the wars which are everywhere, with population movements, it is likely that if we live another 20 years, we're going to see some pretty horrible things. Bad times are hovering everywhere. There's quite a pressure in various resources. Just as the surface of the earth is resting on these tectonic plates, which every now and then grind together, giving rise to volcanoes and earthquakes, you can see the tectonic plates of culture clash and different groupings pushing together in certain places in the world. And all of a sudden there's an eruption. So, inside that, how will we practice if we're always turn towards the surface and in reactivity to events? This doesn't mean that one doesn't care. But the best way to be useful is not to be upset. To be calm and clear and available. And if you are upset, you are less available. So this is the logic of the Dharma in relation to compassion. So he says, keep the body, voice and mind very calm and relaxed. Then in that state, remain unwaveringly in uninvolved observation of whatever is occurring. As we looked this morning, observation is not looking subject to object across a distance. It means observation as it were, like the mirror showing what is there. So observation in that context means being present with whatever is occurring. When faint thoughts arise that hover on the edge of awareness, alert your awareness and remain in calm clarity that is truly awake. When the mind is sinking, foggy or obscure, don't desire the experience of happiness and clarity, but keep mind in its own place without reacting. He's just stating the same thing again and again. The content of the mind will change. It's not in the palm of your hand. It's not in your power. because our moods are affected by whether our friends are nice to us, the health of our children or parents, whether work is easy or not. There are many things that affect us. As long as we are alive, we are going to be having reactive responses to what's going on. But when we're sitting in the meditation practice, we allow these feelings and thoughts to arise however they are, and we just leave them alone. Leave them alone. So if the mind is very faint and you're hardly aware and you think you might fall asleep or maybe go unconscious, just relax and be with that subtle formation. If the mind is very rough, be with the rough, busy, agitated thoughts. If the mind is foggy and sinking, be with the fogginess and sinking. And of course this is difficult, because if you merge into the sinking, you'll fall asleep. Being with it means truly experiencing fogginess. But there is enough light. The light of illumination stops you falling into the fogginess. So you're not trying to get rid of it. It's just what is occurring. So let's do some more practice. Yeah?
What kind of mind is meant to you? Because you also say the mind is unchangeable.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your mind, and here the mind is sinking or foggy.
Yeah. So I just translated it directly from the Tibetan phrasing. But what it means is, when the mind arises or shows the form of, or when the content of the mind is fogginess or excitation. But because in English as well, we can say, my mind is dull. Or, I really mind that my mind is dull. And I mind that you mind that my mind is dull. Mind your own mind. So, probably in all languages, you can shift subject to object formation around the mind.
Yeah, but it's not the Vajra mind.
It's not the Vajra mind is the mind which is going to stay present with the fogginess.
Okay.
Well, again, this is why this image of the mirror is so helpful. The image that arises in the mirror is the mirror in that moment, because there's no other mirror anywhere else. So the reflection fills the mirror, and it is as if the reflection is the mirror. But when you turn the mirror, there's another reflection there. But at each stage, because the reflection is pervading, filling the mirror, it is both the mirror and not the mirror at the same time. So, when you're sitting in the practice and the mind is foggy, maybe that's all that there is. So, what he's saying is, don't do something artificial. That is to say, don't split yourself off into, oh God, my mind's so heavy, and have a commentary about what's there. That's a kind of illumination, but it's very splitting. Rather, stay present with the fogginess, but on that very subtle tilt where you're not merged in it, you're not away from it, you're aware that it's happening. Just as if you were just sitting just now and you thought, what's happening in my body? You listen to your body. You start to feel things. I can feel a little something on the top of my thighs. I feel some tingling in my fingers. So this is me being with my body, and my body is revealing myself to my presence or my awareness. I'm taking my attention close to the body, and the body showing itself. So it's a similar thing in the mind. We just open, and this foggy state shows itself, then an excited state comes, then all of these different states come inside this open domain of awareness. Okay, let's do this a little. Relaxed in body, voice and mind. Release a slow out breath and just sit. Okay. It says, when the mind is happy or sad, remain unwaveringly on the doer of the happiness or sadness. Well, what does it mean, the doer of the happiness? Where does the happiness come from? Happiness is an experience arising in our mind. If we had no mind, we would not be experiencing happiness or sadness. As far as we know, corpses, dead bodies, don't experience happiness or sadness. So, happiness and sadness are not self-existing phenomena floating in the air that you just happen to catch. Happiness is the experience inseparable from the experiencer. Without the mind, you wouldn't have happiness or sadness. So the doer or the maker of the happiness and sadness is the same as the seer, the one who reveals the happiness or sadness. The happiness and sadness comes into existence, is born from the presence of awareness. Without doing anything, the mirror makes reflections. It doesn't have a factory, it's not producing things. Something is placed in front of the mirror and the reflection arises. The mirror shows the reflection, but you can say it also makes the reflection. It produces it. In the same way, it is our awareness which is producing the happiness or sadness. So, when we stay on the point of the knower itself, when we are just with the emergent moment and the emergent moment and the emergent moment, and the mind is relaxed and open, not as anything with no color or shape, we're in an experience beyond language. This cannot be described in language, because it's not a thing. Language describes events, phenomena, relationships. This is not an event or a phenomena, and it's not in relation to anything else. Which is why it's ungraspable. We grasp things through language. What sort of things do we grasp with language? We grasp the sort of things which can be grasped with language. It's slightly solipsistic. But this cannot be grasped with language. So, however the mind is arising, we are there, the experiencer. This experiencer is implicated in some way. It's involved in some way. But it's not quite the same. So, a simple explanation of this would be, what's the difference between bacon and eggs? For the egg to be there, the chicken is involved. But for the bacon to be there, the pig is committed. So, when you meditate, is it bacon or eggs? If it's eggs, then the mind, as the great chicken, is knocking out lots of eggs, little experiences. But when the ego involves, because the ego is an idiot, it's the pig. And the world slices bits off its bum. Yeah, we know what that's like. You get caught up in a thought, you think the thought is you, and then it slaps you. We are tumbled around as the ego engager, as nampa shepa, as consciousness which is involved, but it's an involvement that gets us right in there, and the cuts of the world are on us. But awareness is not impacted. Chicken has an egg, gives another egg, gives another egg. So, happiness or sadness, staying present with the arising of the object is the subject itself. If you cut a line and you say, the mind is pure, but what arises in the mind is not pure, you already have a kind of duality. My teacher, Sia Lama, often used to say, the mind sometimes looks object, sometimes looks subject. The Buddha sometimes looks object, sometimes looks subject. You can't say it's one thing or another, because it's ungraspable and beyond language. But when we sit in the practice, events are occurring. When you relax and open, they are your mind. When you start thinking about them, if you merge into them, they are the limit of what is happening for you, but you are conscious of them as something. These are different. It's difficult to describe the difference between them, and it's only by doing the practice again and again that you get the taste of it. So that's what we have to do. The actual description of the practice is very simple. You're just sitting, being present as that which you are, the awareness which reveals the ceaseless flow of experience. As it often says in the text, the mind is unborn and unceasing. When you say the mind is unborn, it means it hasn't come into existence as a thing. So it's like the sky. It is a space of potential, a space of possibility. So this is our mind, open and empty. But the mind is also unceasingly. Thoughts, feelings, sensation arise. The appearance and the emptiness are not two different domains. They are inseparable. This is why here in this lineage tree of the Kachupa, in the center is Dorji Chang, and Dorji Chang is similar to Kuntuzampo. He's the founding Buddha of this lineage, and he has his arms crossed. In this crossing of the arms as a mudra shows the inseparability of wisdom and compassion, the inseparability of form and emptiness, of awareness and emptiness. It means not two things. As soon as we start conceptualizing, we're putting this in relation to that. We're moving them around as if they are entities. But when we sit in the practice and relax and open, the emptiness of the mind and the fullness of the mind, the ceaseless unfolding of experience, are inseparable. So we can't say that the mind is just awareness, because the awareness and the object, or the awareness and the appearance, are inseparable. Every time there is appearance, there is awareness. Ignorance arises when the appearance is taken to be constituted out of truly existing phenomena. When that ignorance is relaxed, the ceaseless flow of experience appears. So we're just sitting and we become time. We're no longer sitting looking out, me and my body looking out at that. But the body and the room are arising together as the movement of experience. It doesn't mean you get up and levitate in the air. The whole thing is moving together. So we'll do more of that practice when we come back. We have a short break now for maybe 20 minutes. Okay, so we'll continue with the text. And the text is in this book. It's available in English or German. And my sense is all the texts in this book are very helpful for practice. So it's a useful text to return to again and again, because the texts themselves are quite short and to the point, and they tend to be more practical than theoretical. So it's quite a useful support for practice. So then he says, when happiness, elation, success, pride or honor arise, remember that they are the grand appearance of the power of the demon of elation. The demon of elation is one of the four maras that the Machik Labdran particularly addresses in the practice of Chöd. Demon here means it's a tendency that leads you astray and gets you into trouble. The problem with these situations is not the experience itself of happiness or elation, a feeling of rising energy and fulfillment, of success or pride. It's not that they themselves are harmful, it's what we do with them. That we identify with these experiences because they're delicious and we want to have more of them and stay with them. And then they start to lead us astray. That is to say, we start to expect particular kinds of treatment. And so the world becomes choreographed according to the dictates of power. So Tibet is a very hierarchical, patriarchal culture in which people are seated according to their status, and everybody's bowing and scraping and making prostrations and standing up and sitting down. I had that in my childhood. It was very popular in Scotland, but not anymore. So I had to do it to old people, but now I'm an old person. Nobody does it to me. Very unfair. So what is the point of that? It's about choreographing structures of power and turning the subject into an object. And for meditators, this is very difficult. Years ago, some famous Lama came to London and I went to hear him talking. Was in a big lecture theatre in the university. And his servant came on the stage, and at a certain point he said that we all had to stand up, and then the Lama comes in, and I didn't want to stand up. I didn't have any particular thoughts about this Lama. People say, no, you have to stand up. So, why I have to stand up? I don't know. Why should I?
Why not?
In a restaurant, you don't pay for the food before you eat it. If you don't like the meal, you don't have to pay it. Because some people like this person. They call him Rinpoche. Rinpoche means dear. Hello, dear. That's what it means. Hello, darling. It means you are precious to me. But because somebody is precious to you, it doesn't mean they're precious to everyone. Oh, but these people are precious to everyone. Not to the Pope, they aren't. Cardinal Ratzinger did not have a very strong opinion about Buddhism. He would not be wanting to say that this Lama was dear or precious. It is relational. You take the experience in your mind, I like this person, and you project it into them, and you see your projection as an objective fact. This person has universal value. For you. For you. Once you see your projection as truly existing in the object, this in Buddhism is called ignorance. So the practice of standing up and sitting down is a practice of ignorance. Because you say, oh, this person must be good. Why? Because they call him good. How stupid can you be? The answer is very. Social conformity makes people stupid. Power dynamics makes people stupid. You don't have to think. The big brains have already decided. You should just implement what is agreed on. So in Britain, we have a National Institute for Clinical Excellence. And they set out guidelines on what kind of treatment should be provided in various cases, including psychological treatment. So these NICE guidelines, as they're called, short for the organization, are often not so nice, because they embody the prejudice of the researchers, who are famous people, but who also have their trainings, their departments, and their desire to get more budget. So the thought that people are giving a neutral evaluation is a bit silly. It's a bit naive. Politics and money and power is everywhere. So when you have a situation that everybody stands up, it's very difficult for that person not to feel very powerful and very special. But they're only special for some people. The Chinese would have a special interest in getting this person and locking him up. That would be their special interest. So it's very, very important to see how the invitations to programming in the world, if you succumb to them, lead you astray. They're like a packaged holiday. Once you sign up for it, you have to go along with the kind of airplane, the kind of hotel, and the food you get, because you've already given your money. Meditators, especially in the Dzogchen tradition, need to have the space of awareness and to work with circumstances. So if you like it, if you don't like it, you don't have to do anything. Nothing is obligatory. Because you don't need to do anything to authenticate yourself as a meditator. If you're going to do a tantric nunro, then you have to do your prostrations. And you have to do every aspect of it, and then you become a proper practitioner. People say, have you done your nunro? Yes. Oh, very good. No. Oh, you must finish this. This is very important. Who knows? Very much. Why should I do it? Oh, everybody does it. Not everybody does it. Not so necessary. So, if you want to find out the nature of your mind, first of all, have a mind. And if you have a mind, you'll have opinions. Don't worry. It's better to have a mind that's full of opinions than not to have a mind. For the people, maybe some people here grew up in East Germany, there it was more difficult to have your own mind. With the integration of the two halves of Germany, it became helpful. Many people realized there is a possibility to speak, just to speak. Say whatever the fuck you want, doesn't matter. Oh, I'll be in trouble. Maybe not. People just think you're an idiot, but anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not serious. It's only through that freedom that you start to realize, oh, there is no inherent truth in anything. There is no inherent truth. But if you grow up in a police state and you're worried about the Stasi or what the government thinks about you, then you think, oh, I have to be careful. Because these words are very powerful. They can get me into trouble. But actually, it's sound and emptiness. Sound and emptiness. But due to configurations of power, of inside and outside, of dualistic vision of who supports the party and who's against the party, who's an enemy of the people, who is going to be promoted, this is very scary territory. This is why meditation is lovely, because there are no secret police in meditation. You already have the secret police in your head. This is your own neurosis, your own fear, anxiety and shame. And gradually you want to very gently inform them that they are now redundant. The war is over. Yeah.
Sometimes I think people think of equanimity as of not having opinions. You know, so how and you know they go a bit bland instead of policy. So well. I don't know what I'm asking, but it just seems like quite different what you're saying.
Okay, well, that fits onto his next sentence. So we'll read that sentence, and that will give the answer. So he says about this inflation, if you don't discard them, you will soon be deflated. So remain calm in body and mind. You go up and down. And then he says, fever, sorrow, theft, robbery, insults, abuse, beatings, problems, famine. When such things occur, don't be dejected, don't frown, and don't cry. Remain buoyant, happy, and smiling. In order to do this practice, first you visualize yourself as an air hostess. Don't worry, stay calm, there's no trouble. Pilot's very, very accomplished. So, where does equanimity come? That's exactly what he's saying. These are whirlpools, moments of turbulence. Already in our life, we've had problems. Nobody gets through life without difficulties of some kind, a broken heart or sadness or regrets. A parent dies and you didn't say the things you wanted to say and so on. All of us have faced miseries of different kinds. And then they're gone. They were experiences. All experiences are there. They are impactful, but they're empty. And again, it's just about the balance. If you tilt towards the impact side, you go into reactivity. If you tilt towards the empty side, you have more calm. We have a lot of experience of reactivity, of getting upset and disturbed and feeling something dreadful has happened. We don't have much experience of emptiness. So equanimity is essentially a practice to tilt ourselves towards just thinking, these things happen. These things happen.
But that's different from having opinions, like you were talking earlier.
Right. So when would it be important to have opinions? When you are faced with a world of judgment. So, if somebody is saying, this is an enlightened master, you might say, why? Who says? So, an opinion is an antidote to an opinion that formulates itself as a truth. Yeah? So in totalitarian regimes, the state presents certain dogmatic truths about the party is the friend of the people. And the people think, what the fuck? This doesn't feel right. But if they say that, they get trouble. So you have to go along with living a lie. So if you have an opinion, the opinion allows you to see the truth is an opinion dressed in fancy clothing. And if you have to accept an opinion as a truth, you will become stupid. Which is why in the general education in Tibetan monasteries, people spend a lot of time studying logic, studying Madhyamika philosophy. That is to say, putting propositions into question. What is the basis for believing this? Oh, all my friends believe it. The big person said it was true. How do you know the big person's not mad? Well, if they're mad, then it's all terrible. Well, maybe it is all terrible. There have been plenty of big men around like Hitler and Stalin, and many millions of people had to follow them and got into terrible, terrible difficulties. Being led astray is not impossible. So, the reason to allow the manifestation of opinions is to provide some kind of space for thinking. Because when you're under the power of dogmatic oppression, it's like being in a tent and someone cuts the ropes and the whole thing collapses all over you. And so having your own opinion is putting some little poles up inside so you get some space to breathe. But when difficulties come, if you go into a self-serving opinion, this is terrible, this shouldn't happen, why did they do that? That kind of thought production would not be helpful. Because what we have is events and then interpretations of these events, which then lead into narrative accounts of these events. And by the time you get to that third step, you're quite away from the original event. You have a boyfriend. The boyfriend does something unpleasant. You have a conclusion, he's a bastard. You tell your friends that he's a bastard. They say, God, well, tell me some more. It must have been really hard. So you can tell more and more stories elaborating the story. But actually, in one moment, he did something you didn't like. You were upset. You can make yourself upset again and again by retelling the story, but the initial upset has vanished. You are now no longer in the state of the initial upset. So the elaboration of the story about it is not allowing, things come and go. Good times come, bad times come. You're taking this bad time and railing against fate. Why is this happening to me? So when that happens, you're completely decontextualized. You've gone into sitting on top of the mountain, looking down on the world and trying to work out how it is all put together. So that's what he's meaning, is that this acceptance is not a kind of victim's acceptance, but it's being with what is happening in terms of what it is. So, say for example, you go to the GP and they do some blood tests and they say, hey, we think we should go to the hospital and do more checks, and then someone comes out and calls you from the waiting room and says, doesn't look too good, I think you have to have an operation. Some things need to be adjusted inside you. We don't feel good. We don't want that to happen. It's going to happen. What should we do about it? Go home and look it up on the internet. Some people do that nowadays. Go and get drunk. Maybe. Tell everyone about it so that they talk more and more. I'm going to have this operation. I'm going to have this operation. Just not think about it. On the day, you pack your little bag, you go to the hospital, you lie in the bed and say, over to you, doctor. Because I'm not a doctor. Do what you have to do. God bless you. Because if it's simple, you're more likely to come out of it. If all goes well, it was just one of these things. I had 3 days in the hospital. It took me a week to recover afterwards. But if you build it up into a big thing in your mind with lots of anxiety, that's going to affect how you recover from the operation. There's quite a lot of research done on things you can do preparing the patient for operation so that they recover more quickly and the physical wounds recover more quickly. Doubt, anxiety, confusion, fear, these are all factors which operate against the healing of the wound. So that's really what he's meaning, is whatever a situation is, it is, and you can have the feelings, you can express the feeling, but don't turn it into a story. That's why he's saying, remain buoyant, remain light in yourself. These things happen. Never mind, we'll get through. It's not a denial, but it's not emerging. Yeah.
I've got a little bit of problem between the differences from acceptance or not acceptance of Rinpoche.
Yeah.
And the other thing you say always that's important, face.
Mm-hmm.
So normally if a Rinpoche is coming, shouldn't I have a little bit faith to his dignity?
Mm-hmm. I imagine in German you have a similar saying to all that glitters is not gold. Coca-Cola, it's the real thing. Just because something has a name, you don't know what it is.
But the problem is a little bit deeper. You say always faith is really important.
Faith is very important.
And Maya should trust you.
You've no reason to trust me. But you might want to try it out for yourself.
Yeah, and I know now there's no deadline. Yeah.
So you could practice. You could, on Monday, when you're going to work, everyone you see, you think, this is probably a dangerous criminal who wants to kill me. When you go into work, you look at your colleagues and think, I'm sure they've been plotting about how I can lose my job. And you maintain these doubting thoughts all day long and see how you feel. So generally speaking, being, as he says, buoyant and hopeful makes life go easier. Paranoia doesn't help. So there's idiot trusting. Everyone else does it, so I'll do it. Kind of teenage peer pressure when you end up doing some drugs you didn't really want to do. Or you lose your virginity before you're ready to, because that's what everybody's doing. We know that these factors can be very powerful. But we have to check things out. And how will we know whether our checking out is right or wrong? It's difficult. But generally speaking, look before you leap. It may be news to you, but I hope not, that between different kinds of lamas there are conflicts. Some lamas don't like each other. Now, if they're all enlightened, why is that? Apples are good, pears are good. Do apples and pears fight for supremacy in the fruit bowl? So, if you open your eyes, the world is more complicated than you want it to be, that's for sure. So now we have teaching on the mind's hidden faults. Some great meditators both male and female, think that they are not able to recognize the nature of the mind, and so they become sad and many tears fall. There is no need for sorrow. There is no basis for not recognizing. Simply remain on the one who thinks he is not able to recognize the nature of the mind. So this is something very, very profound. It means whenever there is an experience, whatever the experience is like, stay with the experiencer, even if the experience is, I don't know how to meditate, this is stupid, I'm wasting my time. That is an experience. Who is having that experience? Stay with that. That is the mind itself. Don't go into further thinking about it. Just stay. Oh, this is arising in the mind. And then it vanishes. Something else arises. And you stay on the point of the knower, the one who sees. So, why then should we try very hard to develop our mind, to make our mind easier? In some way, when the mind is calm, you can see a bit more clearly. That is to say, you can see the content of the mind more clearly. But the mind itself is not something you will ever see. It is something you will be. And you can be open and aware whatever the content is. So this is the key thing. If you're sitting meditating, imagining, when my mind is clear, that is to say, when I awaken to the natural clarity of the mind, the content of my mind will be clear. This is not true. This is not true. You could have a crystal vase and you could fill it with dog shit. The crystal vase would still be a crystal vase. It wouldn't be contaminated by the dog shit because its surface is not absorbent. The fact that the mind has clarity means it is showing, revealing, present with, aware of what is arising. It doesn't mean you automatically get a better quality of thought. Because what constitutes a better quality of thought? All thoughts have been empty from the very beginning, which takes us back to equanimity. Seeing the raw cheek, the one taste of all phenomena, is to see their emptiness. So the form that the thought has, which seems to have the content, is less important than how it arises. So in the 60s, when Noam Chomsky was developing his structural grammar, he started to point out the universal principles of grammatical construction, basic organization of subject, verb, and object. And he worked out various formulae to show how different language would generate the sentences that belong to them. And that when babies are learning language, they start, in a sense, with grammar, and gradually the words get refined inside the grammar. Because it's the organization that allows the meaning to be there. In a similar kind of way, we can say that it is the empty formation of this arising form, arising from emptiness. This is the basic structure of what is arising in the mind. When we look for our mind, does it have shape? Does it have color? Is it big? Is it small? We look again and again and again. We don't find any dimension. Sometimes the mind looks very small. Sometimes the mind looks very big. It doesn't have a definable shape or color. It's not situated anywhere. That's why everything can arise in the mind. Because things are arising in the mind, as the mind, from the mind, without ever leaving the mind, everything is the mind. That is the key thing about it. That's why we have equanimity. That's why they say it has one taste. It is the taste of emptiness. It's just the display of the mind. However, there are particular flavors to these momentary arisings of the mind. Some are happy, some are sad, some are expansive, some are contracting. And then they're gone. They're just how it is, how it isness. Staying with that, you don't need to be disturbed. Whatever occurs, the clarity of the mind is with the energy of the mind as it arises and passes. Staying with that again and again, every day, sitting on your meditation cushion, being more and more clear. This is actually how it is. I'm not winding myself into a faith. I'm not taking on some artificial belief. I'm just looking, and the more I look, the more I see, oh, it's like this. It's like this. Then, all of this is the display of the mind, and the semantic content is secondary. It's a second-order phenomenon. It's not so important. The semantic content of the thoughts doesn't define the quality of the thinker, because the structure of every thought is empty. If we follow that, then it's very easy. But if you get caught up in the hopes and fears, the rising and falling of the feeling tone that is niched inside these different thought formations, then you're buffeted hither and thither. So, then it says, some great meditators say that the mind's nature is difficult to grasp. It is not at all difficult. The error is in not understanding meditation. There is no need to seek meditation, and there is no need to buy it. There is no need to make it, and no need to go for it. There is no need to work at meditation. It is sufficient to remain in the state of allowing the free arising of whatever occurs in the mind. Just sit like a cow in the field. Something's happening. Where are you? As long as you're here, it's wonderful. If you've gone off, not so good. From the very beginning, your mind has been present, and so there is no need for losing and finding, having or not having. You would not have experience if you didn't have a mind. Mind is our noetic capacity, our capacity to know, to reveal, to perceive, to hear, to touch, to taste, to smell. These are all side movements of the basic clarity of the mind. So, if we think, but I can't find my mind, that's because you're looking for it as if it belonged to the normal realm of phenomena. It's not a thing. So if you go looking for it as if it was a thing, you will not find it. You're operating in the wrong paradigm. So, in the history of science, we have the various stages. We've got Newtonian mathematics and physics, which outlines a particular way of seeing the universe with gravity and so on. And then we have the progressive stages which give completely different readings. It's not that Newtonian understanding is superseded by the later developments, but these are more discourses or ways of viewing. Just as in the Nyingmapa Buddhist tradition, there are 9 yanas, there are 9 different aspects or vehicles of practice, from the first stages of renunciation and being extremely careful about behavior, to the more spontaneous methods of engaging with the world as it comes. These are not better than the other. They are specific views. They illuminate the world in particular ways. But what will be illuminated depends on the mode of illumination. So, lighting engineers are familiar with different kinds of lights. We have infrared lights, we've got ultraviolet light, we've got all these different kinds of lights. And if you use these different bulbs, the room will look very different. So, what is the belief system or the orientation that you're looking for? So when you look for your mind, if you look for it in the way you would look for your car keys, you won't find it. If you look for it in the way you look for your hand, you won't find it. It's not a thing. How do you find something that's not a thing? By being not a thing. So, if you imagine you're late for work, you can't find your keys. You're running around in your flat. Shit, is it here? It's here, banging drawers. I've got to go. There's a lot of turbulence. The mind is full of emotions and sensations, and there's all this stuff. Oh, I must be more tidy. Where do I put it? Turmoil. I'm looking for something. The absence of the keys brings a particular shaping to one's own sense of self. We feel a bit unraveled, a bit as if we're gone all over the place. Then you find the keys. Oh, thank God. You start to calm down a little bit. Now I have the keys. Now I know what I'm doing. And you get back into the rhythm. We understand that. The shaping of the object and the shaping of the subject go together. But this object, the mind, has no shape. So when consciousness tries to find something with no shape, and consciousness needs a shape to feel okay about itself, it becomes agitated. So we sit in the practice thinking, I don't know what I'm doing. This is not working. Everyone else is sitting quiet. I'm bored. I want to get up and have a pee. Why am I here? This is a waste of time. All kind of thoughts come. Why are these thoughts arising? Because the mind as ego, as dualistic consciousness, needs something to chew on. And it's looking for something it can't find. This is a very frustrated dog. I want a bone. Give me a bone. I'm a dog. But the mind is not a bone. There is nothing to get. Dog is not happy. Exit. Don't be a dog. Be a Buddha. Buddhas understand the mind. As it said in the beginning, if you see this in the morning, you're a Buddha in the morning. If you see it in the evening, you're a Buddha in the evening. If you don't see it, you're a dog all the day through. This is the choice. What makes me a dog? I want a bone. I get a bone, tails wagging, don't get a dog, ruff, ruff, ruff. How do we stop being a dog and become a Buddha? Forget about bones. It's not a bone. I'm digging up the garden. It's here somewhere. I buried it. I'm sure I did. Where's myself? My mind. My Buddha nature. Very exhausting. And it almost seems disgusting because by the time the dog finds the bone, it's all covered in earth. It's chewing away. I know it must taste good somehow. So, this is not how to look for the mind. Confidence. The teaching says from the very beginning the mind is there. It's also through these inquiries looking for the shape of the mind, where the mind stays. It's not something to find. Oh, paradigm shift. Oh, reorientation. Less active, more alert, receptive. Just sitting. Something's happening. Oh, I am the one who is aware. Then there's a thought and you lose it again, but come back to that. The mind is here. I am the knower. Who am I in this moment of knowing? Always we're at the crossroads. One path leads into cognitive elaboration. We start telling ourselves a story about what's going on. Relax. And the other pathway opens up. It's just this. Oh. But of course there's nothing to get. So the tendencies and the habits and the urges that we have to grasp it and hang on to it and make something of it, all of this has to be released. This is what he's meaning when he says don't do anything artificial. When he says you can't buy it, you can't make it. There's nothing to do. If you let I've got it, if you let that moment go, it will come back. If you try to grasp it, it will go. This is at the heart of it. So, not knowing how to look for the mind, and the language itself is very difficult because the language in Tibetan is all about looking. But it's actually about relaxing into the state of what is there. That you look for it by being the space within which it is revealed. So our mind is empty space and clarity and manifestation. As we looked this morning when we were looking at the refuge prayer, at Buddha, Dharma and Sangha, that we can understand it in terms of the spaciousness of the mind, the clarity of the mind, and the movement of the mind. So we're sitting quiet, open, spacious mind, and some clarity arises, and then there is a movement. The movement is the expression of the clarity existing within the spaciousness. And suddenly we're grasping again at that formation and trying to hang on to it. Now I've arrived someplace, now I've got someplace. Then there's nothing at all, and we get frustrated. So our task is not grasping, but trusting. As if you were a child in the garden and there's a butterfly. And you just think, oh, maybe the butterfly will come. Because if you go like that, probably the butterfly will not come. But maybe the butterfly will just land. Oh. Because you're not getting in the way of the mind showing itself, because you're not filling the space with concepts and thoughts and so on. So this is what he means by the problem is not understanding meditation. There are many meditation paths of activity. We started yesterday morning with Shine, with calming the mind through focusing on an object. Then we were looking at Lakton, at Vipassana, going through the body, seeing the dynamic nature of emergent sensation and so on. These are intentional meditations through which you're trying to get somewhere. Tantra, you're trying to get somewhere. You're trying to get the vision or the darshan of the deity. You're trying to get blessing. You're trying to have a clear sense of the chakras in the body and so on. You start with this clear description about what you should achieve, and by making effort again and again, gradually you build up your capacity. This is completely different. It's completely different. These paths, the paths which are intentional methods, are paths which parallel and purify our ordinary way of being in the world. If you want to learn Russian, you get a dictionary, you get some lessons, and you have to practice. You have to learn some vocabulary every day and practice repeating things according to the recording, and then meet some Russian people and try to speak. That's how we would proceed. So that's the same as learning to visualize a mandala. You start with the basics and gradually you build it up and you become more competent. In the Dzogchen practice, we're not trying to do anything artificial or constructive or transformatory. We're focusing on the ground, the bedrock or basis of our experience. Moment by moment, experience is arising. Who is the one who is experiencing this? This is all we attend to. We're not trying to change the patterning of experience, but to be with the one who is the knower. This is ourselves, but we are, as it were, alienated from ourselves by imagining that we are something different. That is to say, we live in an imaginal realm in which we construct our identity. And since we were born in this life, we have constructed many different identities for ourselves. All the identities you had as a child, as a young person, maybe becoming a mother or a father, getting a job, losing a job, and so on. Each of these stages of life was a construct. Attention to these constructs is not what we're about. What we're doing is looking at the mind itself as the basis for having all these experiences. So, if we accept these basic propositions, you would not have experience without the mind. Therefore, it is certain that you have a mind. Because you have a lot of experiences, your mind is there all the time, but you don't recognize your mind because you fixate on the experiences that arise from the mind. You take the mind for granted, just as children take their mothers for granted. When we come into the room, we see the carpets, the blankets, the pictures, the statues. We don't see the space. Well, what would we do with the space? There's nothing really to think about. If you were the interior decorator, you might be looking at other possibilities of moving the space, but most of us, we just look at the stuff. We are stuff-oriented, because stuff means things. Things means reality, and if there's real things out there, there's a real me in here. So I like stuff because it makes me feel good. Have you got stuff? Do you want to see my stuff? I've got nice stuff. That's the normal way of the ego configuration. But when we come in the room, there's all this space. The stuff is in the space. We don't see the space. Without the space, there would be no space for the stuff. It's as simple as that. we have thoughts, feelings, memories, all of these things, and we're fixated on them. But they couldn't be there without two factors: the space of the mind, which is the Dharma Dhatu, and the clarity, the luminosity of the mind, which is Rigpa. That is the ignored benefactor, ground or basis of all experience. So in the Dzogchen tradition, they say there is one ground and two paths. The one ground is the presence from the very beginning. Before all forms of elaboration began, there was space and awareness. One path is forgetfulness of space and awareness, which means that the energy of awareness starts to interact with itself and formulate the notion, I exist, you exist, we are in a world of many things. And this conceptual production leads to the generation of what is called samsara. The ground of it is emptiness, because all of these thoughts, feelings, and interpretations have no other place to come from but the open, empty mind. There isn't another factory somewhere. There isn't a samsara factory and a nirvana factory. It is the mind itself. So all of these confusing, deluding thoughts are themselves arising out of this pure ground. The second path is to recognize, oh, there is a pure ground. Oh, all the thoughts and feelings arise from that pure ground. There is no real difference between the two. That's why they say in some of the texts, there's not a hair width difference between samsara and nirvana. The same ground, the same sort of stuff arising from the ground, but in one case you don't recognize it, and in the other case you do. So this is meditation in Dzogchen, is simply to open ourselves to seeing what is the ground of experience, what is the basis of experience. This is the seer. Which is why he's saying it's not so difficult. The mind has been present from the very beginning. So whether thinking when thinking or not thinking when not thinking, this mind is just itself. That is to say, again, it's saying the same thing again and again, the content of the mind is not the determinant of the status of awareness. Whether you have bright thoughts, ethical thoughts, terrible thoughts, or whether the mind is dull and stupid and nothing is going on and you're just out to lunch, whatever is happening, the mind is there. This mind is just itself. For whatever arises in the mind, it is sufficient to remain without artificiality, calmly and unwaveringly on whatever is occurring. Happiness and ease will come without effort. When Dharma practice seems difficult, this is simply a sign of one's own errors and defilements. So now he's being a bit more like a school teacher. He's saying, if you do your homework, you'll be happy and you can go out and play. But if you don't do your homework, you'll be unhappy at school and unhappy at the weekend because you're not allowed to go out to play. Yeah, but the fact is that many great meditators have problems. It doesn't stop the external arising of problems. Otherwise you're in some magical domain. Big lamas have lots of problems. So only recently the Karmapa has been able to travel around because he's under surveillance, because of the Chinese, because of Indian politics, because of inter-rivalries between different Tibetan groups and so on. So you can be an important lama, but not have much freedom. The question is not, the formations. The question is what you do with it. You can be happy everywhere with everything if you're settled in the mind itself. Because the basis of happiness is the contentment of being at ease, of being at peace. Oh, I am at home in the indestructible awareness of the mind. Events happen and there is some turbulence, but throughout the turbulence, the calm is present. Turbulence is on the surface, the calm is infinite and all-pervading. So, when we sit in the practice and different experiences arise, don't go chasing after what you think of as good. Don't try to avoid what you take as being bad. Simply stay present with the experiencer. Now, it's not so difficult to find the experiencer. You're here. Your eyes are open, you're sitting. You get a pain in your leg. Oh, somebody's experiencing the pain in the leg. Who is that? Me. Where am I? Be with the one who is having the pain. Means not having thoughts about pain, not getting into the pain, just, oh, pain is arising, I feel the pain. Who is the I who is feeling the pain? Stay with that. Something is happening for me. Who is me in the moment of this happening? So not having thoughts about it, not interpreting it, not doing anything with it, but just, it's happening to me. What is the meanness of me? I am experiencing this. What is the I-ness of I? Not as a concept, but as the immediacy. It's something that is happening. It's undeniable. This is happening. It's happening to me. Who am I? Oh, be with the one to whom it is happening. So that's the work. That's what he's saying. So let's try that. Okay. As we look, concepts seem to have a life of their own. They work as abstractions, as something floating in their own sphere. But when we are sitting, where we are sitting is exactly here and now. We are sitting in the present, in this particular place. And this now is always filling with experience. Something is always happening, and everything that is happening is always and only happening now. So, when we're just sitting, the world is showing itself, the sphere of the Dharma Dhatu is showing itself as this particular moment. To wonder what's happening for other people in Australia or America, this is abstraction. What we have is this. Whether there's anything other than this, we will never know directly, because wherever we go, we get this. People tell you about Australia, but it's a series of concepts. You then imagine what life in Australia might be like, but this is a series of concepts. When we're sitting, it's this. We are here, this is here. In the thisness of here, in the experience which is arising, we are present. Just staying on that point of presence is the path. Okay, so we have a break now, and then we meet at 8 o'clock and do some more practice, and we'll have time for any questions from what we've done today. So, see if you have any questions arising from what we've done so far. Yes?
I have a question about what you were explaining about the two ways leading into one ground, two paths. Yeah. And there seem to be two explanations. And one that's saying now we're in samsara, it's going round and round and there is no end. Mm-hmm. And so basically that at the end of our life, of this round, then the elements dissolve. Mm-hmm. And when you have done practice and you have some realization that that's the chance to have the mother-son clear light meeting, and then maybe you do get out of it. Mm-hmm. And then the other explanation is what you were saying also this afternoon, that basically what we experience is the energy of Rigpa, of awareness, and that we just take it the wrong way. And so basically there is no difference between samsara and nirvana. Mm-hmm. And so once we have that realization, actually we see there is the space, there is the emptiness, and then there's the energy arising from that ground. Mm-hmm. But I think these two, I can't seem to reconcile the two explanations.
Okay, well, the idea of the death and bardos is in life there's a lot of stuff going on and we're caught up in that stuff, and then if we die in a non-intense accident way, we slowly enter into the death process and our life starts to unwind, and then there's a space, then there's nothing. So it's like a party. People are there, drinking, dancing, da-da-da-da-da. Now it's 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. Suddenly nobody bothers putting on more music and it's very quiet. So this is like the Dharmata, just big space. Then somebody arrives with a little bag of cocaine. And then the party starts again. And then you're back into the next life. This is how it works. So, it means that the space of the mind was revealed just for a brief period. But as we were looking just before the break, we are used to looking for car keys. Your whole life is spent looking for things. And now there is a moment where there are no things, there is just space. You don't know what to do with it. It's there, the experience is exactly there, but it goes by because you can't get a handle on it. Nobody from the very beginning of time has ever got a handle on it because it has no handle. You can't grasp it. So the problem, if you haven't done any meditation, is when you go into the bardo, you are in the orientation of finding something. And so if you don't get this open space, then you start to get the peaceful Buddhas. And if you have no connection with them, then you have the wrathful Buddha, and then you have a lot of fear and turbulence, and life goes on. So I don't really see that there's a big difference. If we sit in the practice, the one ground is this space. The space is the basis for what is arising. But in the Bardo teaching, if you don't recognize the space, and you can't recognize the peaceful deities, when you see the wrathful deities, you imagine they're coming to kill you. They're not very dangerous, but they look dangerous. And so you try to run away. So this again is the story of the ugly duckling. The ugly duckling is not a duckling, it's a swan. The swans come, the sweet swans come, then the big swans are the You're a swan, you're a swan. And did you hear? Because you never learned Dharmakaya language.
So, but if you did learn,
Then you hear them saying, "Come, sweet darling, welcome home."
and then another round of
No, then you go to live with them in their little nice palace. Sandopali, Tushita, somewhere nice.
you want to save all these beings.
Yeah, and then you do something from Tushita, you come back in again. Or from Sangapali, you come back in again.
With the safety line. With the rope.
Yeah. Well, you come without leaving. That's the whole thing. So in the outer retelling of the story of the Buddha's life, the Buddha remains in Tushita and manifests this illusory body, which is the idea of the Nirmanakaya. So the Dharmakaya doesn't move. It manifests this body of pleasure which stays in the Buddha realm, and it manifests into this world. So on an outer level, you have some other place like paradise, somewhere over the rainbow, some special place. That may be a story to give hope, I don't know. I don't have any conscious memory of having been there. I maybe have half a ticket to get there, I don't quite know yet. You have to die before you see whether your ticket is genuine or fraud. But what we can know is in this life, through Dzogchen practice, that there is space, there is the field of manifestation, which is the equivalent of the Sambhogakaya realm, and there is our life moment by moment. And if we stay with the natural integration of the expression and the ground, there's less and less problems in life, and then we have confidence. But the work is to keep together that which our mind keeps splitting. The splitting is done by our own conceptualization. And that's why if you go into the bardo, the habit of saying this, not that, cuts you off from what's there. Because we're in samsara, we're always looking for what is familiar, for what is reassuring, for our sense of who we are. So you get in and you suddenly encounter these strong forces, you know what it is, you reject it. So maybe it's not so different. Okay. Oh.
Couldn't we make some of the exercises we did long time ago with the sentence? Because this would be also a good preparation to this.
Yeah. There are many things which are good to do. Church would also be good. There are many preparations. The main things that they're designed to do is to show you that the body is energy. But you can put on some music and boogie and find the mind is energy. Tibetans didn't have rock and roll. That's why they needed many of these practices. It's true.
Is this also true for what's it called, Tum practice?
For Tumo.
Yeah.
Tumo gives rising energy which dissolves solidity, but there are many things which can do that as well. Many women find vibrators very useful. It's also true. If you want to increase excitation, the penis is a very helpless thing. Yeah.
In meditation, I notice how I tend to, when experience come, when thoughts come, I'm quite suspicious of them. So I try and sort of shrug them away or pull the brake. And I've been doing this for years. It's quite habitual and quite subtle, I think. It's not a big thing. So it's just better not to. And just today, through what you've been teaching, is I found that well, I found myself interested in let my thought and my experience have an impact on me. And I found at times they're really pleasurable. And, you know, and I didn't, I mean, sometimes obviously I got involved in that discursively, but also I didn't at times. And that was a feeling of dissolving. And I'm really interested in that, because actually I quite enjoyed myself with that. And even if it's like a painful thing, it had a different but similar sort of quality. So I just wonder whether I'm, you know, whether this is totally up the wrong path or whatever, or whether, you know, I'm interested also from our work with movement to allow impact and to let myself feel impact fully, and how to be with that. But that doesn't need to lead to attachment or to whatever. Is that make sense?
Well, I'm not so sure about the term impact, because the one who is impacted is an object form arises and impacts our subject form, our ego consciousness. So that's where the movement is. But there's nothing wrong with that movement. The awareness registers all of that, but is not impacted. That's the thing. The impact, the emotional impact, or the happy feeling, or whatever it is, these are qualities of energy. So energy is moving energy, but the clarity of the mind is not involved in that.
Because I could feel energy through my body.
Yeah.
And without, you know, leaving a trace.
Yeah. So these.
Because I think you know, and that was through allowing duration. You know, I'm interested in the aspect of time in that, because I think, you know, emptiness means getting rid of things as quickly as possible. You know, this is wrong. I know this, but I find it quite, you know, I find it really interesting today to allow things to last as long as they do, and be in that space without, you know, I need to move on.
Yeah, that's a good exploration to make, isn't it? That if we allow things to be as they are, they will be just what they are. As we've often reflected in this meeting here, that when we come together, you can do your interactions on the basis of politeness. We know how to behave in a reasonable way. And there's a kind of social utility in that, but it's a bit formal and also a bit artificial. What we can find is that energetically it's easier to communicate with some people than others. That is to say that the patterning of the world shows differentiation. So when we're doing the meditation, we find certain states linger, certain things, they have different qualities. So allowing the natural contouring of the shaping of the mind allows us to be more natural in the world.
And really tasting that.
Yeah. Because sometimes between people there's nothing much to say. That's not an insult or a rejection of another person. It's just at this moment the energy meeting doesn't form a dynamic synergy. It's just almost cancels itself out. It's just hi. Nothing more comes. But if you feel, oh, I should do something, then you become artificial. And so our exploration is always not going into withdrawal, not going into artificial merging, just to be with how it is. And then we experience exactly that pulsation of things opening and closing. You go for a walk and you see many, many trees, and suddenly you're interested in one tree. Why is this? There is no answer to why, but there is how. How is this? What is it like to suddenly be caught by a particular shape? And you spend maybe 5 minutes with that, and then you walk on, you see many, many things, and you're not touched. Oh, this is how the world shows itself beyond totalization. It's not rational, but it's patterned. And trusting the pattern rather than working out a formula for it, allows us to stay in the freshness. So it's the same in the meditation as you think, this is what's happening, so you just stay with that and see what happens. And maybe the next time you do it, it has a different feeling tone. Any other thoughts or questions? Yeah.
Could you say something about emanation? What does emanation mean? Emanation, for example, it's written somewhere in books, well, he is an emanation of.
Yeah.
What does it really mean? In practical terms.
In practical terms, it means he will have a high throne in a monastery. That's what it means in practical terms. What it means in metaphysical terms will depend on your sense of interpretation. Generally, it is the idea that the Buddha and the Bodhisattvas, all of these deities, live in Pure Land someplace. So, first of all, we had the Sukhavati Kshetra, this Dzogchen, the Western paradise. Then more paradises started to unpack, and there are many, many, many of them. When you get enlightened, you get some real estate. Some little bit of the Dharma Dhatu is marked out for you. Just as in some families they have a place already in the cemetery for when they die. So here you have a place for when you get enlightened. And then you sit in that palace, and every now and then you're a bit bored, so you think, I'll pop down to earth, see what they're up to. And that's the emanation. Now, for meditators, what it means is you're sitting in practice, and the thought arises. Most of the time, the thought is just coming and going. Because within the space of the mind, it has no substance. But at a certain point, if you're sitting at home, for example, you suddenly feel it's time to get up, and you get up. So you are emanating. Before that, you are in a space, open, and experience is coming and going. You have this sense of sensation in the body, memories, colors around you, and so on. Subject and object arising together, but going nowhere. Going into emptiness, but not taking you anywhere, as it were. And then at a certain moment, you arise. So what do you arise as? You get up and you go into the kitchen and you put on the kettle to make some tea. Who is in the kitchen? This is the energy arising from the open state. Now, if when we get up, we think, done my practice for today, then you leave one aspect of yourself and you enter another aspect of yourself. So that's not an emanation, because you've cut the line. You said, this is an area of my life and now I'm in another domain. But if when you're getting up from the meditation practice, as you're moving, you have the sense of moving in this luminous field of clarity, that the world, you have to go, as you go in the kitchen, because it's a small flat, you have to go round the table. So the table is calling you into movement. The shaping of the table and the shaping of your body are like a pas de deux. And then you make the kettle and you have to stretch for where the tea is, and your cup's dirty in the sink, so you have to clean that. All of these movements are movements in space, movements of patterning in space among other patterns. If you keep that understanding, then you're emanating within the space of awareness. This is emanation. Mm-hmm. But in terms of patriarchal hierarchy, it means a chair. Yeah.
Do you think that anybody can be partially enlightened? I mean, I was reading a book that I found very wise until one day I turned a page and came across the picture or concept of what a female should be or is. And I was so shocked. What? I don't know what he means. This literature.
Yeah.
What and what?
Female. Female. What is female? Every other page was so marvelous, and I found it was so wise and true and helpful, and this really.
So you can't imagine a misogynistic Buddha?
That's it.
Oh. Probably not. So, but what would partially enlightened be?
I don't know.
I mean, in psychotherapy, the notion of the shadow is quite common. Yeah. That there are certain areas of ourselves which are very clear for us. Mm-hmm. We can know these things about us, even if they're not particularly positive qualities, but we think, oh yeah, I'm a bit like that. Mm-hmm. But there's other bits we just don't get. And even if we get feedback from other people, we don't let the light shine on that area. So it could be something like that. However, in terms of enlightenment, the light is going everywhere, so that wouldn't be there. However, Buddhism has a strong history of not really being approving of women. So why would that be? Why would that be? There's a book, it came out recently, I forget the title of it, it's a autobiography of Sarah Kandro. Maybe some of you know this book. And she grew up in a wealthy family in Lhasa, but at an early age she wanted to practice Dharma, and is often the case. The family were not in favor of it and wanted her to marry some rich guy in the civil service. And she ran away with a bunch of yogis who had come from East Tibet, and she traveled with them to East Tibet. And when she arrived there, she had a really, really hard time. And somebody said to her, "You're not from here, you don't belong to our tribe, you have no protection." You have no protection. It's a very hard, rough world where there was a lot of murder, a lot of attacks on women, and so on. How could that be in a realm of yogis? Quite easily. Quite easily. Because this is not Dzogchen. If you go to Dzogchen, there's nice music everywhere. They have fountains with chocolate pouring out of them. Non-fattening chocolate. But in this world, the good and the bad are very close together. So why would it be that women were often treated badly? Why would that be? Because people sat in an assumption. Women have inferior qualities. Often it's described that women's minds are less stable because of the menstrual cycle. And that due to these hormonal shifts, it creates difficulties in meditation and so on. Which could be the case for some women. Some women get a lot of disturbance. Others get very little disturbance. Prejudice. I mean, even Longchenpa writes in a prayer, abbots of monasteries treat your slaves well, because there was a kind of institutional slavery where people became bonded laborers to the monastery, and that we passed on from generation to generation, just as you have in India today. Why wouldn't people see that that's wrong? And this brings us back to the difficult topic of karma. So one of the stories that's often told is that Sonsen Gampo, the first Tibetan king who became Buddhist, he had two wives. One was Chinese, one was Nepali, and both of them brought their strands of Buddhism into Tibet. And when he started to reflect on how everybody has Buddha nature, they say he looked around the country and he saw some people are rich, some people are poor. He thought, this is terrible. And he gathered all the wealth of the country together into a big pile and then had it made into parcels and redistributed to all the people equally. Then after a year, he saw, some people are rich, some people are poor. So again, he did this redistribution. And again, after a year, he saw the same result. And the third time he did it, at the end of which he decided, some people have the karma to be rich, and some people have the karma to be poor. And if they have the karma to be poor, you can't make them rich. That's not a modern Western way of viewing things, but that was the view. Now, if you apply that across the board, some people have the karma to be born in a woman's body. Women are seen as inferior. The normal word in Tibetan for woman is kemen, which means lower birth. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Because it's seen as being less lucky, less fortunate. In a patriarchal culture, it would be. You know, in most places, I imagine in Germany 200 years ago, they wouldn't have much education for girls. They'd say, what's the point? They're going to stay at home and cook and clean, and if they have too many thoughts in their head, they be chap, chap, chap all the time. Then the culture changes. But if you're sitting inside that view, that's how the world looks. So, we might think, but surely a Dharma view of openness and emptiness would show the illusion of these small forms. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. We believe in democracy. My own teacher called democracy democracy. Because he said ordinary people are stupid. If you want stupid people to run your world, good luck. But I like kings. Okay. And when Indira Gandhi declared martial law in India, she declared a state of emergency with total government control. He said, yes, we need a strong leader. Okay. Not my cup of tea. I like democracy. It makes life soft and easy. But Tibet was quite a hard, brutal place as well. So your question is a very important one. What is illuminated when you see things as they are? Well, on one level you see everything is empty. On the other level you see everything is patterned. Which patterns are good and which patterns are bad? There will be some advantages and some disadvantages in any pattern. You know, when you study anthropology, you look at different societies all across the world, and you see, if you organize it in this way, some things go well and some things go not so well. Then you try another culture, some things go well. So everywhere there's some advantage and some disadvantage. So how would you structure the perfect world? This is our concern in the West because we study sociology, politics, economics, and we have a belief in a basic humanistic point of view. Tibetan Buddhism isn't structured in that way. It says there are 6 realms of samsara. We're in one of these realms. Our realm arises due to desire and pride, the 2 main energies that come into it. You can spend all your time in political activism, in trying to change things. The forces you're dealing with are quite resistant. You make some progress, then you have some knockbacks. Then you die. You have a very short period of time. You could look at your mind, or you could look at the structure of society. So traditionally in that culture, they say the most important thing is to look at the mind. So that if you go into retreat, according to that view, you're doing more for universal liberation than being out there in the streets at a protest. It's not a view we have. So why don't they do that, or why would they agree with that? Inside their frame of reference, maybe it's not so important. If you draw someone's attention to it, they'll probably say, yeah, I agree, it's a terrible thing to do. But how many more years have we got till we die? What shall we do? Changing other people's views about how to behave is very difficult. For example, if we go back to that question of female genital mutilation, which is across North Africa and into some of the Arab states, clearly we would see this as an abomination. This is something terrible. Because of the pain, because of the side effects it can have, and so on, and the intrusion into dignity and the bizarre notions behind it. However, it's part of a cultural package. And so you introduce an idea which says, with ethical neutrality, just on the basis that it is wrong in itself, as anyone who is fair-minded could see, this should stop. You put quite a new twist into that culture. And when you put in a twist, you get a resistance. So there's been quite a lot of work done in Nigeria, for example, for the education and liberation of women. And then arising as a counter-movement, we have Boko Haram, who are coming in, capturing girls, taking them away, selling them in slave markets. You have a war of cultures. And they say, take your modern ideas and die. Just fuck off. Who are you who don't follow the Prophet? Who are you? Infidel. That's what they think. But we don't think that. And we are nice people.
Well, but all the way to get there, the Age of Enlightenment, I mean, that were not peaceful times here. So I think, we are just, getting the benefit of this. But, to be out there and fight for this,
it's a very big issue, because social justice involves usually enforcing change on other people who haven't asked for it. Buddha said everything arises due to causes and conditions. But how do we know that the cause that we believe is good now is really good? Because if we look back, many of the things that were done a short period ago that were seen to be good are now seen to be bad. For example, lobotomies, leucotomies, electric shock treatment in large doses, insulin treatment for severe depression and psychosis. For example, hot and cold baths alternating for people with psychosis. For example, being in a straitjacket. People thought that's a good way to help these people. Put them in a straitjacket, they'll calm down. If you put me in a straitjacket, I'd bite you. It'll make you crazy. Huh? So, when we look back, we see like a set of rolling hills, peaks and valleys. Each step of the way, we have only the view from here. And we look back on our life and we think, why did I do that? And the only answer is, it seemed a good idea at the time. Because we live in time. We live in our situatedness. So in Tibet, they lived in that situatedness. And people in Africa, they live in theirs and we live in ours. But this is a situated perspective. To then generalize, this is the truth that all beings in the world should adhere to, this becomes a little bit evangelical. Because it presumes that what we believe is the truth. Now, from the point of view of karma, due to causes and conditions, we find ourselves wanting to meditate. We find ourselves interested in this stuff. Lots of other people aren't. As far as I know, the local people in the village are not queuing up here. They're thinking, why did they want to come here? Go away. Before we had nice, good village Catholic boys. And they went there and they became missionaries and helped people. And now we have these strange people coming from the city and living in the country. So, Kamalashila is beautiful for us and for the locals. It probably affects the price of houses. This is what relative truth means. an inside relative truth to make absolute statements. This is very bad, this is very good. You end up in some dogmatic rigidity. So clearly we need an ethical sensibility, and hopefully the more we do the meditation practice that brings that, but with a slight hesitancy. Look before you act, and then look again. Look a lot of times before you act, because it may well be that the situation is so complicated that your simple solution is going to increase the trouble. When you're born with two bottles. In one hand you have a bottle of water, and in the other hand you have a bottle of petrol. And as you go through life and you encounter hot situations, you have to work out which bottle is which. And very often we think we're putting water on the fire, and really we put the petrol. Do you think that's true? Maybe we have done that ourselves. So, yeah.
Concerning ethics, why is the Dalai Lama trying now to give an universal ethical approach to the human race, together with Catholics and together with other religions? You said now in every region, in every culture, that there are things related to this culture. And what's about the idea from a universal ethical approach? What do you think about such an idea?
I didn't understand that question. Can you summarize it?
Dalai Lama said he wants to establish, together with other religions, a universal ethic.
Oh yeah, I already know that.
Yeah. What's about this? What do you think about this idea?
Well, in English we often distinguish between morality and ethics. So the two terms can be used as synonymous, as if they're the same, but you can distinguish them. That you have moral codes, so you could have a rule of morality. For example, the 10 Commandments that Moses brings down from the mountain. Don't do this, don't do this. In Buddhism we have the 10 sins of body, speech and mind. And you shouldn't do these, and you should instead do rescuing animals, feeding people, and so on. These are guidelines which you could learn and apply in all cases. It gives you a simplicity. Ethics is much more complicated, because ethics deals with the complexity of lived situations. For example, there's a recent case where there was an Indian couple in Ireland, and the mother had a complication in the late stages of the pregnancy, and her health was very much endangered. And what was really required was an abortion. But abortion is illegal, and you have to go to court to get a special permission. But there wasn't really time to do that, and the mother died. And then the husband brought a case against the Irish court, which has gone to the European Court of Justice. They have a rule. We don't do abortion. In the eyes of the Catholic Church, abortion is forbidden, except with going through all these processes. Therefore, it was correct that this was not carried out, and it's very tragic and sad that the woman died. Or from another point of view, you're idiots. What are you thinking of? The doctors predicted she would die. You didn't allow the intervention. This was unethical, but moral. Yeah? According to the code, you know what to do. But a lot of life crises are very complicated. Yeah? So to have a universal ethical code, given that we are situated beings, what shall we do? What shall we do? Often we don't know, because there are too many contending factors involved. And families operate according to their particular rules. For example, in one family I know, there were two daughters, and one daughter did well at school and was storming ahead. The other daughter didn't do so well. And the family diverted a lot of the resources to the daughter who wasn't doing so well. Because the belief in the family was a squeaky gate needs more oil. In other families, they would say, well, if this child is doing well, put the resources with them. They will get a good job and earn money and help to take care of other people. What is the moral reading in that? Should you help the one who can make progress, much more progress than the other, or should you help the one who's a little bit behind? How would you know? You know, in the Bible you have this famous story of the judgment of Solomon, when these two mothers come and they both claim that the baby is theirs. And he says, two women, one baby, give me a sword, I'll cut it in half. You can have half each, then it's fair. And one mother says, no, save the baby. So he says, you can have the baby. Now, that's deep, isn't it? That's deep. That's very much like the kind of stories you read around the Buddha's life, where he has exactly these things, where people show what they are about. But that's very different from having some universal code that everyone should follow. You say to people, you should do what is good. So, ISIS, this Islamic State, they believe that people who are not Sunni Muslims are bad. And the world is better without them. Killing non-Sunnis is good. Our universal rule, first, number one, do what is good. Kill the Dalai Lama. He's not a Sunni, as far as we know. But that's not what we meant by good. So then you have to go into the detail of what you mean by good, and everything starts to unravel. Who will decide what is good? That's a problem with these kind of situations. It looks very nice. As we know, in Rwanda, when this terrible trouble between the Hutu and the Tutsi kicked off, there was a whole division of French troops under the United Nations. And they're sitting in their camp, and people are being killed and killed and killed. And by and large, they did very little. And that happens again and again with the United Nations because they're not really empowered to act. NATO peacekeepers don't do all that much good. Exactly for that reason. Because if people are doing bad things, in order to do good, you probably have to shoot a lot of people doing bad things. But the people doing bad things think that they're good. So who's to decide who is good and who is bad? This is probably not very helpful. Much more important is help people to be considerate. That means to hold thoughts in mind, hold people in mind, attend to them in their unique specificity, and try to find a way forward, mindfully, with compassion, with tenderness, without being made an idiot of. You can learn to do that. That's what Dharma practice is about. But it doesn't start from the top of the mountain shining a light down. It starts from the details of our own existence as we engage with the complexity of the world. I personally think it's much more useful. Okay, time is going by. We do some more practice now. Then we dedicate the merit that has been accumulated through our studying and practice today, which is the second verse you have on your sheet. Gewandi Gyudunda Uje Lama Trajane Roa Chichamando Dei